All right. To explain once again for people who are new to our set review, generally the way I like to do it is we do, so this time I'm not doing multicolored first. We're just going to start with white, blue, black, red, green. And we go from lowest rarity, so commons, all the way up to mythics. And then we also go from lowest mana cost up to highest mana cost. So that's generally the way we see cards in limited, right? And so that's the way that I like to do it. And you guys can rate along with me. You guys can see all the ratings in real time at Deathsie.com or !tier list. So you know, feel free to throw your ratings in chat and see what you guys think. The rubric that I like to use is essentially a 5-star rating rubric. It goes from A to F with a special 6 tier above A for cards that are just like way too broken. Cards like Dream Trawler, stuff that like Dream Trawler is not even maybe the best example. Maybe like Ugin, 6 mana colorless Ugin, right? Goes in every deck that's just completely busted. Cards that you just always play. So yeah, so that's kind of the way that we like to do it. All right, let's go, ladies and germs. Okay, very first card here, Novice Inspector, 1 mana, 1/2. Enters a battlefield, investigate. All right, makes a clue token. So this is just, what's it, Thraben Inspector or chat? What's the card called? Anyways, a 1 mana, 1/2, make a clue as well, right? It's the same card. Isn't it just the same card? Thraben Inspector, yeah. Thraben Inspector, but it's a detective, I see. All right, well, the card's been fantastic in previous sets. I think that seems pretty good. I don't know how good it's going to be here. It's going to be anywhere from C+ to B-. What do you guys think? C+, B-, C+, B-. C+, B-. C to B sounds good. B seems high. Maybe to start off as C+. I assume something power creep. I don't know. Start off as C+. All right. Always a reasonable card. Looks good. Okay, next here. Auspicious Arrival. 2 mana target creatures +2/+2 and a turn. Investigate. That's interesting. You know, I like it. I always like things that are kind of opposite. So like this is a combat trick, somewhat aggressive, cares about combat and battling creatures or dealing damage to face, right? But then the backside of it is actually not an aggressive benefit. It's like more of a value benefit. I actually like it. That being said, I'm going to start this one off at a D+. I don't expect to play this card very much. 2 mana for +2/+2, even with the Vesky in the backside. I really don't care about it. I'm actually just going to give it a flat D. I can see me playing this format the entire time without playing this a single time. And there are a lot of cards like that. So generally, I like to put those cards in D. D cards that are not unplayable, not F tier or whatever. But at the same time, like not a card I care about. Okay, next card here, Market Watch Phantom. Whenever another creature with power 2 or less enters the battlefield under your control, Phantom gains flying until end of turn. Whenever another creature with power 2 or less enters the battlefield under your control, this gains flying. All right, kind of good, honestly. I mean, it's good, but like, how good is it? It's like similar to cards like, I don't know, any other white 2 mana 2/2 flyers. We had one in Eldraine, the original Eldraine. If you control an artifact against flying, this is, yeah, you have to play it. It's honestly, I feel like it's kind of weak. Obviously you will die to this time and time again when your opponent plays this on the play, but I kind of don't like it that much. I'm down to give it a D+ or C-. Probably start off with a D+, honestly. I kind of just don't care. Yeah, so people in chat are talking about Detective Tribe. I guess there's a lot of reason to be playing detectives. It's kind of weird, right? Like detective as a tribe. What in the world is that supposed to be? I can't really imagine that at the moment. It's like, sure, like you can have detective lords, right? Detectives, all detectives get +1/+1, but how does that make sense in flavor wise? I don't actually know. Start with a D+. Okay, next card here, Seasoned Consultant. 2 mana 1/3. Whenever you attack with 3 or more creatures, it gets +2/+0 until end of turn. Man, a lot of detectives we're seeing, but these cards are like pretty unexciting, I would have to say. I'm gonna give this one a D as well. It attacks as a 3/3. Like, do I care? I feel like I don't care. I'm gonna even give it a D-. Battalion? Yeah, but battalion on this? Do we care? I feel like I don't care. No. It's not 3 or more other. It's 3 or more. So 2 other. So it's basically just battalion, right? All right. Next card here, due diligence. This is one of the phrases I like to use a lot in life, due diligence, because as people likely know in chat from watching me over the years, I'm not the most diligent, or, you know, like, especially while drafting, playing games, I'm not the most responsible person. So I like to use this phrase a lot to kind of frame myself. Due diligence. 3 mana enchantment aura, enchant creature. When due diligence enters the battlefield, target creature control other than the enchanted creature gets +2/+2 and gains vigilance until end of turn. Okay. Enchanted creature gets +2/+2 and vigilance. Creature gets plus enchanted creature. Okay, so it's just an enchantment. The guy gets +2/+2 vigilance, and then something else gets +2/+2 vigilance as well. It's kind of a cool trick. I should kind of like it. Starts one off at a C-. I like it. We'll see how good it is. I really do hope that this set is a fun drafting set. We obviously don't know, but watching the previews and stuff, I really like what they did with all the artwork, art direction, and flavor. Feels a lot like Strixhaven to me, where Strixhaven, they put a lot of effort into that sort of stuff. But again, we'll have to see how good it is. And, you know, like, we'll see how long we can draft it. If not, we'll be doing variety stuff in addition to Magic, but we'll see. Maybe even variety Magic stuff. I wanted to do some stuff on Magic Online, but we haven't done that yet. It's the first set to use the play boosters. That's interesting. I actually need to learn more about the play boosters. I mean, the best way to learn about it is just to play and feel it out. But yeah, I don't know. I don't really know what the implications are for the most part. What do I want to do on Magic Online? Probably Vintage Cube, and then I wanted to play the Ravnica remastered earlier, but I think that time frame has passed. Probably just Vintage Cube stuff, yeah. And then maybe do some Vintage Cube stuff with other streamers. Next card here, Inside Source, 3 mana, 1/1. Inside Source enters the battlefield, make a 2/2 white and blue detective creature token. All right, well, that's great. After target detective you control gets +2/+0 and gains vigilance end of turn, activates a sorcery. I mean, I love the card. The card's great, right? Card seems awesome, nice and small, and has a thing tacked onto it. I'm gonna start this one off at a B-. Seems awesome. All right, I love this card. Let's move on. Makeshift Binding, 3 mana enchantment. When Makeshift Binding enters the battlefield, exile target creature and opponent controls. I'm turning on the music just a little bit. When Makeshift Binding enters the battlefield, exile target creature and an opponent controls until Makeshift Binding leaves the battlefield. You gain 2 life. Enters the battlefield, exile target creature and an opponent controls until Makeshift Binding. Okay, it's just an O-ring. Exile target creature. Actually, it's not even an O-ring. It's an only creature. Fine, I guess. C+, B-, C+. Just start off as C+, I guess. Wait, hold on. Wait, Makeshift Binding. Wait, what the? Hold on. I messed something up already. Makeshift Binding, C+. Okay. Next card here. Make your move. It just reminds me of Yu-Gi-Oh! Your move. 3 mana instant. Destroy target artifact, enchantment, or creature power 4 greater. That's insane. Wait, what is that? Oh my goodness. Since when does white get broken wings? Like a better broken wings. When does white do that? Does white do that? Does white usually have a card that destroys both artifact and enchantment? Usually it's one or the other, right? That's kind of crazy. I mean, like, implications for limited still depends on the format itself, but man, that's a huge upgrade. Oh, Disenchant itself destroys artifact or enchantment. All right, I'm crazy. Disenchant itself does. Oh my gosh. Okay, but this is tacked on to like a Legion's Judgment or whatever, just a destroy 4 thing. It's pretty cool. What do we start on off as? Do we expect there to be big creatures? I've got no idea yet. We haven't seen green cards or like black cards, red cards, whatever. I'll start this one off as a C-. It seems actually fine. C- or D+. I'll just start off as C-. I will probably have to to change this rating later. Does A this had a ton of enchantments running around? Like, okay, so people always argue that. Do you guys remember Theros? Theros, people are like, oh my gosh, disenchant's so good because there's so many so many enchantment creatures, but like still at the end of the day, who cares? It's not an A in my book. It's like, sure, you could say it's like a C or whatever. Maybe even push it to like B minus, but it's never gonna be like an A. Like MVP, yes, better than normal, but in general, like, is this the most important thing about Magic? Absolutely not. I would never put these in A unless it's just like dominating the set. Sure, like if a set has so many good targets, you always need it, and the set has huge monsters, yeah, sure, it could be an A, but I am not gonna put it at B minus. I'm still starting off as a C minus here. Okay, next card here, Griffnot Tracker. 4 mana, 3/2 flying. When Tracker enters a battlefield, exile up to 2 target cards from a single graveyard. Okay. So, all right. It's like you look at this, and then you look at Lost Caverns of Ixalan, and we see the flyer that we just had. The 4 mana, 3/2 flyer that makes a 1/1. I don't know how important exiling cards is going to be in this format. I don't know if there's flashback stuff, whatever. This looks pretty unexciting at the moment. I'm gonna start this one off as a D+. I kind of don't really want to play this in this day and age, but again, we don't know what the baseline for power level is. Just started off as a D+ though. All right, next card here, Museum Night Watch, 4 mana, 3/2. When it dies, make a 2/2 detective. That's pretty cool. Disguise. All right, this is the first time I'm seeing Disguise. 2 mana. You may cast this card face down for 3 mana. As a 2/2 creature with Ward 2. Turn it face up anytime for its disguise cost. Interesting. So it's morph, but it has Ward. Isn't that kind of confusing? I guess the thing is that if it didn't have Ward 2, then how can you tell if it's a disguise card or a morph card, right? So actually it needed something else on top of the 2/2. Because otherwise it would be morph, and that would be confusing as hell if anyone in the world was playing morph and disguise together. Okay, so at least this way you could have like different tokens or different yeah, like tokens to display it or something. There's 2 different tokens of morph and disguise on paper. Yes, like that's what I'm saying, is that if it didn't have a word 2, then you actually wouldn't know if a card is a morph or a disguise. I guess you would know still, just by different tokens. So I guess that doesn't make sense, but like, what I'm saying is that it's easier to tell them apart when there's actually something extra on it. Yeah, if it didn't have word 2, they could still call it morph, but then it wouldn't be called disguise. And then it wouldn't be flavorful for this set, if that makes sense. So it would be morph, but then it would just be randomly morph. Whereas disguise is more flavorful for a mystery / clue based set, right? Anyways, so I think this is their thought process. Anyways, disguise, pretty cool. 2/2 word 2, I actually kind of like it, because what it does is that it allows you to design in the set more small, efficient removal, but it doesn't mess up with the morph stuff, because spending 3 mana for a 2/2 is already expensive, so it kind of helps that out a little bit. I think it makes sense. So anyways, a pretty cool card, right? You play this face down as a 3 mana 2/2, then you flip it up as for 2 mana for a 3/2, and it also leaves a token behind. I actually really like it. Can I put this at a B minus? I'm gonna put it at a B minus. It might be overrated. I might be overrating it, but it seems like a really, really, really cool card. I mean, the thing about Magic is that Magic has been around for 30 years. You have to recycle mechanics, right? The familiarity is also good, in my opinion. Like, and also I feel like when it comes to adding new mechanics, only Dave Humphries can really convince Wizards to add new ones. Like Dave Humphries with the battle type card mechanic in March of the Machine, he added an entirely new card type, which I don't think Magic had added a card type for like 10 years, right? So what I'm saying is that they can't do that all the time. They literally cannot do that all the time. So most of the time it's going to be recycling mechanics and stuff, like a variation of something. Everything is a variation of kicker, you know what I mean? All right, next card here. Wait, did I rate that? Yes. Did I? Actually, did I rate that correctly? Hold on. Museum Night Watch. Okay, yes, I rated that correctly on the tier list. Once again, you guys can check it out. ! tier list or at Deathsie.com. Cases are also new. Cases. Wait, what are cases? All right, cases. We haven't seen that, so let's wait until we get to it. On the job, 4 mana instant creatures you control get +2/+1 to end a turn. Investigate. All right, so it's rallying charge or whatever, inspired charge, but make a clue. Sure. I'll probably start off as a D+ on the job. Like, these cards can be good or whatever, but your deck will never play more than like 1 or 2 kind of thing. Just leave it as D+ for now. No need to think too much about it. Hazada Vigilante, 5 mana, 4/4. What is this artwork? He's a vigilante? Why? I mean, anyone can be a vigilante. Why am I being so judgmental? Whenever Hazada Vigilante enters the battlefield or attacks, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control with power 2 or less. Whenever it enters the battlefield or attacks, put a counter on target creature you control with power 2 or less. I kind of like this guy. Isn't this guy a chonker? This guy's kind of a chonker, man. I'm going to start off as a C+. It's Joe Rogan. Vigilante, but no vigilance. Vigilante. I mean, vigilante and vigilance don't really relate, right? It's like vigilant. Well, hold on. Vigilance. Maybe it does. I don't know. By the way, Deathsie, Morrow did battles, not Humphreys. All right, Morrow did battles. Yeah. So I mean, but that's what I'm saying, right? Only Morrow or Dave Humphreys' team / set can actually push a new mechanic, like a entirely new mechanic. Whereas it's just really hard. I feel like the other teams, it's a lot harder, I think. But yeah, anyways, that's just my it's just conjecture. I don't actually know. To be vigilant in a vigilante and vigilance. Yeah, I guess it makes sense. Yeah, there's no vigilance on it. That's kind of weird on a vigilante. Next card here. Defenestrated Phantom. This Phantom has been thrown out a window. That's interesting. 6 mana, 4/3. I have so many questions about this card, to be honest. Flying Disguise 5. Okay, so you 3 mana, you can throw down a face down, and then for 5 mana you flip it up, and then bam, it's flying. It's jumping out the window. But my question about this card is that it's a Phantom. Will a Phantom break glass when it jumps out a window? I don't know about that. Does that make sense? Wouldn't a Phantom just go through the glass? Or I'm not a Phantom expert. I don't know how Phantoms work. But it's a weird card. I kind of don't like the card though. I don't like it. It's expensive on every side. I think it's like whatever. I'm gonna give this one a D-. I don't see me playing this very often. I mean, you play it as a finisher. Maybe just put it as a D. The Phantom of Venice. That's right. The art is from your perspective. It just threw you out the window. It threw us out the window. Ah, all right. That's another way to look at it. This is our perspective. It threw us out the window. Ah, defenestrated Phantom. I mean, but wouldn't it be called defenestrating Phantom? Not defenestrated? Because the Phantom was the defenestrate. Anyways, let's move on. Whatever. All right, moving on to the uncommons here. No, that's how it died. And then now it's throwing you out the window. All right, I feel like we're reaching, guys. And then now it's killing people that way. All right. Okay, we can think whatever we want about defenestrated Phantom. Next card here, Forum Familiar. Everybody loves 1 mana cats, right? Especially in constructed. 1 mana, 1/1. It has disguise. When Forum Familiar is turned face up, return another target permanent you control to its owner's hand, and put a counter on Forum Familiar. Whenever it's turned face up, return another target permanent you control to its owner's hand, and put a counter on Forum Familiar. That's kind of a cool card. I mean, you almost never want to play it as a 1-mana 1/1 unless your hand's super aggressive on the play or something. It also, the familiars just casually eating something's leg. I assume that's like a cow's leg or something. When it's turned face up, and I do like that both morph and disguise can be done at instant speed. I think the sorcery speed stuff is like really unfun. It just limits play patterns a little bit too much when it comes to these cards. Return another permanent you control to his owner's hand. So it cannot return itself. You can bounce a land or something, but then also you can save something else. So it's kind of another variation of a Griffin thing. 3 mana, then 2 mana. It is quite expensive. And then you end with a 2/2. It's quite expensive, I'll have to say. It's a cool card, though. I think I started off as a C-. Oh, wait. Hold on. So comment in chat here. There are 50 bonus sheet cards or what? 50 bonus sheet cards? No, there's 10 special guest cards. And then you have 40 from the list. The 40 from the list are draftable, right? Anyways, we'll figure it out later. Okay, next card here, Krovod Haunch. Dude, there's a lot of meat things. What the hell? 1 mana, artifact, food, equipment. All right, we've never seen that before. That's new. Food and equipment type. Creature gets +2/+0. 2 mana, tap, sacrifice, you gain 3 life because it's a food. When Krovod Haunch is put into the graveyard from the battlefield, you may pay 2. If you do, create 2 1/1 white dog creature tokens. What is it trying to say here? Is that a dog leg? Krovod Haunch. No. This meat is from a Krovod. Okay. This meat is from a Krovod. Okay, and then 2 mana to equip. And a Krovod is like a cow, like a Magic the Gathering cow thing. Okay, so it's an equipment. You can pay 2 mana to sacrifice it, and then pay an additional 2, so it's 4 mana to get 2 dogs. Kind of a cool equipment for 1 mana. Equip 2. Kind of interesting. I'm not sure how I feel about it. It is a cool card though. I'm gonna start this one off as C- or D+. C- maybe? C- D+. C- D+. I'll start off with C-, whatever. Yeah, you can also just use it as an equipment, whatever. This is a reference to Alfred Hitchcock's story where the murder weapon was a frozen haunch of meat, and she gets away with it by serving the murder weapon for dinner. Nice, I like it. And then everybody eats it. That's actually pretty cool. Thank you for the insight there, Sisyphus. Okay, next card here, Wrench. 1 mana, clue, equipment. Clue and equipment. Interesting. Equipped creature gets +1/+1, has vigilance, and 3 mana, tap down target creature. Okay. Has the icy manipulator effect thing for 3 mana. 2 mana, sacrifice the wrench to draw a card because it's a clue. 2 mana to equip it. Okay, kind of expensive overall. I really don't like the card. Am I crazy? I mean, the vigilance is the big part, I guess, where you can like attack with vigilance, then tap something down. It sounds so expensive though. Sounds so expensive, and the payoff is not even immediate. And then the immediate payoff is a +1/+1. I really don't like it. I think it's completely overcosted at every point. I'm gonna give this one a D-. I'll be surprised if it's good, and I'll be surprised if I play it in my decks. Everything about it is expensive. Yeah, no real upside to it, in my opinion. Next card here, Call a Surprise Witness. Okay. 2 mana sorcery, return target creature card or with mana value 3 or less from a graveyard to the battlefield. Put a flying counter on it. It's a spirit in addition to other types. Why is it an uncommon? Creature card with mana value 3 or less from graveyard to the battlefield. Put a flying counter on it, I guess. Okay. Spirit. Okay. I mean, these cards have generally not been that good, but for some reason it's an uncommon. It's probably because of the flying counter. I mean, what do we want to give it? A C- D+, right? C- D+. Like it comes back, but generally mana value 3 or less is gonna be small. Maybe there's a green creature with 4 or 5 attack or something for 3 mana. Who knows? Or a red creature. Sometimes red has like a 3 mana 5/1 or something. But yeah, I generally don't like it. I'm gonna give this what? Starts off with a D. I'm gonna give it a D plus to start off with, honestly. Helping Hand was also yeah, that's true actually. Helping Hand wasn't common. But Helping Hand was 1 mana, right? So that's kind of like why I was like, all right, yeah, that one's an uncommon, but I guess this one's a flying counter. So yeah, all right. Anyways, let's start with a D plus, whatever. There are more uncommons than commons in the set. Oh, because of the play booster format, you mean? Interesting. I don't know much about it still. Anyways, next card here, Case of the Gateway Express. What is this a reference to? 2 mana. When the case enters the battlefield, choose target creature you don't control. Okay, when the case enters the battlefield. Oh, this is a case. Oh my gosh, it's a new type. It's not a saga. I thought it was a saga. When the case enters the battlefield, choose target creature you don't control. Choose one of theirs. Each creature you control deals 1 damage to that creature. Okay, they all gang up on it. To solve it, 3 or more creatures attack this turn. 3 or more creatures attack this turn. Wait, is Case a new card type as well? Or is Case just a new subtype? It's just a new subtype, right? It's not a new card type. Yeah, it's just a new subtype. To solve, 3 or more creatures attack this turn. Okay, so you need to trigger Battalion. If unsolved, solved at the beginning of your end step. Okay, the beginning of your end step. Solved creatures you control get +1/+0. Oh, but this doesn't leave the battlefield. Okay. So it's a removal spell, and then it buffs your team up by +1/+0. It's actually pretty cool. Isn't this card awesome? I actually love this card. Murder on the Orient Express. Yes, Murder on the Orient Express. I see. Murder on the Orient Express. Yes. It sounds familiar to me. I don't think I've read it or seen it. Seen any iterations of it. The battles or flip conditions aren't dealing damage. Yeah. Works nicely with Death Touch. Oh, that's true. Each creature you control deals 1 damage. I actually like it a lot. I want to give this card like a B. Give this card a B. I think this card's awesome. Awesome card. And the thing is that, so if I'm understanding correctly, you can solve it immediately by attacking, triggering it, and then you get +1/+0. Or if you didn't, it'll solve automatically just by waiting until your end step, and the next turn you can attack with it. Or at least this turn you can still even block with these. It won't solve until end of turn ever. What do you mean? It says if unsolved, solve it at the beginning of your end step. It won't flip on attack. To solve? I don't get it, chat. All right, can somebody explain it to me? It only solves if you attack with 3 creatures. Reminder text is confusing. What? If unsolved, solve at the beginning of your end step. What? Solve meaning did you meet the condition? Okay. But what does a reminder text mean? If unsolved, solve at the beginning of your end step. Like, we can't just ignore it, can we? We can't just ignore it, can we? Let me actually hide this for this one, actually. Let me hide the, what is it? Rating. If it's unsolved and you attack with 3 or more creatures this turn, then solve it. But then what does it say? If unsolved, solve at the beginning of your end step. Wording super confusing. Solve goes on stack at the beginning of end step and checks. It only solves once though, so it doesn't check every end step. Reminder text to say it's only solved once. Really dumb, but it won't ever be solved until end of turn, and only if the requirements are met. Okay, so we just completely ignore the reminder text. All right, because the thing is that, so basically another way to read it is that 3 or more creatures have to attack this turn, and then at end step it checks if it's solved or not. And you can't do it multiple times. That's basically it. That's basically it. It can be on the field 3 turns unsolved. All right, so Understanding that now and how this works, and then we read the reminder text. Does it give us any more information or clarity? If it's unsolved, solve at the beginning of your end step. I think, I mean, could it have been done better? Reminder, without reminder, you think it was solved during the attack. But wouldn't it say to solve 3 more attacks to this creature, end of turn? Oh my god, it's so confusing. Okay, I mean, it's worded badly, but to give them credit for it, I don't know how to word it better, but surely there's a better way for sure, right? Solve implies end of turn. Reminder text is trying to tell you that when this happens and that it only triggers if it's unsolved, but yeah, they effed it up. All right, anyways, that's confusing as hell, but still a really cool card though. Does it change our assessment of the card? It's a removal spell and then a battalion, and then it gets it later. I like it still. I'm still gonna give it a B. I like the card. I love it. Generally, this sort of effect, we've seen it on instants as well, but I don't think it needs to be an instant. Sorcery's fine. Whatever. I like it. Solve is an end of turn mechanic. All right, another case. Case of the Pilfered Proof. 2 mana when detective enters a battlefield under your control, and whenever a detective you control is turned face up, put a +1/+1 counter on it. When a detective enters a battlefield under control, and when it's turned face up. Okay. To solve, you control 3 or more detectives. All right. You need a team of detectives. You need an agency. By the way, I love the skull in the bottom left here. I love that. That is cool. Okay. To solve, you need 3 or more detectives. To unsolve, solve at the beginning of your end step. Solved, if 1 or more tokens would be created under your control, those tokens plus a clue token are created instead. If 1 or more tokens to be created, those tokens plus a clue. Okay, so it's wording it like that so that you don't get infinite clues, right? To solve, you control 3 or more detectives. Then at your end step, you get a clue every time you make tokens, basically, right? You get a clue every time you make tokens. Yeah, so to solve, you control 3 or more detectives. Am I understanding this correctly, chat? You shouldn't that say or both things have to happen to get the counter. No, wait, what are you talking about? Or? And whenever detective you control is turned face up. I mean, like morphing actually does, wait, does morphing remove it from the battlefield, chat? It does, right? It removes it from the battlefield, then it comes back, right? Or does it not? Because how else would Ponyback Brigade was not to enter the, wait, it was to enter the battlefield, right? No, it says Ponyback Brigade was enter the battlefield or turn face up. It does not remove it. It does not remove it. Okay. So it doesn't remove it, so it doesn't matter, right? Do you keep the unsolved effect when you solve it? No. You do not keep the unsolved effect. You just get the solved effect and it doesn't stack. Yeah, pacifism on more stick even if you flip. That's true. Yeah. Okay. So I think we understand this card, right? It is a thing to buff up detectives, whatever. And then we get clue tokens by playing more. So it's a detective engine, basically. Detective engine. Kind of a cool card. I don't know how good it's going to be. Seems pretty okay, though. You get some small stats and then you get value. Not a lot of stats, though, in my opinion. Not a lot of stats. Value. I feel like a card doesn't do that much, honestly. I feel the card doesn't do that much. Yeah, so you keep the first ability and then you keep the solved ability. I believe so. I feel the card doesn't do that much. It's a cool build around, but it just doesn't do that much, right? Yeah, this card is cool. I don't like it that much. I think I'm gonna start off as a D+ or C-. D+ or C-. Let's start off as C-, I guess. I don't know. Sorry to hear it. It's all good. It's all good. It's just family drama stuff. Family drama stuff. My family's insane. If you guys have ever heard any stories throughout the years, but I'd figure it out. I hope everyone's gonna be fine, but yeah. Okay, next card here, Neighborhood Guardian. 2 mana, 2/2. Whenever another creature with power 2 or less enters the battlefield under your control, target creature you control gets +1/+1 in a turn. Whenever another creature with power 2 or less, enters the battlefield under your control, target creature you control gets +1/+1 until end of turn. Kind of a good unicorn, isn't it? Another creature power 2 or less enters the battlefield, target creature you control. I feel like this guy's a chonker, dude. This guy a chonker? I'm gonna give this guy a B. This guy like seems so good for a 2 mana 2/2 because in a deck where you're playing, you want to play small stuff or even detectives or whatever or morph, you get like random attacks in. I actually like it a lot. I'm gonna start off with a B-, I guess. B-. I think this is actually a pretty kind of a boring card, but it seems very easy to use. Seems good. Okay, it starts off with B-. Next card here, not on my watch. 2 mana instant, exile target attacking creature. Exile target attacking creature. Okay. Exile target attacking creature. So good defensive card, not a good attacking card. Pretty fine, but how good is it? I'm not sure. C+, B-. C+, B-. What do you like, guys? C+, B-. I mean, it's only an attacking creature, but still very efficient. Probably B-. It really just depends on how attacking you are, but even if you are an attacking deck, like you don't mind playing 1 or 2 of these. Because if your opponent can't kill you, then, you know, this is pretty good. I mean, I think in limited aggro decks still play that, so. Next card here, Perimeter Enforcer, 2 mana, 1/1 flying lifelink. Whenever another detective enters the battlefield under your control, and whenever a detective you control is turned face up, Perimeter Enforcer gets +1/+1 until end of turn. Perimeter Enforcer, 2 mana, 1/1 flying lifelink. That's pretty good. Whenever another detective enters the battlefield under your control, and whenever a detective you control is turned face up, Perimeter Enforcer gets +1/+1 into turn. So this is good with equipment. Whenever a detective enters the battlefield under your control, and it's actually a pretty fine card. Like C+, B- again. C+, B-. It needs equipment, it needs tribal, it needs enchantments. But honestly, we saw the 3 mana +2/+2 vigilance thing. It's pretty good on this. Generally not the way I like to play Magic, but you know, it is what it is. B-, C+, B-, C+, B-, C+. Probably start off as a C+, not a B-. Okay, let's go next. Sanctuary Wall. 2 mana 0/4 defender. Tap target creature. You may put a stun counter on it. If you do, put a stun counter on Sanctuary Wall. Tap target creature, you may put a stun counter on it. Then if you stun it, then you put a counter on this. I don't think it's good, right? So you can tap it. It's kind of cool. Then you tap it for 2 turns. Then you don't have to spend mana on it again. It's honestly kind of good. But still, what's the use for it? What's the case use for it? It's just a defensive card. Kind of interesting, to be honest. It depends on how big the format is. But generally, I feel like I don't care that much. I'm starting off as a D+. I'll be surprised if for decks in the format can play like that, but we actually don't actually know. Okay, next card here, Case File Auditor, 3 mana 1/4. When Auditor enters the battlefield, and whenever you solve a case, look at the top 6 cards of your library. Okay, whenever you solve a case, so look at the top 6 cards of your library, reveal an enchantment card from among them, and put it into your hand. So you can find another case. For example, another case, or an Oblivion Ring, or the buffs, the +2/+2 buff vigilance enchantment for 3. Put the rest of the bottom of your library in a random order. Okay, you may spend mana as though it were mana of any color to cast case spells. Ooh, kind of cool. Can we be like 5 color cases or something? Xeno Gear, welcome back. Thanks for 35 months. Happy new set here at Deathsie's Dueling Academy. Much love. Almost there. At finishing your doctorate. And then you can get your PhD ordered as a diploma if you like. Thank you so much. Welcome back, Xenogear. All right. This guy's pretty cool, but it's getting... So basically, you're just getting card advantage whenever you solve cases. I like it. I mean, I don't know how good it's going to be. Start off as a B-. I have faith. Well, not faith. I feel the potential in this card for sure. Next card here, Karlov Watchdog. 4 mana, 3/2. Vigilance. Permanents your opponent's control can't be turned face up during your turn. Okay, so they cannot flip up their disguise creatures on your turn. Whenever you attack with 3 or more creatures you control get +1/+1 to end a turn. Damn, this guy's kind of a chonker. Obviously, he's small, but I like it. This is a good reason to play combat tricks. To have this survive combat. So your opponent's gonna have to overblock on it or something. I kind of like it, honestly. Let's give this card a B- as well. Karlov Watchdog. B-, C+. I don't really feel C+ is good. All right, pretty cool card though. All right, next card here. Absolving Lammasu. 5 mana, 4/3. 5 mana, 4/3. When Lammasu enters a battlefield, all suspected creatures are no longer suspected. Whoa! Wait, what does that mean? All suspected creatures. Does it mean all disguised creatures? Suspected. Okay. A suspected creature. Wait, what? Okay, so is that a new mechanic that we haven't seen yet? All suspected. What is a suspected creature? Suspected is a mechanic. All right, so we haven't seen it. When absolving Lammasu dies, you gain 3 life and suspect up to 1 target creature an opponent controls. Suspected creature has menace and can't block. Has menace and can't block. What? A suspected creature has menace and can't block. I would have thought that a suspected creature can't attack. But a suspected creature has menace and cannot block. That makes the format more aggressive, right? A suspected creature just has menace and can't block. All right. When it dies... Something has menace and can't block. Okay, so you can either choose your guy or their guy. Your guy if you want to be aggressive. Their guy if you want to be aggressive as well. Wait, what? It's not a flexible mechanic, is it? Oh, hold on. You make their guy can't block or you make your guy can attack. Actually, it's not that flexible mechanic. It's just an aggressive mechanic. It means that they're on the run. Okay. They're on the run. And then they need multiple people to stop it. Okay, I get it. Okay, so the suspect mechanic is always only for a target creature and opponent controls, right? Not always. Okay, only for this card. Lammasu is a new creature type. I don't think so. Is it Lammasu? Is Lammasu a new creature type? I feel like I've seen Lammasus in the past. You can't suspect your own depending on the card. Okay. Well, I got no idea, dude. I got no idea. It's a reasonably costed flyer. Creatures lose all these things. I mean, I don't know. Start off as a C+, I guess. We'll have to reevaluate this, I guess. Who knows? Suspect your own creatures? Yeah. Okay. Next card here, Essence of Antiquity. That's a cool card. It kind of reminds me of Wild Arms. 5 mana, 110. What? 5 mana, 110 uncommon. All right. What the hell? Those are stats that you generally only see for rares and above. Disguise. Okay. Whenever Essence of Antiquity is turned face up, creatures you control gain hexproof until end of turn. Untap them. All right. That's an interesting card. So you throw down a face down for 3 mana. Then you flip it up as Disguise. And then you untap your whole team. And then you have this guy as a chunky blocker. And then your guys gain hexproof. So you can use it to fizzle one of their things. Or use it as a combat trick. This guy's cool, man. This guy is cool, dude. This guy is cool. This guy's cool. I want to start him off as a B-, dude. Can I start this guy off as a B-? This guy is Giga Chad. I don't see this being an A territory. I don't see why this would be an A territory. I can see this in the B or the C range. I feel like this is in the C to B range, not in the A range, but who knows? Okay, that's gonna be it for the uncommons for whites. Let's move on to the rares. Case of the Uneaten Feast. 1 mana whenever a creature enters the battlefield under your control, you gain 1 life, alright? Spirit Sister, Soul Sister players will love this. To solve, you gain 5 or more life this turn. It sounds kind of hard. I mean, they're lifelink guys and stuff. Solved, sacrifice a case. Creatures in your graveyard gain. You may cast this card from your graveyard until end of turn. Damn. That is a cool card, but I don't think this goes in a case or a detective attacking deck. Creature cards in your graveyard, you may cast like, I want to play this in 5 color cases, right? I want to play this in 5 color cases. It might be hard to gain life, I don't know. Maybe green has like I don't know, two mana, gain 5 life cantrip or something. Game me card. I kind of like it, dude. I kind of like it. I want to give this card an A. All right, let's give this card a B. B minus. This is a Deathsie rating, chat. Dude, I think this card's awesome. It has a lot of potential. I can play 5 color. I can play 5 color cases with this, and then this is essentially like a I don't know, like a Yagma's Bargain or whatever the card is. I think it's awesome. The gain life part is an issue, but if you think about it, it also helps you stay alive as well. Kind of like it for 1 mana. I think I'm in, chat. I think I'm down to get scammed by this card for sure. I'm in. I don't think it's even good in White Weenie. Like, I guess it could also be good in White Weenie. So actually, it's flexible in that regard, right? You pack one, pick one. All right, you're either White Weenie or 5 color cases. The classic, of course. Okay, wait, you can save it for later. Yeah. So the thing is that if you don't gain 5 life to trigger the case being solved, then you can save it for later, right? So you can choose when to sacrifice it, basically. But it's really hard to plan. I will have to say, it's really hard to plan. So be warned. This card here, assemble the players. Okay. 2 mana enchantment. You may look at the top card of your library at any time. Once each turn, you may cast a creature with spell with power 2 or less from the top of your library. That's kind of a cool card. So it's obviously a build around, but it sounds pretty degenerate in a deck where you're playing small creatures anyways. But honestly, you need to hit and then hit again for it to be good. It can be degenerate. It can be fun. Overall, it's not inherently just broken. Yes, you can cast a creature on their turn if the top creature in your library has flash. Sure. Can you cast Disguise? You may cast a creature spell with power 2 or less from the top of your library. No, because Disguise is not casting, right? Disguise is an ability of a card. Turn face down, I believe. I don't think you can disguise from the top, right? Wait, disguise is still casting? Wait, it's an alternate casting cost. It actually does work. It actually does work, right? So you can disguise creatures. So you can play big creatures with disguise. It's a cool card. I don't think it's broken. I'm gonna give this card a B, probably. Let's just start off as a B. You could counter morphs. You could counter morphs. What do you mean you could counter morphs? How do you... Wait, what do you mean you can counter morphs? Yeah, sorry. You could counter morphs, so that means it was casted. Yes. Yes. True. Okay. Can you cast a Bunnycorn? That's such a good question. I believe the answer is yes. Because it's only big on the battlefield, right? I think so. I actually don't know. Next card here, Doorkeeper Thrall. 2 mana, 1/2 flash flying. It's a rare. What the hell? Artifacts and creatures entering the battlefield don't cause abilities to trigger. All right, it's a small Elish Norn hate bear kind of thing. Flash flying. Artifacts and creatures enter the battlefield don't cause abilities to trigger. So all enter the battlefield creatures are gone. I feel like in limited we don't care about this guy, or what? It's a 2 mana 1/2 flyer. I feel like we don't care about this guy. I want to say I think this card is like a D plus or what? I'm gonna give this guy a D plus. I feel like I don't care. Parties at Karlov Manor are strictly invitation only. I see. Yeah, it messes with your own enter the battlefield as well. I feel like we don't care. Okay, just go next. 10th District Hero. 2 mana, 2/3. 2 mana, 2/3. 2 mana, collect evidence. 2. What? What does it mean? Collect evidence 2. 10th District Hero becomes a human detective with base power and toughness 4/4 and gains vigilance. Okay, I mean, that's already strong, but what does it mean? Collect evidence 2. Oh, do you need to collect clues in order to collect evidence? You need 2 clues, right? Collect evidence removes cards from your graveyard. Oh, is it just delve? This is our first. It's surprising this is our first time seeing it since we've gone through all the white cards. So collect evidence is not a white mechanic or what? Is delve the total mana value instead of number of cards? Fixed delve. Is it fixed delve? Hold on. Is it fixed delve or is it unfixed delve? Is CMC delve? Isn't that easier? I feel like that's easier, isn't it? It's easier than having numbers of cards in your graveyard. It seems easier, doesn't it? I don't know. Easier in general? Okay, so you have to CMC delve 2. And then 2 mana, flip it up. It's a 4/4 vigilance. That's awesome. 3 mana, collect evidence 4. If 10th District Hero is a detective, it becomes a legendary creature named Malavia the Stalwarts. All right, that's awesome. It has base power toughness 5/5, and it gains other creatures you control have indestructible. Okay, and there's no incentive. It looks like you can collect evidence again, but it doesn't do anything, right? Yeah, it's true. In older formats, it's arguable because in older formats you have fetches, right? The collect evidence numbers are pretty high. Okay, it's kind of weird that we haven't seen any other white ones. Anyways, I like her. She seems awesome. What do we give her? A plus? A plus? It's not an S, right? What do we think? 2 mana, then 2 mana again, then 3 mana. I don't think it's an S. No, it's just an A plus. I think it's A plus. Okay, let's go next. Collect evidence is also always a kicker. It's never the Cascas. Yes, exactly. It's always a kicker. Oh, so you're saying that you have to pay it, and then if something happens to this and it doesn't resolve, then you don't have to exile cards. Is what you're saying? Okay, next card here. Unyielding Gatekeeper. 2 mana, 3/2. A lot of 2 mana cards actually. That's crazy. Everything's just like a 2 mana card. Elephant Cleric. 2 mana, 3/2, disguise 2. Okay, when it's turned face up, exile another target non-land permanent. If you controlled it, return it to the battlefield tapped. So you can flicker it. So you flicker one of your own guys' instant speed. Comes back tapped. Otherwise, its controller makes a 2/2 white and blue detective creature token. Okay, so you can flicker one of their guys. It says target non-land permanent. Okay. You flicker one of their guys, and then they get a 2/2. Right? If you controlled it, return to battlefield tapped. Otherwise, its controller makes a 2/2. It is neat, but it's not cracked, is it? You mean Deathsie does a room tour? Lots of evidence there, true. Since we've been talking about the other collect evidence, okay. That's why that's reveal 2 didn't seem so D-ranked. There are a lot of weenies. Yeah. Wait, the reveal 2 costs didn't seem so D-rank. Reveal 2 costs. Wait, what card are you talking about? I mean, I won't know unless you guys say the name of the card. Like, the cards are too new. Their guy doesn't come back. Their guy doesn't come back. It is cracked. Okay, so you can exile the big thing and then they get a 2/2. It's so flexible. Yeah, this card's cracked. All right, A plus. It's not an S tier rating. I don't think it's A plus still. Like, you just always play it. I don't even think it's A minus. I think the card's awesome. You play a 2 mana 3/2. You have 2 mana synergies. It's an elephant, which is awesome. And then you can also disguise it. and flip it up for value on one of your creatures, or saving your guy from a removal spell. Or you can use it as big removal, even though they get a 2/2, it's still pretty good. And also, did I mention it's an elephant? So yeah, I'm gonna give it A+. It's the elephant in the room, true. Next card here. Wojciech Instigator. Okay. What is a Wojciech doing here? 3 mana, 2/4, Flying Vigilance, Angel Detective. That is a good detective that I would hire, guys. An Angel Detective. Wow. All right. Seems broken. Flying Vigilance. At the beginning of your upkeep, investigate once for each opponent who has more cards in hand than you. That's a really good EDH card. Beginning of your upkeep, investigate once for each opponent who has more cards in hand than you. So in limited, sometimes you'll get clue tokens, but it's also just a chonky flyer that wears equipment well. It's pretty good. I'm gonna give this guy A-. Yeah, this is well statted. It's got good abilities, flying and vigilance. It's attacking, and sometimes you get cards. It seems really good. A-. Probably just a flat A, honestly. Probably just a flat A. I don't think it's A+, but just flat A. Okay, next card here. No Witnesses. It looks like a Wrath of God from the art. 4 mana sorcery. Each player who controls the most creature investigates. Each player who controls the most creatures investigate. So okay, so if you have 7 creatures and your opponent has 7 creatures, then you both investigate. If you have 7 and then they have less, then you investigate, vice versa. Then destroy all creatures. All right. I wonder how good a Wrath of God is gonna be. Who knows? Probably pretty good. Give it A-. Nobody likes a flat A. What? Oh wait, are we talking about music or something else? Ah, this creature looks cool. All right, it's an Asian girl. You don't see Asian girls that often. Stelny Streetwise Lookouts. 3 mana, 2/2. Okay. 3 mana, 2/2. Creatures you control with power 2 or less can't be blocked by creatures with power 3 or greater. Okay, so you have to fight small. That's fair. If an ability of a creature you control with power 2 or less triggers, it triggers an additional time. That seems broken. That seems broken. That seems broken after all the white cards we've seen. It's Nancy Chu. Yep. I thought this was your invitational. Maybe when my hair is down like this, right? My hair is down. Same. Same. Okay, same. I see. I like this card though. It's a mythic. Oh my gosh. What do we rate this? I mean, I think it's quite good. It's like A+, I think. A+. It could even be S tier, honestly. Like, there are also ways to get this back with the uncommon thing. It might be just giga broken. I'm gonna give it a more conservative rating. I'm just gonna give it A+. It doubles ward. Oh, it does double ward. That's pretty interesting. I mean, they would just kill this first, but whatever. Now do the voice. It's not a matter of what I know. It's a matter of making it worth my while to tell you. All right, that was terrible. It's not a matter of what I know. It's a matter of making it worth my while to tell you. All right. Next card here, Aurelia's Vindicator is the last white card for the format. The last non-multicolor white card. 4 mana, 4/2, flying, lifelink, ward 2. Why does this look AI generated? Disguise, X3 and a 1. Okay. When Aurelia's Vindicator's turn face up, exile up to X other target creatures from the battlefield and or creature cards from graveyards. Okay. When Vindicator leaves the battlefield, return the exile cards to their owner's hands. Okay, so you could throw down a face down for 3 mana, then you flip it up at instant speed or like Sphinx's Revelation-esque mana cost. 4 mana, basically 4 mana and X. And then you exile creatures from the battlefield. Oh my god. You can save your own things and bounce it back to hand. You can also just choose all of your opponent's creatures, and then it's like an upheaval. It's an upheaval when this guy leaves the battle. No, it is. Wait, what is broken? It's just beyond broken, right? Exile their stuff, and then in order for them to get it back, it doesn't even return to the battlefield. It goes to their hand. And then you can also cast it as a 4 mana 4/2 flying lifelink ward 2 as well. And then just kill them. It's just Giga broken, right? This is Giga broken. Like, there's no doubt about it. Just an S. Yeah, it is BS that it returns to owner's hand. That's like the most disgusting part. It's pretty game breaking because white usually doesn't get to do that, in my opinion. White usually, when you exile or banish something, it goes back to the board, right? And I feel like if this went back to the board, it's still good. Isn't it? It's still good. It's still very, very good. But the fact that it goes to their hand is just broken. That's unbelievable. Yeah, and even when you kill it, yeah, you have to pay the ward cost. So how does it work? All right, let's run through the iterations. How does it work? You have a morph face down, right? Let's assume that we have infinite mana available. This is disguise face down. It's a 2/2 ward. They try to shock it, right? They pay 1 mana, then 2 mana for the ward. Then you flip it face up. Then actually the actual ward 2 does not proc, right? It's already been targeted. So actually you don't get double taxed like an American, right? Yeah, so actually this is not as bad as America, but it's still yeah. Okay, it's still pretty good though. All right. Okay, I think, yeah, anyways, it's an S. All right, give me a moment, chat. That one hurt, Deathsie. I'm American as well, dude. I'm thinking about taxes coming up, and I'm like, God damn, I hate it. God damn, I hate it. All right, all right, give me a moment here. What do we think about the white cards overall? Once again, you guys can follow along at Deathsie.com or !tier list. Okay, let's go. We're moving on to the blue cards. Behind the Mask. 1 mana instant. As an additional cost to cast a spell, you may collect evidence 6. Okay, exile cards with a total mana value 6 or greater from your graveyard. I love this mechanic though. That's awesome. Collect evidence sounds awesome. Until end of turn, target artifact or creature becomes an artifact creature with base power and toughness 4/3. Okay, artifact or creature, power toughness 4/3. If evidence was collected as base power and toughness 1/1 until end of turn instead. Okay, so you can collect evidence to shrink your opponent's guy and use it as removal sale. Generally, cards like this are not very good. Collect evidence 6 sounds so expensive. I'm gonna start this one off as a D-. I'll be very surprised if this is a card I end up playing. It's a cool card though. I think that for all intents and purposes though, it's just too expensive. You're a sniffle monster right now as well. I mean, I've been having allergies, but yeah, I don't know. Like maybe it's like long COVID stuff. I don't even know. Yeah, Relic's Roar with upside. Yeah, both of the uses are super situational and it's expensive on top of it. Like if it was collect evidence 2, yeah, sure. You know, maybe I can consider it, but collect evidence 6, that's a lot. Yeah, we did white already, but you can follow along at !tier list. Bubble Smuggler. Damn, that's a cool name for an octopus. 2 mana 2/1 disguise 6. As Bubble Smuggler's turn face up, put 4 counters on it. Damn! Ya boy! Holy, this guy's so cool, dude. 2 mana 2/1 or 3 mana 2/2 war 2. And then for 6 mana you flip it up. Then it's a 6/5. I love you. That is cool. Bubble Smuggler. All right, what rating do we give this? Probably a C, but pretty cool C. All right, I like it. That is a sweet card though. All right, let's go on. Octopus Fish. If you play a 2 mana 2/1, as I mean, it's kind of exciting, but yeah, C for Shonker. All right. Deduce. 2 mana, draw a card, investigates. Kind of a cool card. It also fuels your collect evidence stuff. Draw a card, investigate. It's expensive for sure. It's a divination. The divination that you have to pay 4 mana for, but split up. It's kind of a cool card. I can see playing it. I'm not sure. I don't know for what reason. I assume that there's gonna be some sort of Izzet deck. There's gonna be some sort of blue decks that care about spells and graveyards, or like casting instant sorceries. But probably start off as a D plus. I'm assuming D plus or C minus. Maybe C minus. It might be a divination format. Like a lot of the cards we saw were kind of weak-ish on their own, at least. But yeah, we'll see. I'm not sure. I see what you did there. All right, next card here, Jaded Analyst. 2 mana, 3/2, Defender. Whenever you draw your second card each turn, it loses Defender, gains Vigilance end of turn. It's kind of a cool card, actually. 2 mana, 3/2. It's going to be good if there's like 3 mana, 4/3s and stuff in the format. And also, you draw a second card, attack, and has Vigilance, and then you block again. I kind of like it, actually. I kind of like it. But for rating, what am I going to give it? Probably a D+. Probably D+. It is a cool card, though. Murdoch. All right, next card here. Reasonable Doubt. 2 mana instant. Counter target spell lets us control pays 2. I love quenches, kick W, kappa. Suspect up to 1 target creature. Creature has menace, can't block. That is a weird counter spell. That is a weird counter spell. Yeah, so you counter something and then you give something suspect, or you suspect something. This creature has menace and can't block. That is weird. That is a weird card. And the art is also weird. Reasonable Doubt. That is a weird card. Hold on, let's read the flavor text. Merla had the motive, but Blavenak was the one caught with a murder weapon. And who was the 7-foot-tall hooded figure? The case is a mess. Reasonable Doubt. I mean, the thing is that that's a weird name for a card because nobody uses that phrase like that, right? It's always like beyond a reasonable doubt. It's not like you have a reasonable doubt. It's like you have a reason to doubt, but you don't have a reasonable doubt, right? Like it's a weird flavor for the card in general, in my opinion. Hasbro doesn't do AI stuff. I'm pretty certain of that. There may be AI assisted tools, but not as part of the artwork itself. I don't know. Like for me, I don't care. Whatever. I know it's a big thing in the Magic community at the moment. I'm surprised people are, I don't know, people care that much, but I mean, like, I get it if you care a lot because you're an artist, but I don't know. I mean, I personally don't. I just watch the fire burn. I don't really care about it, whatever. A doubt is always reasonable. Yes, exactly. A doubt is always reasonable. So like it's redundant, right? Reasonable doubt. Like it's weird. So I don't like the flavor of it. Anyways, this is a weird card. It's a quench. I mean, it started off as a C minus. It's a weird card because it has suspect on it. It like doesn't work together that well, right? But so we'll have to see how it plays out. Suspect destroys defender creatures. Destroys defender creatures. I guess that's true. How many defenders are you playing though? Unauthorized exit. 2 mana instant. Return target non-land permanent to his owner's hand. Surveil 1. There's a bounce surveil card. I assume it's not going to be that good. I'm going to give it a D+. I'm actually just going to give it a flat D because if you think about it, surveil 1, like who cares? And if it's a small creature format as what we've seen in white, like who cares about bouncing? Yeah, you can bounce your own guy, but who cares? Hating the card because it resembles your portrait. Yeah, the surveil feels worse than a clue than getting a clue or something, right? Also true. Next card here, Crime Stopper Sprites. Oh, the Sprites is on the job. 3 mana 2/2 as additional cost to cast a spell. You may collect evidence 6 as flying. When it enters the battlefield, tap target creature. If evidence was collected, put a stun counter on it. All right, so you have a Windrake that has an additional ability of stunning something. I feel like it's kind of good actually. How do you fill your graveyard for evidence actually? Next question. I feel like it's okay. It starts one off as a C minus. Prime Stopper Sprite. Not much else to say about it, I think. Maybe they're cycling cards. Maybe they're big cyclers. Cycling will be a good way to collect evidence. I don't know if there is, but yeah. I mean, there probably isn't because we went through all of white and we didn't see a cycler, right? Usually if there's a cycler, it's going to be in every color. Next card here, Dramatic Accusation. 3 mana enchant creature. Enters a battlefield tap creature, so it's a claustrophobia. It doesn't untap. 2 mana shuffle enchanted creature into his owner's library. So it's an easier to cast claustrophobia. Claustrophobia being double blue was always ridiculous to me, in my opinion. Because the thing is that claustrophobia has always been like a kind of a shit card. But then it needing to be double blue on top of that was like, why? Right? Like, why? I don't get it. So now it's a single blue. Shuffle enchanted creature into his owner's library. That's kind of cool. You could clear the mind with this, technically, right? Shuffle enchanted, or can you? It's a start of a clear the mind something. Shuffle enchanted creature into his owner's library, but you would have to enchant your own guy and shuffle it in. That's kind of funny. All right, well, we'll keep that in mind. I don't actually know. Dramatic Accusation in general, though, what is it? It's just like a C, right? Who cares? Yeah, like Water Knot, Claustrophobia, same thing, right? You need to have a way to get the enchantment back. Yeah, you need to have a way to get the enchantment back, and then you can create a loop. Next card here, Projector Inspector. That's a cool name for a card. It's Project with a K. Projector Inspector. What does that mean? Is that an actual word, chat? 3 mana, 3/2. When Inspector or another detective enters the battlefield under your control, and whenever a detective controls turn face up, you may draw a card. If you do, discard a card. All right, so this guy's just looting. I kind of like it, honestly. It's a 3 mana 3/2. It loots itself, and then it continues to loot. I actually like it. I like it. I'm gonna give this guy a B minus. Actually, it's kind of a maybe crazy high rating for 3 mana 3/2, but I think it's pretty good. I like it. Projector is an actual word, and what does it mean? Zoom enhance projector. Projector with a K. Anyways, all right, let's go next. A B minus is very high for that, but I like it. Projector is the name of a computer in Ravnica. Projector with a K. When you spell it with a K instead of a C, it makes a steampunk. The enhance, zoom, enhance. Zoom, enhance. Just like every spy movie, zoom, enhance. Dude, okay, all right. You want to know a funny story, chat? Okay, about zoom enhance. There was one time when my cousin was working for my dad, right? And my dad at the time thought that you could just zoom and enhance on any picture. Like they had a really pixelated picture that they needed to be clearer. And my dad demanded my cousin to zoom and enhance. And he got really, really mad at my cousin and frustrated when my cousin couldn't. He got really mad at him. He was like, what do you mean you can't? What do you mean, like, oh my god. Yeah, that's a story that I just recalled from that. Oh my god, yeah, my poor cousin. Long story short, my cousin and dad ended up getting in an argument. Many arguments, many times, and he didn't work for him anymore. He ended up doing his own thing. So yeah. That's how that ended, but yeah. But my dad watched way too many movies and he thought that you could zoom and enhance anything. Anyways, moving on. Cold Case Cracker, 4 mana 3/3 flying. When Cold Case Cracker dies, investigate. Oh, it's pretty good actually. Wait, it's a flying hill giant and it dies, investigate. Wait, this guy's cracked. I'm gonna give this an A minus. I love this guy. Why am I not always playing it? I just always play it, and it's a detective. This is like the best blue common we've seen. You feel bad for your cousin? Asian parents are always right. Yeah, true. You used to work in a print shop and we get that request all the time. Yeah. It's like, I'm gonna send you a low DPI, low quality image. Can't you just enhance it? and then prints it out in high quality, you know, stuff like that. I love it. All right, let's move on here. Out cold. 4-mana instant can't be countered. The spell can't be countered. Okay. This includes by the ward ability. Oh, it's going to target something. Tap on 2 target creatures and put a stun counter each of them. Investigate. Okay. I like that it can't be countered, and I like that it has a reminder text for the ward ability. That's good. Very clean card. The art is sweet. You have a little goblin detective there. It's a sweet. It's sweet. In terms of how good the card is, I assume I don't play this often. I'm gonna start zone off as a D-, and it looks like a small creature format. So another reason why I don't think this card's gonna be good. You can enhance with AI now. Yes, yes. There are a lot of ways to enhance. It's not really enhancing though, if you think about it, right? It's enhancing, and then AI can guess what's in it, and then it'll recreate it, but it's not actually an enhance. I believe. Because you just can't, you can't recreate what you don't know, right? It's unknown information. Next card here, Benthic Criminologist. 5 mana, 4/5. Whenever Benthic Criminologist enters the battlefield or attacks, you may sacrifice an artifact. If you do, draw a card. When Benthic Criminologist enters the battlefield or attacks, you may sacrifice an artifact. If you do, draw a card. Enters the battlefield or attacks, you may sacrifice an artifact. If you do, draw a card. I kind of like it. It's expensive, but it's a dowser of God. I don't remember what the card is. Like, anyways, it's a dowser. It's a 5 mana, 4/5. And then enters the battlefield, you can sacrifice an artifact. So you sacrifice one of your clues, you don't have to pay for it, and then you do draw a card. Then you attack and sack clues as well. It's kind of a cool card. I don't like it that much though. Start off as C-. And then the very last common here, Hotshot Investigator. 6 mana, 4/4. Enters the battlefield, return to one other target creature to his owner's hand. Okay. If you controlled it, investigate. It's just the big bounce guy. Enter battlefield, return to one target creature's owner's hand. All right, it's a big bouncer. It's a detective as well. I generally like cards like this. This is also whenever this dies or if you mill this, it's good for collecting evidence. Hardy Boys looking a little worse for wear there. Hardy Boys. It's 2 mana wars put together. Sure, it's double big mana war, which is worse than small mana war, I think. But it's still a pretty solid card. I'm gonna give this card a C. Okay. Moving on to uncommons, Candlestick. Alright. Cool that there's a magic card just called Candlestick. 1 mana, clue equipment. The creature gets +1/+1, has whenever this creature attacks, surveil 2. 2 mana, sacrifice Candlestick, draw a card. Equip 2. So +1/+1, attack, surveil 2. It's a good way to get things going. It's so expensive though. I like this more than the white one, but still, man, it's kind of expensive. Kind of expensive. Oh man. Do we like it, chat? I want to give it like a D+ or a C-. It is nice to collect evidence to surveil, put cards in graveyard. But man, it's expensive. So like evasive things are going to be very valuable for stuff like this. I don't know. Yeah, and you also have to be attacking. This is looking to be a weird ass format, to be honest. I don't have a good feeling about this, chat. I don't have a good feeling about this. I want to give this card, let's just give this card a D+. Let's start off as a D+. I don't particularly care for it. I can see moving up to C though. All right, Case of the Filched Falcon. What does filched mean? Filched. Filched Falcon. Filched Falcon. What does filched mean? Is that a type of falcon? 1 mana, when the case enters the battlefield, investigate. Okay, you get a clue token. To solve, you control 3 or more artifacts. Pretty easy. Solved, you can spend 3 mana to sacrifice the case. Put 4 counters on target. Sacrifice the case. Put 4 +1/+1 counters on target non-creature artifact. Okay. So on a clue token, becomes a 0/0 bird, creature addition, flying. Okay, kind of a cool card. It's a very delayed 4/4 flyer that you have to spend 4 mana for it. It's kind of a cool card, and it's adding clue tokens to the battlefield, and it's adding cases. I actually kind of like the card. B minus maybe? B minus, I kind of like it. It's a Maltese Falcon reference. Stolen. Filch means stolen. All right. It was filched. Filch means stolen. Y'all are so smart. Dude, Magic the Gathering players, it's funny because a lot of the times I feel like Magic Gathering players just think we're so smart, but in a lot of times Magic players do know a lot. Could be funny in multiples. Yeah, it could be funny in multiples. Dude, would it be funny? How's it funny in multiples? I don't think it's funny in multiples. I mean, you get more clue tokens, whatever. Yeah, like you could have some nut draws, I guess, but you could technically, this on 1, if you can make 2 clues on 2, then 3 is solved, and then on turn 3 you flip it up. So if you have like I don't know, 2 mana, make 2 clue tokens or something. That sounds too broken though. We had 2 mana, make 1 clue token already, so that's not possible. 2 mana, make 2 1/1 artifacts or something. I don't know. And one last thing I'll mention, one more thing I want to mention about the cases is that it's weird, right? There's a sort of juxtaposition, isn't it? Because you solve a case, but you also open a case. So a case, you have like figurative case, but then also like physical case, right? So it'll be interesting to see if they make like cases that are like a luggage, like a suitcase or something. I don't know. Next card here, Curious Inquiry. Curious Inquiry, 1 mana enchantment aura. Creature gets +1/+1, and whenever this creature deals combat damage to player, investigate. So another Curious Obsession thing, but you're making investigation, but you're making clue tokens. I actually like the card a lot. I'm gonna give this card a B- as well. I think this card's awesome. Yes, it's not straight drawing cards, but just accumulating clues sounds really powerful on a flyer or something. So actually, the 2 mana flyer in white, it actually goes up in value a lot, I think. You need so many ways to like connect and have evasion. Next card here, Mistway Spy. 1 mana, 1/1 flyer, disguise 2. When it turns face up until end of turn, whenever a creature you control deals combat damage to a player, investigate. Whenever a creature you control... Okay, so you can snowball. It's also 1 mana, 1/1 flyer, which is perfect for our equipment and our enchantments. Disguise 1, turns face up. You gotta draw a card. I think this card's awesome. I'm gonna give it A-. Is that crazy? Give it an A-. A-, maybe B+. How about B+? Let's give it a B+. Maybe not in the A range, but B+ sounds reasonable, right? Yeah, I think B+. Because the thing is that you flip it, you spend a lot of mana on it. It's still just a 1/1, and yeah, you get a clue. And a 1/1 is good, but still. I think it's still just B+. Next card here, Burden of Proof. 2 mana, enchantment aura, flash, enchant creature. Enchanted creature gets +2/+2 as long as it's a detective you control. Enchanted creature is +2/+2 as long as it's a detective you control. Otherwise, it has base power and toughness 1/1 and can't block detectives. Enchanted creature gets +2/+2 as long as it's a detective that you control. Okay. Enchanted creature +2% as long as it's a detective you control. Okay. Otherwise, it's base. Okay, so it's Frogify. It's 1/1 and can't block detectives. It's Frogify and the frog can't block detectives. And then it's a frog, but not a frog. Anyways, it's a 1/1, can't block detectives. Or you get a buff up your own detective. And has flash. I've been kind of okay playing cards like this more. Generally in the past I don't like Frogifies and stuff, but it's kind of okay. Yeah, it doesn't lose all abilities. That's true. It doesn't lose all abilities. I don't know. C-? Give it a C-. Usually I give cards like this a D. Isn't it probably still just a D+? I think it's probably still just a D+. Let's just give it D+. Whatever. Next card here, Eliminate the Impossible. That's cool art. What language is that? Oh my god. I've been on a language. It looks mostly like Korean actually. It looks like actually yeah, it looks like Korean. Like fake Korean. Interesting. Instant investigate. Creatures your opponents control get -2, -0 until end of turn. If any of them are suspected, they're no longer suspected. Investigate. Creatures your opponents control get -2, -0 until end of turn. If any of them are suspected, they're no longer suspected. So this is when your opponent suspects their own creatures to give them menace. So you're basically -2, -0, and then you drop the menace on them. That's a weird card. I don't know what to think about this one. D-, D+. I'll probably start off as a D+. I like to think I'm smart, then I realize I've just shoved dirty dishes with clean dishes in the dishwasher. Yeah, I mean that's life, right? That's why some amount of humility is always good. But I think like dumb confidence is also good as long as you don't actually believe it, if that makes sense. Like just dumb confidence, as long as you have that that sort of keeping yourselves in check is fine. There's some other folks on Twitter trying to decrypt the Ravnican language. With AI, it's probably a lot easier, right? AI can't do it all, but it can give us a lot of hints. I'm assuming Ravnican language. Next card here, Exit Specialist. 2 mana, 2/1. It can't be blocked by creatures of power 3 or greater. Okay. Disguise. When Exit Specialist turn face up, return another target creature's owner's hand. I actually like it. I like this card a lot. You play it as 2 mana, 2/1, and it can start getting in sometimes. Your opponent probably won't block with their disguise creature, even if they're on the play, right? Then you can, or you can also disguise it yourself, flip it up, and then you can bounce something later. So this is like another fancy mana war. I actually like it. I'm gonna give this a card a B-, maybe B-, C+. I think B- sounds fine. Okay. Next card here, Fave Flight. 2 mana enchantment aura, enchant enchant creature. When Fave Flight enters the battlefield, enchanted creature is hexproof until end of turn. Creature gets +1/+1 flying. Man, I hate this card. Oh my god. I hate this card, dude. Cards like this are always so tilting, in my opinion. In Theros, we had one. It was +1/+1 with flash as well, I believe, right? In Theros was a blue one with flash. That's hexproof. It was I don't remember what it's called anymore. Or at the moment. But yeah, Fave Flight enters the battlefield and the creature has flying. I think the card's awesome. I'm gonna give this card an A-, actually. I think this card's just Starlight Mantle. Yes, Starlight Mantle. Oh, no, the Theros one is Cradle of Safety. Cradle of Safety was an Eldraine set, right? I don't remember. It's one of those. Starlight Mantle was the Theros one, I think. Forensic Researcher, 3 mana, 1/3. Tap, untap another permanent you control. Collect evidence, 3. Tap target creature you don't control. Kind of a cool card. It incentivizes you to really self-mill yourself. And it can also be like a mana dork guy. It's kind of cool. Merfolk Detective. I kind of like putting this at what? C+, B-. C+, B-. This guy, probably a C+. I don't think it's Giga Broken or anything. It's just C+. Is probably fine, I think. Yeah, it's awesome, and I hate it with all my being same. Next card here. Furtive Courier. What does furtive mean, chat? I think I'm pronouncing it wrong as well. Furtive. 3 mana, 3/2. Furtive Courier can't be blocked as long as you sacrifice an artifact this turn. When a courier attacks, draw a card, then discard a card. Can't be blocked as long as you sacrificed. Okay, so it's a merfolk that's sneaking in if you pop a clue or something. When attacks, draw a card, then discard a card. Kind of an interesting card. Sneaky. Am I pronouncing it right, chat? Like furtive. Okay, furtive. Furtive Courier. Sneaky. Furtive. Okay. Furtive. Okay, what do we give this? Kind of an interesting card. I kind of like it. C+. C+, I think. Okay. This card is sudden setback. 4 mana, instant. Owner of target spell or non-land permanent puts on top or bottom of their library. Target spell or non-learned permanent. All right. So this is like, all right. It's a pretty cool card. Target owner, target spell. It's expensive, but what do we think about this one? I feel like it's kind of expensive. I think it's like a big remand or whatever, but it goes on top. I mean, it's not card disadvantage, which is cool, but allowing them to choose top or bottom, I think it's whatever. I think it's a D plus. I would have to say. I think it's a D plus. Yeah, the double blue on it hurts as well. I think sudden setback. That's probably just a D plus. It does literally hit everything, but doesn't matter. It's feeling like a small creature format as well. We haven't seen green cards yet, but yeah. It's card disadvantage because it costs a draw step. What do you mean it costs a draw step? It's just 1-for-1, right? Has a card disadvantage. I mean, we're just counting as 1-for-1. It's not the best 1-for-1 either, though. Next card here, Surveillance Monitor. 4 mana, 3/3. A lot of Hill Johnson's format. Surveillance Monitor enters the battlefield. You may collect evidence for. Whenever you collect evidence, create a 1/1 Colorless Thopter creature. Talking about flying. Oh, this guy's kind of sick. So if you can play this and collect evidence for immediately, you get a 1/1 flyer. And then anytime you collect evidence at all, whether it's small or big, you get a 1/1. I don't know how much small collect evidence there is, though. It is a cool card, though. I like it. Let's just give this guy a flat... actually, let's give this guy a B+, maybe. B+ might be a little bit high. Maybe B is better, but... Living Conundrum. 5 mana, 2/5. Hexproof. If you draw a card while your library has no cards in it, skip that draw. Ooh, all right. Okay, that's cool. I'm listening. If you draw a card while your library has no cards in it, skip that draw instead. Okay. So we can't get milled out. That's cool. As long as there are no cards in your library, Living Conundrum has base power and toughness 10/10. Oh, say no more, baby. Say no more. Say no more. Say less. All right. I'm going to give it an A. You guys can't stop me. Just say less, dude. Just say less. Oh my god. Just say less. Yes. Yes. I love it. I love it. You need to deal with this with a sack effect, which is going to be pretty hard, I think. I mean, we'll keep our eye out in black. Or board wipe. White has a wrath, but not that common. Yeah, it's a 2/5 hex move, even if you're not decked. Like, I'm happy to pay for this. I'm happy to pay for a card that can be a win condition and stop a loss condition if I want to Giga Mill myself. A 1/1 for Death Touch, but it gains flying. It gains flying if there are no cards in your library. So it's inevitability as well. I love it. I love it. Oh my gosh. That's my kind of card. Okay. Last uncommon for blue, Agency Outfitter. Agency Outfitter. All right. 6 mana, 4/3. Flying. When Agency Outfitter enters the battlefield, you may search your library, search your graveyard, hand, or library for a card named Magnifying Glass and or a card named Thinking Cap and put them on the battlefield. If you search your library this way, shuffle. That's a cool card. I don't know what these are yet. I mean, you know what? Let's just take a look at them first, and then I'll go over them again later. I'm kind of down to do that, actually. This is the first time we're doing this. Search and or for Magnifying Glass or Thinking Cap. All right. Thinking Cap. 1 mana artifact, equip creature gets +1/+2. Equip Detective 1. All right, let me go ahead and rate these as well now, actually. Okay. +1/+2, equip Detective 1. That's a pretty good equipment for detectives. That's an awesome equipment. I actually like it. And equip 3 normally. I actually really like Thinking Cap, and it's a common. Oh my gosh. Wait, I'm a huge Thinking Cap fan. I love it. I love it. It's a big short sword for detectives. I think that's awesome. This card is good. All right, I'm going to give it a B- to start off with for this. And then the other card associated with is Magnifying Glass. 3 mana. It's a mana rock. Tap add colorless. 4-mana tap investigate. That's pretty cool. Okay. I don't really like magnifying glass that much. Magnifying glass was started off as what? C minus? It's interesting that it has investigate on it, so you can't go long. This guy's also a Sphinx Detective. I think this card is awesome. I think this card is awesome. 2 cards that actually you don't mind playing. And the Mana Rock Ramsey to this guy as well. Or you can just get the Mana Rock later and start investigating. I don't know how long games are going to go, but I actually really like it. I'm going to give it a pretty high rating. I'm going to give it probably a B. Probably a B. Let's give it a B. Oh, he's wearing the cap. He's wearing the cap and holding the magnifying glass. Is he holding the magnifying glass? Is he holding the magnifying glass, chat? Does he have it on him? Oh, it is. The magnifying glass is right here. It's right here in his pouch. Magnifying glass is right here in his pouch. It's strapped. And then he has a thinking cap on as well. That's cool. No wonder this guy looks so weird. He's just cosplaying, all right. Cool. Moving on to the rares here. Yeah, it would be cool if you could fetch from the sideboard, but it being able to get from the graveyard is also kind of cool. So you can like self-mill yourself and then grab it from the graveyard, right? Okay. Next card here, Lost in the Maze. X2 blue enchantment flash. When Lost in the Maze enters a battlefield, tap X target creatures. Put a stun counter on each of those creatures you don't control. Okay. Lost in the Maze enters the battlefield, tap X target creatures. Put a stun counter on each of those creatures you don't control. Okay. Tap creatures you control have hexproof. Okay. So this is actually the image that we're using behind behind our set review here. Behind our set review here. Lost in the Maze. Oh, it's a different fountain. It's a different fountain. You're right. This is a different fountain. Sorry. So it's a different artwork, but maybe I assume that this person did them all. I'm not sure. Enters the battlefield, tap X target creatures, put a stun counter on each of them, and then your tap creatures have hexproof. So you can use it as like stopping them from attacking. Then they get frozen down, stunned down, and then you can also use it to basically 2 mana, right? To give your guys hexproof to prevent a removal spell. Kind of flexible. I actually kind of like it. And it seems kind of like a format that goes long. I'm thinking. I actually kind of like it. B plus maybe? B plus or A minus, chat? A minus? Maybe A minus. Maybe even A minus. Sounds kind of easy to use. Yeah, you can tap your own guys in response to a removal spell if you have extra mana. Is the thing. Sounds kind of good. I'm not sure. A minus sounds okay. Next card here. Profs. Eidetic. Eidetic. How do you pronounce that, chat? I've actually seen that word before. I don't know what it means. Eidetic memory. Is that like is that a photographic memory? I believe so. Eidetic. Is that a photographic memory? 2 mana legendary enchantment. When Prof's Eidetic memory enters a battlefield, you draw a card. Okay, you have no maximum hand size. At the beginning of combat on your turn, if you've drawn more than 1 card this turn, beginning of combat on your turn. Okay, so before your combat, if you draw more than 1 card this turn, put X plus 1 counters on target creature you control. X is the number of cards you've drawn this turn -1. So if you've drawn 2 cards and you trigger this, then you get 1 counter. So it's a cantrip. If you draw extra cards, you get counters. Sounds pretty good, right? I don't know. Probably A minus or something. Getting incremental value just for drawing cards and popping clues. I like it. Photographic is visual. This covers everything. Okay. So you know it. So you hear it once or know it once, see it once, smell it once, taste it once. All of the memory is photographic or whatever. Perfect memory, photographic, and perfect recall. Interesting. Okay. This is a Deathsie card. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Cool cards you can play after Manor killed you 3 turns ago. True. Okay. Next card here, Case of the Ransacked Lab. Oh no. 3 mana. It's a case. Instant search spells you cast cost 1 less to cast. Alright, so this makes like the 2 mana cantrip get a clue blue card better. To solve, you cast 4 more instant sorcery spells this turn. Jesus. 4 is a lot, but you can build your deck around it, sure. Solved whenever you cast instant sorcery, spell draw a card. I actually do like it, huh? 4 is a lot, I will have to say. 4 is a real lot. But I kind of like it. It's a really good value card for later, but in the beginning, it's just discounting your stuff. It's slow for sure. It's cool though. Starts off at a B, maybe B minus. Maybe B minus. Case of Ransack Lab. Meme build around, kind of a meme build around, but if you think about it, this works in our 5 mana 2/5 hexproof deck, right? Like, you just want all the advantage, whatever. You don't care about your opponent's life total. Kind of like it. Yeah, it's a meme build around, I think. It works. It works. Next card here, Coveted Falcon. Why does it look like an artifact? Oh my god, that's gonna trip me up. This card looks like a straight up artifact. Oh, it is an artifact. Oh my god, I'm crazy. All right, it's not gonna trip me up. Never mind. 3 mana, 1/4 flying. Whenever Falcon attacks, gain control of target permanent you own but don't control. Okay, so you can steal something back. Disguise 2. When Coveted Falcon's turn face up, target opponent gains control of any number of target permanents you control. Draw a card for each one they gain this way. Target permanent. So you can give them lands. You can give them all your lands and draw all the cards. How about that? And then whenever this guy attacks you, you get back. It's a cool card, man. I don't know exactly what we're gonna do with it. I love it. I'm gonna give it A minus. We give them a bunch of stuff. Oh my god, we give them a bunch of stuff. So we're basically gonna be role-playing Santa Claus. It's a cool card. I don't know. A is high for it, but I think it's just such a powerful effect. It's a cool card, isn't it? You can give them all your clues. Give them all your clues to draw cards for free. How does that work, chat? It doesn't make sense, does it? We give them the clues, but then they pop it. Like, why would we give them clues? I'm not giving them clues. Maybe it is like a Grinch. You're giving up presents and stealing them back. So we want to give them like lands and stuff that are pacified, stuff like that, right? It's a cool card. I love it. I don't know. Next card here, Cryptic Coat. Oh, that's some pretty cool edge work on the lining of their coat. 3 mana equipment. Cryptic Coat enters battlefield. Cloak. Wait, what? What did I just read? Cloak the top card of your library, then attach Cryptic Coat to it. To cloak a card, put on the battlefield face down as a 2/2 creature with Ward 2. Turn it face up anytime where its mana cost if it's a creature. So, okay, so it's a rare. You're actually doing illegal things. You're actually cloaking, like, it could be a land, right? Cloak the top card of your library, then it's tapped cloak to it. A equipped creature gets +1/+0 and can't be blocked, all right? So it's a 3/2 ward, unblockable. Then you return coat to its owner's hand. This card is amazing. That's an S for me, dude. That's an S tier card. That is amazing. That is amazing. That is way too good, right? That is way too good, especially with the return Cryptic Coat to your hand. Then you have 5 mana, get a guy again. That's just too good. That's just too good. Way too good. You actually need a disenchant for this, probably. But then again, it's not even good. It could even be an instant. Wait, what do you mean? What do you mean it could be instant? Oh, the return can be instant. Damn, that's really good. Okay. Next card here, Forensic Gadgeteer. 3 mana. Whenever you cast a 3 mana 2/3, whenever you cast an artifact spell, investigate. Okay. Whenever you cast an artifact spell, investigate. Okay. Whenever you cast an artifact spell, investigate. All right, that's pretty good, I guess. Activated abilities of artifacts you control cost 1 less to activate. Okay, so this is even good with the hat and magnifying glass package. This effect can't reduce it less than 1 mana. I like it. I like this card. I'm gonna give this card A- as well. I like it. Blue seems to be doing a lot of fun stuff actually. Yeah, it makes clues to pop for 1 as well. I think this card's amazing. A- sounds good. I think I love it. Next card here, Steam Core Scholar. Steam Core. All right. Well, that's weird. It is weird as well. 3 mana, 2/2, Flying Vigilance. Scholar enters the battlefield, draw 2 cards, then discard 2 cards unless you discard instant or sorcery card or creature card of flying. That is... What did I just read? All right. That's actually constructed playable, I think, as well. A weirdly constructed playable card. I don't know exactly where it's going to go in constructed, but I believe it's to be constructed playable. It is a weird card for sure. 3 mana, 2/2, Flying Vigilance. Then you get card selection and also even card advantage. I mean, is it? Is it? I mean, like, the thing is that it's a discard outlet as well, right? For some Reanimator decks as well. I think that's actually just a cool card. You can actually play this guy in Reanimator as well. I think this is actually a really cool card. Because if you compare this to, like, Inspired Overseer or whatever, 3 mana, 2/1 flyer, enter battlefield, draw a card and gain a life. Yeah, it's the same card advantage, but this one offers more, right? You see more cards, you're discarding cards for graveyard stuff. And it's weird. I don't know. It's a cool card. I'm gonna give this card an A. Just always play it. Not broken or anything, but just always play it. Weird is not a new creature type, no. What did I just... Oh, I've Steam Core Scholar up twice. Okay. I missed a card here, actually. I missed a card. We will go back to it. I missed a rare. Okay, Intrude on the Mind. We're gonna get into Mythics now. 5 mana instant. Reveal top 5 cards of your library and separate them into 2 piles. Okay, it's like, looks like a Fact or Fiction thing. Opponent chooses one of those piles, put the pile into your hand and the other in your graveyard. Create a 0/0 colorless Thopter artifact creature token with flying. Then put +1 counter on it for each card put into your graveyard this way. Okay, that's a cool card. So you get some amount of flyer for each card, not the mana value, but it's also a big Fact or Fiction. I love it. I will play it. Why not? A+. This could even be an S. Let's see. So if we put 2 piles, usually it's a pile of 3 and 2, right? And usually this is going to be a 3/3 flyer plus 2 cards. I think A+ is fine, actually. You're always guaranteed at least a 3/3. Yeah, at least a 3/3 or a 4/4. But yeah. Card's awesome. Next card, Conspiracy Unraveler. The artwork on this is sick. Look at that cross right here. That's sick. What is he drawing? Oh my gosh. 7 mana, 6/6, Sphinx Detective, flying. You may collect evidence 10 rather than pay the mana cost for spells you cast. Okay, you may collect evidence 10 rather than pay mana for spells you cast. That does not include this guy, right? Because this ability is not on the stack yet, right? You cannot... Can you collect evidence 10 for this or not? I assume the answer is no, right? Answer is no, right? Okay, I believe the answer to be no. Is there anything worth collecting evidence with 10? Not really, not that we've seen. So in limited, this is just a 7 mana 6/6 flyer for the most part, right? I feel like that is not good. What do we want to think? I think this is not good. Just give it a C. C plus. I mean, it's a large flyer still. It's a large flyer, but is that what we want? It is a large flyer. It's gotta be reanimated. Yeah, so this one plus the 3 mana 2/2 flyer guy, and then you have a deck that's reanimation or something. I don't even know how to build it, honestly. It sounds kind of convoluted. I don't know exactly what you do with this, but there's gonna be some cool stuff in constructed for sure. Can X be any number? I don't know what you mean. Collect evidence 10. I believe it can be more than 10, right? I believe it can be more. I think so. All right, and then give me 1 second here. We missed a card. Okay, reenact the crime. 4 mana, triple blue though. Instant, exile target non-land card in a graveyard that was put there from anywhere this turn. Copy it. You may cast a copy without paying its mana cost. Exile target non-land card in a graveyard that was put there from anywhere this turn. Copy it. You may cast a copy without paying its mana cost. It's a cool card. So hard to use though. So hard to use. So like, it's so hard to use, man. So hard to use. I think it's a small creature format. I don't think it's particularly playable, unfortunately. I think I'm gonna give this card a D+. Start off with. It's just way too expensive, way too hard to use. It's cool, but the payoffs don't seem to be there. It's not like I don't know, like it's not Ikoria or something, right? With giant monsters. So yeah. All right. That is it for all the blue cards. What do we think about blue, chat? Give me 1 moment to pull up the next color. We're going to be pulling up black cards here. Blue seemed pretty cool. There are some aggressive things with unblockable Merfolk and stuff, and some of the cards want you to attack with the equipment and the curiosity. But for the most part, blue itself seems to be like a really value-oriented deck that goes long. I really like the 5 mana 2/5 hexproof guy. But yeah, I mean, I feel like whenever blue is too aggressive, the game sucks. It's kind of my feeling generally. So I generally don't like that. So I like to see blue not being aggressive, which is cool, I guess. We'll have to see though. Next card here, Slice from the Shadows. X in a black. This spell can't be countered. This includes by the ward ability. Target creature -X/-X end of turn. All right. I generally don't like X-based removal spells like that. Yes, they scale the game, but you're always kind of overpaying. This one's fine, though, I think. 3 mana to kill a 2/2 ward. It's fine. I don't care about it that much. What do we give it? C+, B-? I guess B- is fine. Whatevs. Finishing red gets you to almost halfway. Okay, thank you. We'll see how well we do on time for today. Next card here, Snarling Gorehound. 1 mana, 1/1 menace. It's a dog. That is awesome art, by the way. I love this art. Oh my god. That art for me is like a 10 out of 10. I love it. I love it. It reminds me a lot of Samurai Jack, but a little bit more three-dimensional. I think this is amazing. John Tedrick. Whenever another creature with power 2 or less enters the battlefield under your control, surveil 1. Oh, this guy's kind of good. Another creature power 2 or less enters the battlefield, surveil 1. Then you fill up your graveyard and stuff, and it's a good guy to attack with curiosity and stuff like that. And also, yeah. I mean, it's a cool card. I kind of like it, chat. Surveil 1 every time. I feel like it's kind of good, but I'm not certain. Maybe C+. Give this guy C+. I don't think I want to be B. I think C+ is fine, right? You guys like C+ for this? I don't really want to put it into B range. I don't think. C+ sounds okay. C++, something like that. Yeah. Toxin Analysis. 1 minute instant target creature against death touch and lifelink until end of turn. Investigate. Okay. You get your card back. It's technically an expensive cantrip. Sometimes a clue token's better. Once again. Creature gains death touch and lifelink. This is a cool card together with a white clue, actually, that your creatures deal damage to something. But overall, I don't think I care that much. Let's start off at a D+. Probably just a, yeah, maybe D+ is fine. I'm not sure. It doesn't give stats or anything. It gives death touch, but yeah, whatever. Probably just a flat D for it, the more I think about it. Next card here, Extract the Confession. 2 mana sorcery. As an additional cost to cast a spell, you may collect evidence 6. Okay. As an additional cost to cast a spell, you may collect evidence 6. Each opponent sacrifices a creature. If evidence was collected, instead each opponent sacrifices a creature with the greatest power. Oh. Alright, so this one can actually make us sack our hexproof flyer guy. When it's big. So this is actually a really good counter to that strategy. You just hold on to it forever. Your opponent's gonna need a counter spell to stop this. Okay, but standalone, it sounds pretty bad. I will say this is a sideboard card. Standalone sounds pretty bad in a small creature format. So, but against the collect evidence 6 makes him second big thing. I still don't think it's that good. I'm gonna start this off at a D. Fun Ruiner, yeah. But I think that there's also counterplay. Blue has some counters, right? Like, that's a reason to play the blue remand thing. Next card here, repeat. Oh, but then they just put it back on top and they do it next turn, right? Oh, it's kind of bad. I guess you can actually remand. Wait, you can remand your hexproof guy, actually. Put it back on top. Then their spell is gone, and then you draw it, and then you play it again. Actually, that's a counterplay. Right? The remand card, you bounce your own guy. Okay. Cool. Next card here, Repeat Offender. 2 mana, 2/1. 3 mana. If a Repeat Offender is suspected, put a counter on it. Otherwise, suspect it. If suspected, put a counter on it. Repeat Offender. Otherwise, a suspect. I don't like it. Is there a suspect deck in red, black? I mean, I don't know for now. It sounds not good. I'm going to give this card a D for now. But yeah, who knows? Next card here, Unscrupulous Agent. 2 mana, 1/1. Enters the battlefield, target to put exiles a card from your hand. I love it. Elf Detective as well. Damn. I'm gonna give this card a C+. C+ or B-, probably C+. And it's a detective, which is a big deal as well. Red, black, archetype is suspect. Interesting. Next card here, Alley Assailant. 3 mana, 3/3. Enters a battlefield tapped. Okay, or you can disguise it. It flips up for 6. When Alley Assailant is turned face up, target opponent loses 3 life and you gain 3 life. Do we like it? I kind of don't like it. You play it as a 3 mana, 3/3 in black. It's a vampire rogue, not a detective. You can flip it up for 6 mana. It's still a 3/3, but then you drain 3. I kind of don't like it. I don't really want to be playing this card. I'm going to give this card a D-. I just don't like it. I think it's too expensive. Yeah, drain is cool. Whatever. Who cares? Next card here is Cerebral Confiscation. So you're stealing the brain. 3 mana, sorcery, choose 1. Target opponent discards 2 cards as a mind rot. Target opponent reveals their hand. They choose a non-land card from it. The player discards a card. I kind of like it, actually. The problem with this card is that it doesn't have a failsafe if your opponent has no cards. I think it's a format where opponents always have cards, but the way that Clue works, people generally will pop clues if they don't have mana on your end step, right? So then it's not like you can get their cards anyways. I kind of like it, but it's whatever. I think just start off as a D+. Next card here. Murder. Murder is kind of good. B+ or what? B+ or higher, chat. B+ or A-. B+ or A-. It's not good against ward creatures. It's good against big creatures, not small creatures. But it's clean and it's an instant. From what we've seen so far, do we want to give it a B+ or A-? I think we would give it a B+. I mean, Murder's been reprinted 1,000 times, right? But it makes sense that a clue-based set has murder in it. Murder mystery, yeah. Doesn't kill 10 to hexproof, true. Macabre Reconstruction. 4 mana sorcery. Spell costs 2 less to cast if a creature card was put into your graveyard from anywhere this turn. Return up to 2 target creature cards from your graveyard to your hand. Okay, I love it. I think this card is awesome. I love soul salvage type cards. This one can get discounted if a creature was put into your graveyard. I actually really like it. I'm gonna give this card a B-. Macabre. I always called it macabre. Or macabre, actually. Macabre? Sometimes I've seen it pronounced macabre as well, hasn't it? Yeah, macabre. And then sometimes I see it pronounced macabre, but never macabre. Okay. Anyways, I'm gonna give it a B minus. I actually love this card. I think it's super good in this format as well. Especially with the rat card, whatever it's called, the discard card. And I think it's just good. Macabre. Yeah, so Macabre or Macabre, I've heard it pronounced, but never Macabre. Okay, next card here, Rot Farm Mortipede. 4 mana, 3/4. Whenever one or more creature cards leave your graveyard, Rot Farm Mortipede gets +1/+0 against Menace to Lifelink in this turn. All right, so this works with collecting evidence. It also works with the Soul Salvage card we just saw. But is this what we're looking for? I'm not sure. Menace and Lifelink? I don't know. I don't think so. My starts got off at a D+. It is cool though, but yeah, D+. The rat is a snail. Yeah. The rat's a snail. The exile, which is also important, which is also why I like it. Next card here, Agency Coroner. 5 mana, 3/6. 3 mana, sacrifice another creature. Draw a card. If the sacrificed creature was suspected, draw 2 cards instead. Sacrifice a creature, draw a card. I mean, I generally like cards like this, but this one's 5 mana, dude. This one's 5 mana. Sacrifice another creature, draw a card. It's so expensive, man. I'm gonna start this guy off at a D+ as well, I think. I like it. Like, I generally like Spark Reaver and stuff. This one costs colored mana, so I can't even really play it in 5-color decks, but 5-color decks are not gonna have a lot of creatures. And in a normal deck, this is so expensive. I mean, it's a 3/6, I get it, but and if somebody draw your cards, I think it's just too expensive. It's cool though. We'll probably play it, but I don't think it's gonna be that good. Ooh, I love the art for this. The perspectives in this format have been really, really cool. Breath of fresh air. Oh, there's an Orzhov symbol on the floor there. Oh, and it's Orzhov, an Orzhov sort of decoration on the wall. On the, it looks like a cathedral of some sort, right? Or a chapel. Probably a cathedral. It looks quite large. 6 mana, 3/4 flying. Whenever it deals combat damage to a player, you gain a life and surveil one. Disguise 5. You may cast this card face to... Okay, I actually like it. 3 mana to disguise it down. Then 5 mana, you gain a life, surveil one. I actually like this card. I actually do like this card. Give this card a C, probably. C+ maybe. I think it's a pretty good one, especially compared to other ones we've seen. And it's chonky, 3/4 flyer. It's expensive, but you can split it up. I think it's okay. 1/3 lifelink. Yeah, 1/3 lifelink. But it's only combat damage to a player. It's not even real lifelink. So it's like less than 1/3 lifelink. All right, moving on to uncommons. Case of the Gorgon's Kiss. When this case enters a battlefield, destroy up to 1 target creature that was dealt damage this turn. All right, so it's a you're not dead after all type card. To solve, 3 or more creature cards were put into graveyards from anywhere this turn. Okay, so you can surveil it as well. Solve, this case is a 4/4 Gorgon creature with death touch and lifelink in addition to other types. I kind of like it. So it works well with red as well, I think. Like, you can burn something, and obviously you have to spend a card on it. You burn something, then kill it. Then at any point when 3 or more creature cards are put in the graveyard for anywhere this turn. Actually, wait. How does that work on opponent's turn, chat? How does that work on opponent's turn? It works on opponent's turn, right? But it says, if unsolved, solve at the beginning of your end step. Is it only your turn? Is it only your turn? How does that work? Can somebody explain? Can anyone explain? Only your end step. So this can never proc on your opponent's turn, right? So it'll never proc on your... Okay, well, that's confusing. Anywhere this turn. Okay, I mean, there's no other way to word it the more I think about it. One more creatures put into graveyards. It works, doesn't it? 1 or more creature cards. No. Because the thing is that creatures are tokens and they go to graveyards, but creature tokens are not cards. That's what we need to understand. So creature tokens are not cards. So yes to everything else, but it doesn't check tokens because they don't go to, it doesn't count tokens because they weren't cards. Yes. So so to answer it, it does not count tokens, no. 3 or more. 3 or more. 3 is not too bad, right? If it was 4, I would say that it's actually unsolvable, but I actually like it. I'm gonna give this card an A-, actually. I think that there's a lot of good use cases for this. And a 4/4 creature with that's such a lifelink is just a banger. That's a banger. Absolute banger. How does this work, by the way? It's weird. The case is a 4/4 Gorgon, so it transforms into it or what? I mean, this never leaves the battlefield. It just becomes it. Can cards just become something? I guess they can just become something. It does seem hard to use, but there's Surveil in the format and stuff like that, and attacking can put creatures in graveyard. And you have looting as well in blue-black. I think it's actually pretty cool. I can see playing Grixis decks and stuff. I like it. Kind of like Valky, that's true. Valky just becomes it. No, Valky is not true. Valky flips. It flips and then becomes it. But that one just becomes it, is what I'm saying. Anyways, it does not have a backside. No, it does not have a backside. Next card here, I don't think so. Let me double check. No, this card has no backside to it. Yeah, I mean, like, you don't often see cards just become something. I guess you do, right? You do. Fulfilling the condition is the case being solved, and then it becomes it. I guess it makes sense. All right. Next uncommon, Fester Leech. 1 mana, 1/1 deals combat damage to a player. You mill 2 cards. Fester Leech gets +2/+2 on a turn, but only once each turn. Deals combat damage to a player. You mill 2 cards. +2/+2 and activate only once each turn. I feel like it's a hard card to use. It's a cool card on turn 1, and then you can snowball. But later in the game, it's an expensive 3/3. I kind of don't like it. I really don't like it. I think I'm going to give this card a D to start off with. Yeah, it's good on 1. I get it. But at other points in the game, like, who cares? Whatever. Cool art, though. Fester Leech, all right. Next card here, Lead Pipe. That's cool. Lead Pipe. Equip 1 mana, clue equipment. Equip creature gets +2/+0. Whenever a equip creature dies, each opponent loses a life. Okay. Whenever a equip creature dies, each opponent loses a life. Sacrifice Lead Pipe, draw a card. I kind of like it. So it's yet another sort of Bone Splitter type card, right? Bone Splitter was what, chat? 1 mana, 2 to equip, right? For +2/+0. I believe that's a Bone Splitter. All of these cards are basically Bone Splitters, but they have different abilities on it. Whenever a equipped creature dies, each opponent loses a life. I mean, it's the same as the other ones, I feel. Just D+. Ah, Bone Splitter is 1 mana and 1 to equip. I mean, this is more expensive. Like, this is like a War Axe or whatever it's called, right? A War Axe then. I still don't like it. I think this one's harder to use than the blue one too. I think the blue one's better than this one. Then the white one is like whatever. Yeah, true. Utility, but isn't the utility too small? It does draw a card. It is a clue though, so maybe the opportunity cost is not that high, but I kind of don't see it. I'm not sure. Honestly, all of the equipment might be better than they look. They might be better than they look. It's really hard to say. I'm going to give it a D+ though. I love a good lead pipe. Yep, exactly. From somebody named Tweak Plays. That's hilarious. Okay. Okay. How does a War Axe give a creature just as much power as a random pipe? Is it a random pipe? It doesn't look like a random pipe to me. Dude, look at this pipe. Have you ever seen a random pipe that has engravings and stuff like this? This is a very special lead pipe, isn't it? Looks super special. Next card here, Leering Onlooker. 2 mana, 1/3 flyer. Damn, son. That sounds good in this format so far. 4 mana, exile Leering Onlooker from a graveyard. Create 2 1/1 black bats. I love it. I love it. Let's give it the A. Let's give it A- maybe. A-. This card is good. I like it. It's well statted, good flyer. If you compare this to other formats, it's sad, right? But I think in this format, it's actually really good. Good with equipment, good with curiosity, good with, I don't know, just surviving your opponent's onslaught. Like the white decks is good against white decks as a blocker. And also you can exile this and get 2/1/1s. I think exiling this from your graveyard also triggers some stuff in the format as well, right? Some format, actually some cards we've seen, do they say whenever a card leaves? No, it doesn't. It says whenever you collect evidence, right? So actually we don't know if there's any synergies with this yet. But it looks good, I think. Yeah, and it's good to surveil it away as well, true. Next card here, Long Goodbye. Oh my gosh. 2-mana instant, spell can't be countered. Okay. Destroy target creature or planeswalker with mana value 3 or less. It's a good card. I like it. You can destroy ward things and hits planeswalkers. I assume that there's only going to be one planeswalker in this set. I don't know. Destroy target creature, planeswalker with mana value 3 or less. Okay. So this is going to be what? This is going to be B- probably. It's a small creature format. I like the removal. It's an instant. And also it can't be countered. I like it. Sure. Leaves a graveyard. Have we seen that? I'm not sure. Okay, Presumed Dead. 2-mana instant until end of turn. Target creature gets +2/+0 and gains. When this creature dies, return it to the battlefield under its owner's control and suspect it. Okay, until target creature gets +2/+0 whenever creature dies, returns to the battlefield under its owner's control and suspect it. Okay. Kind of a decent trick, actually. It comes back with menace and can't block. A really good aggressive card, honestly. I kind of like it. I'm going to start this off as C+, which is very high for a card like this. C+, that's really high than what we normally give these cards. I think it's just so aggressive, though. Like, you're attacking, you trade up with something, it comes back, and then has menace. It sounds pretty backbreaking, honestly. Next card here, Clandestine Meddler. 3-mana, 3/2. When Meddler enters the battlefield, suspect up to one other target creature you control. Okay. Suspect up to one other target creature you control. All right. So then you can attack with menace on turn 3 with the 2-drop you played on turn 2. Whenever one or more suspected creatures you control attack, surveil 1. Damn, this guy's kind of good. You can only suspect your own guys, though. But man, it seems so aggressive. Whenever one or more suspected creatures you control attack, surveil 1. That sounds actually so good. I'm gonna give it a B-. Use it on your disguised creatures. Why? Why do you want to use this on your disguised creature? Oh, you mean the last card? Oh, yeah, that's interesting as well. Presumed Dead on a disguised creature. It comes back face up. That's interesting. That's a really good thing to note. True. Next card here, Night Drinker Maroy. 4-mana, 4/2 flyer. Enters the battlefield, you lose 3 life. Jeez. Okay, so if you don't want to lose 3 life, you have to disguise it, then flip it face up. I think this guy's kind of a chonker, though. I kind of like him. Like, if you don't care about the life, you can just play him on 4 as well. I actually like it. I like it. I'm gonna give this guy what, a C+, B-? B- probably. Why is your name for your webcam Deathsie? That's true. It's hard to see the E, right? But I think it's fine. Just leave it. I could make it bigger. Okay, next card here. Slimy Dual Leech. Ooh, jeez, that was gross. 4-mana, 2/4. At the beginning of a combat on your turn, target creature you control power 2 or less gets +1/+0 against death touch end of turn. Beginning of combat on your turn, target creature you control with power 2 or less gets +1/+0 against death touch end of turn. That guy seems awesome. This actually seems awesome. This thing can target itself actually when it attacks too. I kind of like it actually. I like it. This card seems sick. Another B-? Jeez, we're giving out a lot of B's here. But to be fair, in the commons in black, I gave a lot of D's. The power in black seems to be in the uncommons thus far. Next card here, Soul Innervation. Enervation. What does enervation mean, chat? Like, to be filled with energy? 4 mana enchantment flash. Enters the battlefield, target creature gets -4/-4 until end of turn. Nice. Whenever one or more creatures leave your graveyard, each opponent loses a life and gain life. This card seems amazing. It's a removal spell and an engine. Damn, I love this card. I kind of want to give this card an S. To weaken. Enervation is to weaken, to reduce their energy. Opposite of innervation, to deplete energy. I actually love this card, chat. I think this card is an S for multiple reasons. It's an uncommon. I don't know with the new play boosters how easy it is to get uncommons. But if you get like 2 of these, and if you're lucky you get 3 of these, you can actually build around it. And it's just a good removal spell too. S is obviously high for sure, but I have really good feeling about this one. I think this card's awesome. It does everything I want in a Magic card. And I think that it's good because the rarity is not rare or mythic. I'm actually just going to give it the S. I'm going to give it the S. I actually love it. I love everything about this card. I want to play it. I want to do a lot of things, test out a lot of stuff with this. So I think it's really cool. So this set is going to be the first set that introduces play boosters. I don't have a full understanding of play boosters. Sorry, we're moving from play boosters to set boosters. And, you know, the names are confusing as hell, but yeah. Anyways, it's a different new type of set. New type of card. Individual uncommons are more common. And individual commons are less common. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. So that would make this card even better. The Soul Innervation. I love it. Yeah, the ratios are changing. So we can only speculate this far. Some people have probably done testing and stuff to see how it feels, but I mean, we're just gonna feel it out whenever we play. Who cares? Next card here doesn't add up. 5 mana instant. Return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield. Suspect it. Okay. It's an instant though. It can't block. That's cool. It doesn't add up. It doesn't add up. Return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield. Suspect it. So what is there to reanimate? Big Sphinx? Yeah, maybe if we get, maybe we're playing blue black, have the big mythic rare Sphinx, the Omniscient Sphinx, or whatever. We can try to do that. We can try to reanimate that, but it sounds pretty bad because it's collect evidence 10 anyways to make cards, but anyways, we would try it. The Sphinx would be a 6/6 flying menace. That's true. It doesn't block. I really don't know what to do with this card, but it seems interesting for sure. I'm going to start this one off at what? Probably a D+. Starts one off at a D+. It doesn't add up, but yeah, there might be some case uses for this. Next card here, Polygraph Orb. Polygraph Orb. 5 mana artifact. When Orb enters the battlefield, look at the top 4 cards of your library. Put 2 of them into your hand and the rest in the graveyard. You lose 2 life. All right. 5 mana. You look at 4. You put 2 in your hand. The rest in the graveyard. That's reasonable. What else does it do? 2 mana tap. Collect evidence 3. Each opponent loses 3 life once they discard a card or sacrifice a creature. Kind of a cool build around as well. That's a cool card. That's a cool card. It's a big card draw spell, and then you can fill up your graveyard, and you can 2 mana to collect evidence, and they lose life unless they discard a card or sacrifice a creature. I think it's a cool card. That's really cool. I'm gonna start off as a B, just a flat B. Obviously expensive, obviously slow, obviously damaging to your health because you're paying 5 mana for card draw and you're losing 2 life. So I'm not sure, but it could be pretty cool. Maybe B or B-. I think B is fine for this. It's funny because I feel like in recent sets, outside of Lost Caverns of Ixalan, we're always like, oh, if this set is slow, you know? But then the sets are always blisteringly fast. And then you get matched up with Ham TV on the ladder, and then you die on turn 2 on the draw. And then we're like, oh, you know. I feel that happens more often than not. But yeah. Okay, next card here, Undercity Eliminator. 5-mana 3/3 enters the battlefield. You may sacrifice an artifact or a creature. When you do, exile target creature an opponent controls. I love it. That's a cool card. Cool card to get back as well. Decently statted for a Chupacabra type effect like this. You do have to sacrifice an artifact or creature to exile this, but there is enchantment-based removal in the set too. I think it's just a good card. And you sacrifice it, and it also exiles. I actually like it a lot. I'm gonna give this card a B+. It's expensive, sure, I get it, but I think I like it a lot. Yeah, who would have guessed that aggro with a hand smoother and Magic Arena has the best win rate 20 sets in a row? Yeah, who knows? Next card here, Persuasive Interrogators. 6 mana, 5/6. When Persuasive Interrogators enters the battlefield, investigates. Okay. Whenever you sacrifice a clue, target opponent gets 2 poison counters. That's so random. That is so random. That's also another alternate win con. That's cool, dude. Whenever you sacrifice a clue, target opponent gets 2 poison counters. That is cool. Honestly, that just sounds like a deck. I'm going to give this card an A, dude. This and also Soul Enervation are really high ratings, but I really believe in these cards. Dude, these are awesome. I want to play that. I want to collect a bunch of clues, play this guy, try to protect it. If they kill it, I get it back. I do it again, try not to die, and then sacrifice all my clues, then they die. I love it. I love it. I mean, it's a 6 mana 5/6 that gives you a clue token already, right? Not that bad. I would not say that's a 6 mana do nothing. I would say that's a pretty decently rated 6 drop. How will you survive a 2 mana? I mean, you figure it out, right? You have basically all you need is this card, ways to get this card back, ways to make clues, and then ways to not die. That's it. Right? So I think it's actually a really good card for that reason. You can actually build around it really well. I think this card's awesome. I'm going to give it an A. All right, moving into the rares. Case of the Stash Skeleton. 2 mana. When the case enters the battlefield, create a 2/1 black skeleton creature token and suspect it. All right, 2/1 that can't block. To solve, you control no suspected skeletons. So the skeleton has to either die, or you sacrifice it or something, or you unsuspected it, right? There are ways to do that. Solve, you pay 2 mana, sacrifice a case, search your library for a card, put it in your hand, then shuffle. Activate only as a sorcery. Okay, so this is a 2 mana 2/1 skeleton. And then you can demonic tutor for 2 mana. That's pretty cool. I like it. Card's awesome, right? Why would we not play it? Why would we not play it? He's got the lead pipe in his hand. He's got the lead pipe in his hand. That's cool. Why would we not play this? And why? Yes, it can't block, but it doesn't matter. I'm always playing this in my black decks, aren't I? Is it A+? Is it A+, or is it an S? It's not an S, right? Just give it A+, I think. I think I'm happy with A+. You just always play it. Yeah, there are some downsides, whatever. Yeah, you just never get scammed by this. I think A+ is good. Next card here, Homicide Investigator. 2 mana 2/2. Whenever 1 or more non-token creatures you shall die, investigate. Triggers once each turn. That's pretty cool. Things die, you get clues, and this is also good with the with the Persuasive Interrogators that we just saw, the 6 mana thing that poisons people. I love it. I think it's great. I'm gonna give this guy an A+ as well. Homicide Investigator. You think it's an S, chat? Whenever more non-token creatures you shall die, it counts itself as well. And it counts your opponent's turn. That's true. I mean, like, the thing is that collecting clues is actually good for things in the set. The last one was an S. You think the Case of a Stash Skeleton is an S? I think that they're both A+. What do you guys think? Bear with an ability is S. I don't think it's an S. I think it's an A+. I like it as an A+. I like both of these last ones as A+. I don't think either of them are S's. Is what I'm thinking. All right, I'm not sure. I'm gonna leave it A+ for now. Next card here, Outrageous Robbery. Instant. X black. Target opponent exiles the top X cards of their library face down. You may look at that. You may look at and play those cards for as long as they remain exiled. Okay. If you cast a spell this way, you may spend mana as though it were mana of any type to cast it. Okay, target opponent exiles top X cards of their library face down. Top X cards of their library face down. Okay. You may look at it and play those cards for as long as you remain exiled. Oh, at any time. Okay. If you cast a spell this way, you may spend mana at the end cast. Isn't this insane? This card is an S, isn't it? Target opponent exile top card. Yo, you can just mill them out as well. You just mill them out with X. It's just like a... It's villainous wealth, but you don't get to cast them immediately. You have to cast it. It's milled, steal, and it's instant. You can leave your mana up, do it end of your opponent's turn, then untap with it, and do things. And there's a certain mill element. Like if your opponent is milling too much and they don't have their anti-mill guy, then they just die. A lot of different dimensions to this card. I think it's just an S. I think it's just an S. It's just, I don't see how this cannot be an S. I'm just always playing it. If I can splash it, I'll splash it if I'm not an aggressive deck, and I'm usually not an aggressive deck. I think given this format, for what we've seen thus far, this is just a straight up S. Sure, you gotta mess up their scries sometimes as well. Alright, next card here. Hunted Bone Brute. 3 mana, 6/2. That's a weird stat line. Menace. When Hunted Bone Brute enters the battlefield, target opponent creates 2 1/1 white dog creature tokens. Okay. Okay. When Bone Brute dies, each opponent loses 2 life. Okay, so the idea with this is you want to disguise it face down, then flip it face up, and then they don't get their dogs. Then it's a 6/2 menace, and then it has a die effect. It's actually pretty good, I think. It's pretty good. Also, this is good with flying enchantments, right? It's good with flying enchantment. It's a 6/2 after all. For the flying enchantment, it's a 7/2. It's a 3-turn clock already. I don't think this is S. This is another A+, right? And then there was another thing, mana value 3 or less. Oh, you can actually reanimate this in black-white with the white reanimation card at uncommon. Right? And it also gets flying. 3 life is a lot for this thing that's already a chonker. I think it's an A+. I don't think it's an S. I think this card's actually very good for many reasons. For many decks as well. Yeah, so I think a lot of reasons to like this card. A lot of reasons to like this card. Not that many reasons to not like this card, honestly. And this thing can also block... If you just play it on 3 as a 6/2, it can block the 1/1s. So it's fine as well. I like it. What is an S? An S instantly change the game state towards your favor. S, so generally the way that I use S tier is that it's so good that I don't feel good putting in an A tier. That's generally how I feel with S tier cards, if that makes sense. So sometimes you'll have a really cheap card that's super good, always being played. Sometimes it's an expensive card. Whereas other people use S as like an insta bomb, right? People use S as an unbeatable bomb, which I don't necessarily use S like that. So like, for example, in limited, I generally give Treasure Map an S tier rating because you play it in every deck. Ugin, for example, is also a bomb, but you play it in every deck, right? So generally, that's the way that I use S tier as well. Like, I think Treasure Map is just an S tier card in limited formats, outside of Cube or something. So a little bit different than how other people use it. Other people use it as bombs, but like, I feel like that's not really how I want to use it. Anyways. That's probably the biggest difference between my set reviews and tier list compared to everybody else's. Okay, anyways, next card. Barbed Servitor. 4 mana 1/1 indestructible. Okay, artifact creature indestructible. Servitor enters the battlefield, suspect it. Its mana can't block. That's weird. I guess it's too strong otherwise, right? When Barbed Servitor deals combat damage to a player, you draw a card and you lose a life. Okay. To a player, not an opponent. That's weird. Isn't that weird? Isn't that text weird? Whenever Barbed Servitor is dealt damage, target opponent loses that much life. So the idea with this is to unsuspect it, and then you have an indestructible blocker. But until then, you play it, and it attacks, and they have to always leave 2 things behind. in order for you to not draw a card. I think it's actually kind of good. It's obviously expensive. I can't tell. Your first constructor deck was Stuffy Doll? I love Stuffy Doll, dude. Go to combat, attack myself for 1. What a weird wording. Whenever a Barb Servant is dealt damage, her opponent loses that much life. That's true. It has like Boros Reckoner effect or Stuffy Doll effect. Whenever this is dealt damage, well, we'll have to look at the red cards. This is a question mark for now. I'm actually just gonna not rate this Barb Servitor for now, and we'll give it a rating later. I don't think its power matters that much. I mean, it like you can increase its power as well, and it's pretty good. And they can't just double chump block. Okay, next card here, Illicit Masquerade. 4 mana. Dude, the art is trippy. I don't know if I like that. What the hell? Illicit Masquerade. 4 mana enchantment flash. Enters the battlefield, put an imposter counter on each creature you control. An imposter counter? What is that? Whenever a creature you control with an imposter counter to die. Okay, it's just a flavor counter. Never mind. Whenever a creature you control with an imposter counter dies, exile it. Return it up to 1 other target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield. Wait. So you want to have creatures out, and it counts tokens as well. You flash it out. You put masks on all of them. Basically, imposter counters, whatever. And then whenever it dies, you exile it. Then you get to return something from your graveyard to the battlefield. So you don't want to be collecting evidence in a deck like this. That's cool. That's cool. That's a cool card. I like it. I like it. I'm going to start off as just a flat A. It has a lot of potential. It's hard to use, obviously, requires setup, but seems cool. Next card here, Deadly Cover-Up. I love the art for this. That is cool. 5 mana sorcery. Oh my gosh. It's going into her, right? Jesus. What is happening here? As an additional cost to cast a spell, you may collect evidence 6. Destroy all creatures. If evidence was collected, exile a card from an opponent's graveyard. Then search his owner's graveyard, hand a library for any number of cards with that name, and exile them. So it's a surgical extraction. That player shuffles, then draws a card for each card, exile from hand this way. So it's basically just a Wrath, right? It's basically just a Wrath. It's a Wrath, and then you can cavity check if you want. Yeah, I mean, I like it. And black sounds good. A? We're assuming to go wide format, blah, 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 small creatures. You can hit basic lands. Wait. That's funny. It's from opponent's graveyard, then search the owner's graveyard. Okay, so you cannot just pull all the lands out of your deck. That would be cool. I mean, I guess you can mill them technically by hitting lands and getting cards out of their deck, but then they're just gonna draw gas. I mean, it's an option, I guess. Anyways, what do we want to give this? A or an S, chat? A or an S for his board wipe? It sounds pretty good. You just can't play around it. I'm down to give it an S, honestly, just as a 5 mana damnation. But then why didn't we give the white one an S? Maybe not. Let's give it A+. Nah, I don't feel like giving it an S. Just A+, I think. MTV will hate it. That's a good reason to give it an S. Okay, next card here. Masker Girl, known killer. I love Masker Girl. I will have to say that out of the characters in Magic the Gathering, Masker Girl is probably one of my favorite. Not that I even know much about her background, but just imagining the sort of character that she is. I love Masker Girl. So cool. 4 mana, 4/4 menace. Creatures you control have Wither. Oh my gosh, they deal damage in form of -1/-1 counters. That's cool. Including herself. Deal damage to creatures in form of -1/-1 counters. That's awesome. Whenever a creature an opponent controls dies, if its toughness was less than 1, draw a card. Ooh, I love you. I'm gonna give you the S. That's a bomb. It's well casted. It's well costed. It has menace itself. It has a crazy ability. Creatures you control have Wither. And to boot, it has a drain of... it has a card advantage thing on it as well, which works with the Wither. Yeah. That's an S. That's an S. All right. I love you. Did I do it? You'll have to be more specific. I love it. Next card here, and the very last card for black. Vein Ripper. Okay. Okay. I see what you're into. 6 mana, 6/5 flying. Ward, sacrifice a creature. They have to sacrifice a creature if they want to target it. And if they don't have creatures, then they can't pay the ward, right? Whenever a creature dies, target opponent loses 2 life and you gain 2 life. Well, that's another S. This is like an S minus, I think, but yeah, still an S. Is it S minus? Probably not even S minus. It's good ward ability, well-statted, chonky flyer, good to reanimate, good to get back, good to search for, good to build around, and whenever a creature dies, oh my god, your opponent's creatures as well. A bit expensive. Guys, there's no way I'm not giving this an S, chat. There's no way I'm not giving this S. Who cares? Hard to cast? I don't care. Dude, why do I care? Dude, hard to cast for a card like this? What do you mean? What do you mean? Triple black? Do you watch Deathsie streams, dude? I can cast a triple black card on 3 while being 5 color, chat. In most formats. I don't know what the fixing is in this format, to be fair, but come on. Come on, we'll find a way. If there's a will, there's a way. Like, it's not hard. I will play this in my 5 color decks. What, you think I'm a whip? Alright. What do we think about black? Black overall, I feel like most of the power in black is in the higher rarities, like uncommon plus. I don't really like the black commons. It seems that black wants to be playing together with red for some sort of like suspect deck or something. So you can be aggressive with it. It seems quite flexible, and they have access to murder. So that's pretty cool as well. I'm not sure how good murder is going to be in this format, but... And I like the build-arounds, yeah. I like that black had a lot of build-arounds. A lot of cool build-arounds. So I can see myself playing black a lot in this format. And less so white. Like, do we want to play the white attacking decks? Sure, sometimes. That's all we got, but... You know... Generally, like, I don't like to play the decks that kind of build themselves. Like, we have better things to do, is what I'm saying. Okay, moving on to red here. Felonious Rage. 1 mana instant target creature you control gets +2/+0 and gains haste until end of turn. When that creature dies this turn, create a 2/2 white and blue detective creature token. How do you feel about this one? Target creature you control gets +2/+0 gains haste until end of turn. When that creature dies this turn, make it 2/2. I kind of love it. I think this card's actually quite good. I actually like this card quite a lot. I think this card's quite good. You know, 2/2 detective creature token is huge for 1 mana, and it's a trick, and you can just randomly haste things to kill people. I actually kind of love this card. Is it crazy to give this card a B minus? Don't I mean, I just love it. I think this card's so awesome. Unless we think it's the set's gonna be like Streets of New Capenna, where things are not blocking anyways. I think I kind of like it. I'm gonna give it a way higher rating than I would normally give cards that are like this. I normally give cards like this like a C or a D, but it just looks so good. Think about it like a Maz. Think about it. This is great. Yeah, Amaz loves 1 mana cards. Amaz always thinks that 1 mana cards are super broken because you can spend your mana. This is pretty good though. Less blocking involved with suspect. That's true as well. There's less blocking. The +1/+0 trick that made a 3/2. Did it? Was there one like that in Strixhaven? Maybe give it a C+. All right, B- is kind of high. Let's give it a C+. I think C+ is already high as well. Give it a C+. An Eldritch Moon? I don't remember. Okay, next card here, Goblin Maskmaker. 1 mana, 1/2. Whenever Maskmaker attacks face down spells, you cast this turn, costs 1 less to cast. Whenever Maskmaker attacks face down spells, costs 1 less to cast. That's a good curve. This into attack, into more fun too, but this card just seems just so bad to me, honestly, doesn't it? It's cool art for sure, but the problem is that this card does nothing when you draw it later. It just does nothing. I'm gonna give this card a D-. I think it's just not good enough. This guy has to attack. I don't like it. I think it's just too bad. This is way too bad. It just does nothing outside of turn 1 and probably only does something on turn 1 on the play. I don't like it. Shock. Hell yeah, baby. Shock costs 3 mana to kill a morph. That's fine. I like it. Let's give Shock an A-. Shock sounds good to me because it's a small creature format as well. Sounds amazing. Next card here, Demand Answers, 2-mana instant. Okay, this is the tormenting voice of the set. Kind of good in this format with collect evidence, with some reanimation stuff, I guess. Not that the reanimation stuff you want to play anyways. Good in blue-red with casting spells. I kind of like it, but still, what do we rate it? C-, I guess. Yeah, Disguise is Ward 2, so Shock costs 3 mana to kill it. Galvanize, 2 mana instant. Galvanize deals 3 damage to target creature. If you draw 2 or more cards this turn, Galvanize deals 5 damage instead. Damn, I like it. So basically, for 4 mana, you can pop a clue and then deal 5 with this. I love it. It doesn't go face, but that's fine. I like it. I'm going to give this a flat A. This is one of the best removal spells you see in the set. I think it's better than Murder. Cost 4 mana to kill a morph, but whatever. To kill a disguised creature. Next card here, Innocent Bystander. 2 mana, 2/1. When it's dealt 3 or more damage, investigate. Innocent Bystander, that's hilarious. Okay, so it's 2 mana, 2/1. Deal 3 or more damage, investigate. All right. Is that good or not? I feel like I don't care. Because the thing is that if it's 3 more damage, there's 3 3s. Unless it's blocking at 3/2 or chump blocking, it's not even that good. I'm gonna give this a D+. I don't really see it. Yeah, Bulldozer. I agree with D+ as well. What? Flavor is an A. Whoops, this is my street. Don't mind me. I'll just be on my way while you enjoy your very sharp knives. Okay. Red Herring. Red Herring always reminds me of Scooby-Doo, chat. A pup named Scooby-Doo. 2 mana, 2/2. Haste. Okay, it's a clue fish. That's cool. And it's an artifact. That's cool. Red Herring attacks use combat of Able. Oh no. 2 mana, sacrifice Red Herring, draw a card. Options are about one option or a suite of autonomous surveillance solutions. So you can play this post-combat to block if you don't want to attack, but man, how do we feel about this card? Yeah, you don't have to tap to draw a card, but do we care? Red fish, blue fish too. Valley Dasher, man. D+? The Red Herring always reminds me of Series of Unfortunate Events. You know, I never finished Series of Unfortunate Events. Is it worth finishing? Innocent Bystander is when I go to the States. Dude, the US is kind of screwed depending on what country you're from, right? A world 3 mana 2/2s. 2 mana 2/2 haste is king. I mean, yeah, it's definitely not bad. It's not bad. It's not bad. Reading it or the Netflix series? Both. Both. I used to read the books. I've never watched the Netflix series. I think I've read like 6 books, 6, 7, 8 books maybe. By the way, chat, one thing I was thinking about is that would anyone ever be interested in book readings on stream? Book readings. I mean, my voice is not a Marshall Sutcliffe or anything, but I think I'm generally pretty good at reading. My voice is not that good to listen to, but yeah. No. Okay, maybe no book reading. Replaces itself or need a swing is something. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about it. C-, maybe? C-. Let's start as C-. Not really? Okay. Story time with Deathsie. Yeah, maybe won't do book readings. All right, next card here. Gearbane or Gearbane Orangutan. 3 mana 2/2 reach. Right, that's crazy. Why is there a random ape here? When Gearbane Orangutan enters the battlefield, choose 1. Destroy up to start artifact. Sacrifice an artifact. If you do, put 2 counters on it. You sacrifice a clue to make it a 4/4. It's kind of good, honestly. It's kind of good. It's swole. It's kind of swole. 3 mana 4/3? No, it's not a 4/3. It's a 4/4 with reach. Sacrificing clues is pretty good, honestly. I like it. You say orangutan like me, brainwashed by tank commercials? Yes, entropy slave, exactly. I caught myself with that as well. I said orangutan. Orangutan. Oh my god, yeah. Stupid tank commercials, dude. This mythic common, she's pretty good. I want to put it at like B minus. And also destroying artifact is also good anyways. I love this card. It's very flexible. Let's give us a B minus. It could even move up to A depending on how the format plays out, but it's good. Next card, the chase is on. 3 mana instant. Target creature goes +3/+1 against first strike and turn investigate. I kind of don't care, do I? I'm gonna give this card a D minus. When will I play a 3 mana sure strike, even with investigate? Probably never. I'm gonna give us a D. I'm gonna give us a D minus. I think it's just too overpriced, man. It's just too overpriced for me. Next card here, POI, Person of Interest. 4 mana 2/2. Enters a battlefield, suspect it. Make a 2/2 white and blue creature detective token. That's pretty cool. So red gets a Gallant Cavalry or whatever. They don't have vigilance, but this guy is suspected. Dude, the artwork is sick on this, by the way. Oh my gosh. Makes a 2/2 blue creature blue detective token, huh? Probably C+, yeah. Probably C+, not in the B range, not in the D range. C+ seems fine, I guess. I mean, you care about having cards that are suspected, I think, in Rakdos anyways, so, okay. Offender at large. I love all these terminologies, by the way. 5 mana, 5/4, disguise 5. It's a giant rogue. Oh my gosh, it's a giant rogue. So this thing can actually shapeshift. If you think about it, right? Because it's a small thing, then it can become a big thing. I guess all of the disguises can shapeshift. Never mind. When a Fender at large enters battlefield or is turned face up to 1 target creature gets +2/+0 to end of turn. Okay. I mean, yeah, you can blow up blocks and stuff, but in general, I don't care that much. I want to give this like a D+, probably. Yeah, Rakdos Sus is an archetype, I think. Rakdos Sus. I'm surprised that they didn't do that they didn't try to get like an Among Us secret lair. Okay, next card here, Rubble Belt Braggart. 5 mana 5/5. Whenever Rubble Belt Braggart attacks, if it's not suspected, you may suspect it. Oh, it's kind of cool. It's a 5 mana 5/5, and then it can attack and become suspected. But how much do I care about a 5 mana 5/5 in this day and age? Probably not that much. D+? I think. 5 mana 5/5 in red. Do we care? I don't think so. Against Menace is okay. It is. It's a 5 mana 5/5 Menace. C- then maybe? C-? I don't know. Maybe we do care about it. I mean, like, if you think about the bounce spell, okay, blue has a lot of good bounce things, right? But they're on creatures. The bounce, the blue bounce spell instant speed is good against this, but not good against everything else. So people don't play that often, I think. C-, D+, so something like that, right? Is what we're thinking here. Magic and block address seems cool. Yeah, it seems fine. I mean, I'm not sure. C- seems high, but we'll have to see. I'm not sure. Next card here, Suspicious Detonation. 5 mana, sorcery. The spell costs 3 less to cast if you sacrifice an artifact this turn. Okay. So then it costs 2 mana, 1 in a red. Spell can be countered. Suspicious Detonation deals 4 damage to target creature. I don't know about this one. So one of the benefits of this is that you're getting a largely costed card into your graveyard for collecting evidence. And it can be countered, but sacrifice an artifact for this. Otherwise, it's a 5 mana deal 4. It's not even a 5 mana deal 5. Why do we like this, chat? Chat is actually liking it, right? Chat says B or C. Do we actually like this? Cost 3 less to sacrifice an artifact this turn. If you've not in addition. What? 3 less if... Oh! Oh, you don't have to sacrifice an artifact. Cost 3 less to cast if you sacrifice an artifact. Oh, I was reading it as we have to sacrifice an artifact to do this. Oh my gosh. Okay, so you pop a clue, then it costs 2 mana to burn something. Oh my gosh. All right, yeah, that's much better for sure. C plus, B minus. C plus, B minus range. Pop a clue, deal 2 damage for a creature. I think this card is actually pretty core. I'm down to give it a B minus even, actually. I mean, clues are everywhere, right? Every deck has to play clues, I think. Unless you're maybe red black or something. I think you just have to play this. I think it's just good. B minus. I don't think it's filler removal or mid. I think it's good. 4 mana is a sweet spot. 4 damage is a sweet spot. Because we've seen like 3/4 flying flyer at black and uncommon. We've seen the 3 mana orangutan, which is a 4/4 if they sack, right? Like, you need things that deal 4. I actually really like it. I think it's good. And also, you're putting a big spell in your graveyard for collecting evidence. For all these reasons, I think I want to give it a B minus. I like it. Yeah, and the can't be countered is relevant as well for both counter spells and also for ward. Okay, next card here, we're moving into uncommons. Convenient Target. 1 mana aura enchant creature enters the battlefield to spec enchanted creature. It has menace and can't block. When Convenient Target enters the battlefield, suspect enchanted creature has menace and can't block. Okay. Enchanted creature gets +1/+1. Enchanted creature gets +1/+1. Enters the battlefield, suspect enchanted creature. Okay, so +1/+1 menace and can't block. Return Convenient Target from your graveyard to your hand. So you can return this from your graveyard to your hand and reuse it as well. It's kind of good, honestly. It's like a big Rancor. It's a big Rancor. Rancor is obviously broken. But it's a big Rancor, which is pretty good still, I think. And you can also surveil this away and get it back. You can also suspect your opponent's creature, actually, to have it not block. It's pretty cool. No, it does not work as a pacifism. It's not a pacifism. It can't block, but it can still attack. I like it. It's a weird card for sure. Maybe start off as B minus or C plus. Probably B minus. Let's be a bit ambitious on this one. Normally this should be like a C in the C range, but let's do B minus. I like it. I like it. All right, next card here. Frantic Scapegoat. 1 mana 1/1 haste. When Frantic Scapegoat enters the battlefield, suspect it. Okay. 1 mana 1/1 haste, menace, can't block. Whenever one of our other creatures enter the battlefield under your control, if Frantic Scapegoat is suspected, you may suspect one of the other creatures as well. Wait, what? Whenever one of our creatures enters the battlefield under your control, if Frantic Scapegoat is suspected, you may suspect one of the other creatures. It's not moving the suspect, right? It's also suspecting. If you do, Frantic Scapegoat is no longer suspect. Oh, it is. You can unsuspect the scapegoat onto something else, and then they become a suspect. And then it can block for whatever reason. But you basically give something else menace and can't block. Okay. It's a cool card. What do we do? 50% says brother wins a pun writer. Frantic Scapegoat. Is it a pun, chat? Wait, why is it a pun? Because it's a goat? How's it a pun? I mean, I guess. Do we call that a pun? This is John Field that we're listening to at the moment. But very reminiscent of Chopin, yes. Deathsie, you're out here ruining lives, breaking families. Imagine the card designer tuning in, be super excited to see the top MCG streamer review card says garbage card unplayable. I mean, the art is a different story, right? The art's awesome for a lot of these cards. I think it's pretty good still. I think it's very good still. I want to give it somewhere. I might even want to give it an A. A minus. It's good because it gets in, and then it helps your other things get in, is the way I'm looking at it. And then this thing can chump block later. I think it's good. I think it's actually good. Scapegoat is usually the suspect. Shift the blame onto, not off to. Yes. So it's weird. I don't think the flavor fully checks out, but yeah. Can also be sacrifice fodder. I don't know what we're sacrificing it to, but I think it's A minus. Nick, that's hilarious. Charisma and a sexy voice. I love it. Is my voice okay to listen to, chat? I've been trying to get better over the years. I don't vape directly into my mic anymore, you know, these days. And I tried to like mute myself whenever I have sniffles or coughs and stuff. So I think it's getting better. All right, knife. Look at knife. It's a knife. 1 mana clue equipment. As long as it's your turn, equipped creature gets +1/+0 and has first strike. Okay. Sacrifice knife, draw a card. As long as it's your turn, equipped creature has +1/+0 first strike. All right. That's a small equipment though. It's so small. So small. But it's so good on Menace though. So good on Menace, isn't it? I'm not sure. I really don't like it. Just use auto-tune. I could try to make my voice deeper or something on stream through some programs, but it doesn't even get +1 on their turn. I kind of don't like it, but again, I'm expecting these equipment to actually be better than I'm expecting. I still don't like it though. I'm gonna give it D+. I'm gonna give it D+. Dude, I had a dream chat that I ate a steak. I'm a vegetarian. I have these dreams periodically, by the way, of me eating meat. It's crazy. I expect them to be better than I expect. Yeah, that's a weird sentence. Okay, next card here. Torch the Witness. X and a red. Sorcery. Torch the Witness deals twice X damage to target creature. If excess damage was dealt to that creature this way, investigate. Twice X damage. Okay, so sounds pretty good, right? It's a sorcery. Who cares? It sounds pretty good though. So you pay 2 mana and then it's 3 mana, deal 4. This card's amazing, right? 3 mana, deal 4. Or 4 mana, deal 6. Or 5 mana, deal 8. Okay. Stuff like that. Excess damage. I like it. I think I'm gonna give it an A. I'm gonna give it an A. And you also get to investigate, which is sick as well. I think this card's just great. Just a flat A. Dreams predict the future and your desires. I mean, I definitely want to eat meat, but yeah, I don't. Is your body telling you it's malnourished? Maybe. I've been getting more protein and stuff. I've been drinking almond protein powder with my cereal and also with just like shakes and stuff. But yeah. So we'll see. Did the steak taste good in the dream? It was more about the texture and the feeling. I don't even remember the taste of my dream. I didn't eat a whole steak either. I just ate a few pieces. Just use an alarm that wakes you out of REM. She's predicting nothing. There's random remixes of her thoughts. Yeah, that's kind of what I think as well. I don't believe in predictions, stuff like that. Cereal's not vegetarian. Okay. Okay. Concealed weapon, 2 mana. Equipment. Equipped creature gets +3/+0. Disguise 3. You can disguise the equipment. That's cool. When concealed weapon is turned face up, attach a creature you control. Ah, that's kind of a cool card. 2 mana. 2 mana to equip and +3/+0. All right, this is better. This is what I'm talking about. You can also disguise it face down as a monster if you have nothing to equip, and then you can actually dodge a removal spell by undisguising it or revealing it, and then you equip it to something, and then you fizzle the removal spell. It's pretty cool. I like it. I kind of want to give it a B-. I think it's flexible, and +3/+0 for 2 mana to equip is actually a decent rate. I like it. I like it. Chump block or swap it as another creature? Yes, something like that. Okay, next card here. Expose the culprit. 2 mana instant. Choose one or both. Turn target face down, creature face up. Turn target face down, creature face up. Ooh, that's pretty cool. Exile any number of face up creatures you control with disguise. Exile any number of face up creatures you control with disguise in a face down pile. Shuffle that pile and then cloak them. To cloak a card put in the battlefield face down is a 2/2 ward 2. Okay. Turn a face up anytime. That's weird. Exile any number of face up creatures you control with disguise in a face down pile. Shuffle that pile. Okay, so you can try to dodge a removal spell or like chump block and then disguise them again. And some cards have value if you flip them back up. And then you can also turn a face down creature face up. Are we willing to spend a card on this? I don't know. Basically, you reuse disguise effect. This card seems extremely convoluted. It's cute, but I think I'm gonna start off as a D-. But will I play it? Yeah, probably. We're gonna see if we make this work with something. Exile any number face up creatures you control. But how many creatures are you gonna have? Probably not that many. I don't know. Insane if you're flipping an expensive disguise creature. Yeah, but there aren't that many of them. Just a thing either. If you flip it, does it cancel the target? If you flip it, does it cancel the target? That's a good question, actually. I believe no. Actually, you don't even... Wait, it doesn't even cancel the target, or does it? Hold on. I think it said exile them. Yes, it does. It does change the target because you exile them. Normally it wouldn't, but it exiles. So yeah, it does. The flip doesn't, but the exile does. So kind of confusing, maybe. Next card here, Reckless Detective. 2 mana, 0/3. When it attacks, you may sacrifice an artifact or discard a card. Second artifact or discard a card. If you do, draw a card and Reckless Detective gets +2/+0 until end of turn. Whenever Reckless Detective attacks, you may sacrifice an artifact or discard a card. Okay. If you do, draw a card and Reckless Detective gets +2/+0. It's kind of good. This guy's pretty good, right? It lets you rummage. If you sacrifice an artifact, you draw a card and then discard a card. You discard a card and then you draw a card. So you can... So actually, it's just popping clues, basically, and you get a rummage, right? Popping clues... So you can either rummage or sacrifice an artifact to draw a card. And then it gets +2/+0. I think it's pretty good. And it's a good blocker against the 2/2s. And they're also useless artifacts in addition to clues as well. I like it. I think B- makes sense. Sure. Reckless Detective, B-. Sounds pretty good. And it's a detective. Vengeful Tracker. So there's like some Boros detective decks, right? Vengeful Tracker, 2 mana, 2/2. Whenever an opponent sacrifices an artifact, Vengeful Tracker deals 2 damage to them. Whenever an opponent sacrifices an artifact, Vengeful Tracker deals 2 damage to them. Whenever an opponent sacrifices an artifact, deals 2 damage to them. That's kind of annoying, actually. Kind of annoying if I'm like blue-black clues or something. I think it's like C+. C+ or B-. C+ or B-. I think it's a C+. I think it's a C+. I don't even want to put this in the B range. It is a hate bear. I think it's a C+. It is a detective, but whatever. Next card here, Case of the Burning Masks. What mask is that? Is that like Avacyn's mask or something? Actually, I don't even know. Is that actually no, is that a Obnix's mask? I don't know. When the case enters the battlefield, deals 3 damage to target creature an opponent controls. Nice. To solve, three or more sources you control dealt damage this turn. Okay, so this would be one source, and then you would have to attack with 2 things, right? Basically, you have to attack with 2 things. Kill something, attack with 2 things. Sounds reasonable. Like 1-drop, 2-drop, kill something, attack for attack. Sure. So case solved, sacrifice the case, exile top 3 cards of your library. Choose one of them. You may play the card this turn. Actually, you don't even want to solve it immediately. Actually, that's an interesting stipulation. You don't want to solve it immediately. Anyways, either way, great card. I don't see why we don't want to play it. And it gives you some card advantage later. You may play one of... Exile top 3 cards, choose one of them. You may play one of them. I like it. A- or A? Probably just A. You sack it to do the final ability, yes. Sacrifice to exile, but it says this turn, right? And you sacrifice it at your end step. So you don't want to do it immediately on turn 3, I mean. So actually, how does it work, chat? If it's solved, do you have to sacrifice it? Or can you choose to sacrifice it? You don't have to sacrifice it. So must you sacrifice it, or can you choose? You can choose. So you can choose, okay. I mean, am I crazy that this is not like crystal clear or anything? You choose basically against activated ability. Okay. Okay, so you can choose it. Okay. Sits there solved. Oh, it sits there solved. Wait, it sits there solved. So it's already solved, and then you can sack it whenever. Ah, so you can complete it on 3 and then sack it later. And then it says play, so you can also play lands. I see. Oh, that's really good. All right. I'm going to give it A+ then, actually. I love it. It's good. Okay. Card would be garbage if you had to. I don't think it'd be garbage if you had to. It's already a 3-mana deal 3, isn't it? Once it's solved, you can sack it. All right. Solved, activated ability. Okay. It's activated ability. Okay. No, it's not immediately solved, but what I'm saying is that if you played on 3 and attack with 2 creatures, then it becomes solved. It's not immediately solved. It's 3 sources. The clue itself is 1 source, right? Okay, next card here, Crime Novelist. 3 mana, 1/3. Whenever you sacrifice an artifact, put a counter on Crime Novelist and add a red. That is cool. That is a cool card. Whoa. So you sacrifice a clue, then you get 1 mana back, and then you get a counter. I love this guy. This guy's awesome. I'm gonna give him a B+. I'm gonna give it a B+. Yes, it's a 3 mana, 1/3, but it's cool though. I love it. I'm gonna give it a B+, not even a B-. I actually love this guy. Nah, you don't play this in Constructed. If you play this in Constructed, you're either trolling or you're poor or you're a new player. or all of them. Okay. The next card here, Harry Drone Smith. 4 mana, 2/3. Get him come out of your turn, make a 1/1 Thopter. Artifact creature with flying. Gains haste until end of turn. Sacrifice at the beginning of your next end step. Every combat. Ooh. Sacrifice the end step. So you can actually use it as sacrifice fodder, and it's an artifact. You can actually sacrifice artifacts. This card is awesome. I love it, actually. A-. Immediate sack value, and it's evasive damage coming in. And yes, it's a 2/3, but I think it's good enough. I honestly would probably consider playing this even as a 2/2. So 2/3 is nice from that perspective. And then it sacrifices at the next end step, which means that you have time to sacrifice stuff even at sorcery speed. I love it. I love it. As far as Spike was cooking modern goblins with the card, that's awesome. I would love to see it work. I would love to see it work in Constructed. Caught red-handed. 5 mana instant. A spell can be countered. Gain controls our creature and a turn untap against haste and turn suspected. Okay. It's instant speed, but it can't block. I honestly don't mind active treason. Yes, there are sack effects, but it's 5 mana. So I think it's probably way too expensive, and the format's looking like a small creature format, and the creature that you steal can't block unless you can like steal something and unsuspect something at the same time. Just super convoluted. I think it's just too expensive. So for all intents and purposes, I'm gonna give us a D-. I think we haven't given out any Fs yet, actually. Yeah, so much it can't be countered. But yeah. The thing is that I hate small active treason effects when there are small sack outlets and stuff in the format. But yeah, this is a big one, so I actually don't mind at all. So that's actually fine. Flavor makes no sense. Wait, stop. I've been framed extremely convincingly. Not red-handed yet. I don't understand it either. All right. Next card here. Cornered Crook. 5 mana, 5/4. Cornered Crook enters the battlefield. You may sacrifice an artifact. When you do, it deals 3 damage to any target. I love it. I love it. It's good. It's huge. And also, it's very reminiscent of the other card. What do we give the black card? The black version of this. The black version was Exile, right? For 5 mana. It was Undercity Eliminator. Okay? So Undercity Eliminator. If we pull up Undercity Eliminator and compare the two in this format, 5 mana, 3/3, enter the battlefield, sacrifice artifact or creature. Exile target creature an opponent controls. This one deals 3 damage to any target, and it's huge. I actually love it. What do we give Understated Eliminator? B+. I'm gonna give this guy like an A-, actually. I just love this guy. 3 damage to any target. It's reach. 3 is a big number, and it's huge. I'm gonna give it A-. I love it. Oh, that's true. You can't sack creatures, but if you have the artifact generation girl, then you can actually sack that one as well. I think it's still pretty good. Oh, the Undercity Eliminator can sack itself. That's true. I never thought about that. That's also good too. But yeah, it curves into this. Anyways, I'll give it A-. We'll see. And then the last uncommon here. No, the last uncommon here. Bullrack Clan Basher. All right, Bullracks are back. 6 mana, 3/2. Cyclops Warrior. Double Strike Trample. Disguise for 5. Okay, Double Strike Trample. This guy's kind of a chonker, honestly. And it's good with equipment. This guy's kind of a chonker. I'm going to give this guy a B+. I think it's pretty huge. Pretty huge. What do you guys think? B+? Maybe just a B. Maybe flat B. It is expensive. 3 to disguise, to throw down a face down, and then 5 to flip it up. But Double Strike Trample is pretty good with equipment. I think I'm just gonna give it a B. Can we give a Death Touch? Yes, there are ways to give a Death Touch in black. It's an instant. Yeah. But also we want to be playing some equipment, I think. Like I like the colorless equipment, the detective hat or whatever it's called. Throw down a face down and pass my turn. Okay. So, all right, let's finish up red here and then decide if we want to continue the set review. Connecting the dots. All right, connecting the dots. 2 mana enchantment. Whenever a creature you control attacks, exile the top card of your library face down. Okay, whenever a creature you control attacks, exile the top card of your library face down. 2 mana, discard your hand, sacrifice connecting the dots, put all cards exiled with connecting the dots in their owner's hand. Wait, is it like a memory jar? It's like a weird, different memory jar, right? It's like, okay, whenever a creature attacks, exile top card face down, and then you can collect them. You can collect the dots. And then 2 mana, you discard your whole hand, sacrifice to put all cards exiled into your owner's hand. I love the card. Problem is that you have to attack while doing it, so it's going to be card advantage for an attacking deck. Sounds pretty strong, though. Yeah, it's like a bull mat carrier, yeah. Easy to mill out, too. I mean, who cares? In a deck that's playing this, you're not going to mill out. If you're mill out, then you're going to lose anyways, right? Okay, so how do we want to rate this, actually? I like Bomat being not on a creature, to be honest. Whenever a creature you control attacks. So you can attack with 2 creatures, and then you exile 2, right? I actually like it. I'm going to give it A-. I think it's better than Bomat, honestly. Because Bomat, you can just kill the creature. It's harder to kill this. I like it for limited. Is this playable and constructed? Probably not, I'll have to say. Yeah, A-. Why? Why is this not good? I think it's good. 2 mana do nothing red card. It's doing nothing until you draw 7 cards or whatever. Yeah. I mean, I think it's good. Okay, next card here. Fugitive Codebreaker. 2 mana, 2/1. Prowess and Haste. Disguise 5. I mean, like, the thing is that if, like, think about it this way, chat. In this format, we also have Suspect, right? Suspect is going to help your creatures attack. Yes, it's going to be better on the play than on the draw. But you're playing this in a deck that wants to attack, play, or draw, right? I think it's just good. It's just good. Like, good enough. Good enough. Okay, next card here. Fugitive Codebreaker. 2 mana, 2/1. Prowess, Haste. Disguise 6. Cost is reduced by 1 for each sorcery card in your graveyard. That's cool. When Fugitive Codebreaker is turned face up, discard your hand and draw 3 cards. That's cool. That's a cool card. I like it. And you can even play it on 2. The card's pretty good. I'm going to give it a flat A. And it can be card advantage later. It's good at every point in the game. Yeah, I like it. Just give it a flat A. I mean, is it or not? Who cares, right? Yeah, it might be better in Is It, but I think you play this in every red deck. It's good. It's just good. You know what? I play this in every deck, actually. If you think about it, because it's a morph, right? It's a disguise. You can do it for colorless. And then whenever I have access to it, no cards, I flip it face up. I'm going to give it A plus even. It goes in every deck. It goes in every deck. Next card here, Pyrotechnic Performer. 2 mana, 3/2, disguise 1. Whenever Pyrotechnic Performer or another creature you control is turned face up, that creature deals damage equal to its power to each opponent. When Pyrotechnic Performer or another creature you control is turned face up, that creature deals damage equal to its power to each opponent. That is awesome. That is amazing. So it also, wasn't there a lifelink guy? No, I don't know. This is awesome. I think I'm going to give this an A plus. It's well statted, 2 mana, 3/2, disguise, cheap cost to flip up, honestly, just for 1 mana. It'll cost 4 mana instead of 3. And then also all of your other things that get flipped up deal extra damage. I think this card's awesome. Gonna give it A plus. Okay, next card here, Case of the Crimson Pulse. 3 mana. When the case enters the battlefield, discard a card, then draw 2 cards. Okay, discard a card, then draw 2 cards. So it's Tormenting Voice. To solve, you have no cards in hand. Okay, so once you have no cards in hand, you solve this. Solve at the beginning of your upkeep, discard your hand, then draw 2 cards. That's a really strong card, I think. I like it. I'm going to give this an A minus. Is this better than the other one on attacks? I think so. This works in more decks. This will work in decks that are not attacking. I really like it. Yeah, you draw 2 in Hellbent. I think it's really good. It's good in attacking decks. It's good in not attacking decks as well. But, yeah. And then you use all your cards. I like it. Can you face up a disguised creature after blockers are declared? Yes, you can. It's an instant speed. Unless it says otherwise. Alright, Krenko, Baron of Tin Streets. 3 mana, 3 haste. Tap sacrifice an artifact. Put a +1 counter on each goblin you control. Okay. Whenever an artifact is put into a graveyard from the battlefield, you may pay red. If you do, make a 1/1 red goblin token with haste. That's awesome. And it doesn't have to attack you every turn. This guy's amazing. Just an S. Just give it an S. It's good as a 3 mana, 3/3 haster. You're making a bunch of things and you're buffing your board. I think that's just an S to me. This card's annoying. I don't even think it's an A. I think this card's just good at every point, right? You pop a clue, you pay 1, you get a dude. And yeah, I think it's really cool. I love it. I love it. I think it's very good. I'll hate to play against it as well. Next card here, Lamplight Phoenix. 3 mana, 3/3. Flying. When Lamplight Phoenix dies, you may exile it and collect evidence 4. If you do, return Lamplight Phoenix to the battlefield tapped. Okay. That's pretty good. Collect evidence 4. Because the thing is that it's already a 3 mana, 3/3 flyer. And then the collect evidence doesn't spend mana. You obviously need stuff in your graveyard, but I like it. I like it. I think it's very good. A plus. I don't think this was an S, is it? What do you guys think? I think this is A plus. I think it's good. I don't think this needed haste. At least not for limited. In constructed, maybe? Like, is this playable in constructed? I don't know. Probably not. I think S for sure. I don't think it's an S. What do you guys think? 3 mana, 3 flyer. Dies, collect evidence. I mean, there's pacifism type effects in the format as well. I don't think it's an S. All right. Next card here. Krenko's Buzz Crusher. 4 mana, 4/4 flying trample. It's an artifact creature. Buzz Crusher enters the battlefield for each player. Destroy up to 1 non-basic land the player controls. For each land destroyed this way, its controller may search his library for a basic land card. Search his library for a basic land card. Search his library for a basic land card. Put in battlefield, tap, then shuffle. Okay. It's just a 4/4 flying trample and limited, right? But seems good to me. Dragon, it's A plus. I don't know. I think it's just A plus. Like, I mean, I give it a flat A, sure. I give it a flat A. It's just huge. It's just a dragon, right? Just A is fine. Next card here, Anzrag's Rampage. 5 mana sorcery. Destroy all artifacts you don't control. Then exile top X cards of your library, where X is the number of artifacts are put in the graveyards from the battlefield this turn. So this does count clue tokens, right? Because they were put in the graveyard, and it doesn't say artifact cards, just artifacts. So I think it works. You may put a creature card exiled this way onto the battlefield. You may put a creature card exiled this way onto the battlefield. It gains haste to return it to your hand at the beginning of next end step. So you basically Raigeki all of their artifacts. Then you exile top X cards where X is that number basically, right? Then You can put a creature card, Exile's Wave, on the battlefield, and then against haste, return it to your hand at the beginning of your next end step. So you can attack with it, then it bounces back. I don't think it's that good. Maybe D+. D+. Like, sure, there could be some situations for it, but I feel like it's never even that good. It's going to be okay. But yeah, gonna give it D+, I guess. All right, last two cards for red. The Mythic, Expedited Inheritance. Red enchantment. Whenever a creature is dealt damage, its controller may exile that many cards from top of library. They may play those cards until the end of the next turn. What? So it's symmetrical. It's symmetrical. Whenever a creature is dealt damage, its controller may exile that many cards from top of library. They may play those cards until the end of their next turn. That sounds like a can of worms, but the problem is that you're down a card when you open the can of worms. I don't think I like it. I don't think I like it. I don't think I like it. I think it's a D-. I think it's a D-. What? This card is so weird, honestly. Whenever a creature is dealt damage, its controller may exile that many cards. So it's damage based. You can try to mill them out with it. You can try to mill them out with it, but I don't think it's going to work. It just sounds terrible, right? Sounds bad. Seems very strong. Oh yeah, also it's a May, so you can't even mill them out, actually. It's a May. Oh my god. It's a D-. It's probably an F, isn't it? Isn't it probably an F? Now that I think about it. What do you guys think? I think it's an F. It's not even a D-. Like, when can you play this? Why would you play this? I don't think ever. Alright, it's weird that it's a Mythic, though. Next card here, Incinerator of the Guilty. 6 mana, creature dragon. Flying Trample. Whenever Incinerator of the Guilty deals combat damage to a player, you may collect evidence X. Whenever Incinerator of the Guilty deals combat damage to a player, you may collect evidence X. Okay, when you do, Incinerator of the Guilty deals X damage to each creature. X damage to each creature and each planeswalker that player controls. Whenever you... Okay, 6 mana, 6 and Flying Trample. Already good. Whenever it deals common damage to a player, you may collect evidence X, and then it's going to Raigeki their board. It's going to Bonfire the Damn them. To all the creatures and planeswalkers they control, not their face, for the amount that you evidence X. All right, so if you didn't win, you're going to win. If you didn't win already, this doesn't get moved right. Just give it an S, I guess. And they need 6 toughness and flyers to even block it. Otherwise, the trample's over, and then they get Raigeki'd still. Yeah, that is insane. All right. Insane for limited, at least. Card here. Pick your poison. 1 green sorcery. Choose one. Each opponent sacrifices an artifact. Each opponent sacrifices an enchantment. Each opponent sacrifices a creature of flying. All right. 1 mana one, though. That's kind of cool. Sacrifice an enchantment. Sacrifice a creature of flying. Kind of cool for 1 mana, though. Like, yeah. I mean, the effect is still not that flexible or whatever, but it's 1 mana. It's 1 mana. I'm gonna give it what, a D+, C-, D+, C-. D+, C-. Sacrifice an artifact. Oh, probably D+ still. It's a cool card though. We'll see how good it is. Commander coded as well. Oh, commander coded. Is it each opponent? Each opponent. Oh, interesting. That's a cool card for commander, sure. Okay, next card here, Rubble Belt Maverick. 1 mana, 1/1, Human Detective. Human Detective enters the battlefield, Surveil 2. That's already pretty good. Exile Rubble Belt from your graveyard. Put a counter on target creature, activate as a sorcery. Kind of cool. I like it. It's a small creature, Surveil 2. Graveyard has value too, right? And then you can exile this, put a counter or something. It's pretty flexible. I kind of like it. I'm gonna give it C+. C+. Generally not a card that I like to play or whatever, but yeah, sure. Yeah, and Detective is relevance. Next card here, Fanatical Strength. 2 mana, target creature is +3/+3 and trample. Okay. The staggering size the staggering size was 3 mana, right? And give trample. This is actually what? This is like a this is basically 2 mana giant growth or whatever against trample. How much do we care about that though? Probably not much. I'm gonna give it start off as a D-. Oh, staggering size is the card. It is 2 mana. All right. Staggering size is 2 mana. Okay. There's another 3 mana +3/+3 that I got confused with. It's also Predator Strike. All right. Predator Strike also does that. Okay. Next card here, Nervous Gardener. Nervous Gardener. Okay. 2 mana 2/2 disguise 1. When Nervous Gardener turns face up, search your library for a land card with basic land type, reveal it, put it in your hand, and shuffle. Huh. How do you feel about that? It's slow mana fixing. You disguise it. It's a 4 mana 2/2, but you get a land. Man, I kind of don't know. I don't really like it. Otherwise, you're playing it as a 2/2 as a blocker. I kind of don't like it. I mean, the curve is kind of good, right? You morph it on 3, flip it face up. On 4, you get a land, play a land, and then morph something else. It's kind of a fine play pattern, but I'm unconvinced on it. I might need it for our 5-color decks, though. We'll see. I don't actually know. C-, D+. I think I want to start off as a D+, honestly. I still don't have that much confidence in it. I'm going to give it a D+ to start off with, I think. I think no matter what, it's going to be a D+ or C-, basically, right? Yes, you can get triomes, but that's not going to be relevant in this set, right? The basic land type. Next card here, Tunnel Tipster. Tunnel Tipster or Tunnel Hipster? 2 mana 1/1 at the beginning of your end step. If a face-down creature enters the battlefield under your control turn, put a counter on it. Add a green. Oh, I like it. So it's a 2 mana mana dork. You know, no longer are we in the day and age of 1 mana mana dorks. 2 mana mana dorks is the best we get. And you can put a counter on it when everything's morph. I like it. I like it. The curve doesn't work out that well, but it's fine. I guess you can play this on 2, then morph the Gardener on 3, and then tap this to flip it up. That's kind of a good curve, actually. That's kind of a good curve. Tell me that's not the best fixing in the set. Oh, you mean the last one? I actually don't know. The fixing will generally be in Colorless, right? And we haven't looked at Colorless. I kind of like it. What do we want to give it? B-, C+, B-, C+, B-, C+, B-, C+, B-, C+. B-, C+. I don't want to give it a C+. I don't even think I want to give it a B-, do I? I mean, you use a lot of mana in this set for clues and stuff. Maybe it is a B-, actually, the more I think about it. The thing is that you're using so much mana in this format for popping clues and stuff. I think the extra mana is just good anyways. You wish it was a detective? Next card here, V2 Ghazi Inspector. 2 mana 1/3. As the initial cost to cast a spell, you may collect evidence 6. Reach. Enters the battlefield. If evidence was collected, you put a counter on target creature you control and gain 2 life. Damn, so expensive for a counter and gaining 2 life for a 2 mana 1/3 reach. Are they saying that the blue flyers are actually going to be strong? This doesn't even block the white flyer for 4 mana. It blocks 2/2 flyers. I kind of don't care about it. I'm going to give this card a D. I feel like it just sounds bad. Yeah, it makes it better later on. You can't target itself, sure, but who cares? I would want to say it becomes a spider later on, but who cares? I want to give it a D. I think I don't care. Next card here, Airtight Alibi. 3 mana enchantment flash. Check creature. When Airtight Alibi enters the battlefield, untap creature against hexproof until end of turn. If it's suspected, it's no longer suspected. Enchanted creature gets +2/+2 and can't become suspected. So I don't even know what the name for this card is. Feral Invocation, like a Feral Invocation. It's a Feral Invocation +2/+2, but it's also Starlit Mantle with hexproof, and it also untaps. You know, it actually does a lot. It actually does a lot for a card, and it's no longer suspected. It can't become suspected. It's kind of a lot, but I still feel like, why though? It does so much, but still, why? Like, this card type has not been good for a while. Yeah, the hexproof is only per turn. I think it's just too much, though. I think it's too much. I'm gonna start this one off as a D, and let's give it a plus rating as well, because, you know, it does do a lot, but I don't really see me playing it. Yeah, you can also ambush something. Yeah, we'll see. Next card here, Slime Against Humanity. That's pretty cool. It's a Slime Against Humanity. That's awesome. Instead of a Crime Against Humanity. 3 mana, sorcery. Create a 0/0 green ooze creature token with trample. Put X counters on it, where X is 2 plus the total number of cards you own in exile and in your graveyard that are oozes or are named Slime Against Humanity. That is awesome. What? A deck can have any number of cards named Slime Against Humanity. Okay, so people are gonna build EDH decks, Slime Against Humanity, EDH decks. It just oozes. That's pretty funny. You can also, I mean, it doesn't sound great and constructed or whatever. Maybe it does. Maybe it does, actually. I actually saw a black-green enchantment that cares about... No, it's fungus, actually. It's not ooze. Never mind. Create an ooze token or trample. So the smallest it can be is what? X plus 2. So it's a 3 mana 2/2 at the smallest. And then the next one... And cards you own in exile. So this is cool with some sort of like collect evidence deck, right? The number of cards you own in exile. So you get exile stuff from your graveyard. It's a cool card. I think we can do it in draft, chat. I want to say that we can do it in draft. I think we can do it in draft. I think we can do it in draft. Why not? Is a payoff there? They get pretty large. And we can shuffle? Can we shuffle cards back in yet? Do we know if we can shuffle cards back in? I don't know. I don't know yet. Huh. 7 wins Slime Against Humanity. I like it. This is a question mark rating for sure. But you know what? I'm going to start off as a B. Just don't even at me, chat. I'm starting off as a B. All right, let's give it a B minus. All right, sure. Give it a B minus. Is it 3/3 as smallest? Is it 3/3 as smallest or a 2/2 as smallest, chat? Put X where X is 2 plus the number of cards you own in exile and in your graveyard. Oh, once it resolves. Oh, it is a 3/3. Wait, no. Chat. Are you new to my stream, Bulldozer? What do you mean? Is it a 3/3 or a 2/2? It's a 2/2 once it resolves, right? This is not in the graveyard yet. This has to resolve first for this to be in the graveyard. So it's a 2/2. Chat, y'all are confusing me. It has to be a 2/2. It's on the stack as a resolve. You can put 2 counters and then this goes to graveyard. The 2/2 smallest. All right. Okay, that's a confusing comment. Well, that's pretty cool. I like that. This one is they went this way. 3 mana sorcery. Search your library for basic land. Put in the battlefield tap, then shuffle and investigate. Okay. So there is mana fixing. 3 mana though. So you go from 3 to 5 and then you get a clue. It's probably fine. C+, probably. C+. Give it a C+. Will I play this card a lot? Probably. But again, I don't really even like being green-based 5 color. I like being 5 color, not non-green, you know? Yeah, you get a clue. Okay. Especially the format slower, which we don't know if it is, but... Yeah, I'm probably going to be forcing slime decks for a while. Next card here, Bite Down on Crime. 4 mana sorcery as an additional cost to cast a spell. You may collect evidence 6. The spell costs 2 less to cast if evidence was collected. So it can be 2 mana. Okay, target creature you control gets +2/+0 until end of turn. Deals damage equal to its power to target creature you don't control. Okay, I mean, it's good anyways, right? It's good anyways. It's a 4 mana Savage Punch, but it's not even fighting. It's a punching. And it gets a +2/+0 bonus. And it can get cheaper. I actually like it. I'm gonna give it a B minus. Sounds good to me. B minus C plus, right? B minus C plus. It's pretty large. +2/+0 is pretty large. It punches up. Okay. Next card here, Loxodon Eavesdropper. Of course, elephants have huge ears. It's an elephant detective. That's hilarious. 4 mana 3/3, enters the battlefield, investigate. Okay. Whenever you draw your second card each turn, Eavesdropper gets +1/+1 against vigilance and a turn. So it's a hill giant that you get to investigate, and then you draw second card each turn. It gains +1/+1 vigilance. It's a cool card. I don't like it that much. Maybe C+. Maybe C plus. It's a cool card. You can play some copies of them. Clues are relevant. Not the best blocker or anything, but +1/+1 vigilance, I guess. Filler common. Dad joke flavor. Is it dad joke? He's all ears. Okay. I mean, it's a decent dad joke. It's a decent dad joke. It's a limited common, yeah. Next card here, Vengeful Creeper. Is this a reprint? It's not, right? Vengeful Creeper. Oh my gosh, it sounds so familiar to other cards. 5 mana, 5/5, disguise 6. When Vengeful Creeper is turned face up, destroys our artifact enchantment opponent controls. All right, that's pretty good. I like it. It's a 5 mana, 5/5, and it's a disenchanted common, and it's well sized. I like it. Like, this is what I'm talking about, right? Like, this is much better than a card. I mean, is it much better? We saw a white card that's disenchant, or you can also kill something with 4 or greater. It's pretty good too, honestly. Both of those cards are pretty good. You know what? Let me go back and change that rating for that card. 3 mana instant, right? What was it? Was it 3 mana instant, 3 mana sorcery at common? I think it was make your move. This is the card I'm talking about here. So this card, compare that to this card, right? Make your move. This is 3 mana, destroy target artifact, enchantment, or creature, power 4 or greater. I gave it a C minus. I can just make your move a flat C. I think it's fine. I actually really like Vengeful Creeper here. I think I'm going to give it a B minus even. I like the card. I'm going to be playing a lot of these guys. In 5 color decks or green decks. I actually like this guy a lot. I'm going to give it a B minus. I like everything about the card. I think it's flexible. I think it's well statted. It's well costed as well. Oh, the disguise is 6 mana. Okay, 6 mana to disenchant. All right, it makes sense though. I like it still. B minus might be high. It could be closer to C plus, but I'm gonna start this off high. And it's instant speed. That's true as well. And it's instant speed. All right, the very last common for green. Topiary Panther. That is a cool card. It's a plant cat. 6 mana, 6/5 trample. Oh, it has basic land cycling. That's awesome. Search your library for a basic land card. Reveal it. Oh my god. This is also good for collecting evidence as well. And if you're playing Reanimator, I guess it's a way to get something into your graveyard. And you can fix for other colors. I like it. And has trample. I like it. Ooh, I'm going to give this card just a flat B. I'll be playing a lot of this. That's our 5 color card, chat. That's our 5 color deck card. Yeah, it enables all evidence 6, so that's a good breakpoint as well. Is it S for Deathsie? Yeah, is it S for Deathsie? But you know, the tier list, we make it for everybody, so we'll give it a B. All right, chat. That is the commons. What do you guys think about the commons? Let's move on to uncommons. Give me 1 second here. I need to reply to some family messages here. Okay, get a leg up. 1 mana instant. Until end of turn, target creature gets +1/+1 for each creature you control and gains reach. Until end of turn, target creature gets +1/+1 for each creature you control and gains reach. Wow. So if you're going really wide, this is big, but I still don't like it that much. Interesting trick, but I'm going to start off as a D+ here. It is a big one. Like, if you are going wide and white or something, it's going to be really large. It's a strong card, but in general, I don't think I care about it that much. Next card here, hard-hitting question. Hilarious. 1 mana sorcery. Target creature you control deals damage equal to its power to target creature or planeswalker you don't control. Oh. That's a really nice, efficient spell for green. That's awesome. It's not even a fight. That's awesome. That's a power creep, I think. I like this card a lot. I'm going to give it an A-. I think this card is actually just sick. It's good. 1 mana is amazing here for sorcery as well. I don't know if there are ways to get instant sorceries back, but this is an awesome one. Hits planeswalkers too. It better. I think that everything should hit planeswalkers. Honestly, I hate planeswalkers to death. I hate planeswalkers to death. Planeswalker ruins my games of Magic. Hate him. Hate him. I'm in the I hate planeswalkers club. Are there shirts out there that are like that, like anti planeswalker club or something? All right. This card here, Hedge Whisperer. 1 mana 0/3. You may choose not to untap Hedge Whisper during your untap step. You may choose not to untap Hedge Whisper during your untap step. You may choose not to untap Hedge Whisper during your untap step. Okay. 4 mana, collect evidence 4. Target land you control becomes a 5/5. green plant boar creature with haste. As long as Hedge Whisperer remains tapped, it's still a land. Active only as a sorcery. Okay, so you're hedging with a Hedge Whisper. You're playing a 1 mana 0/3 to block stuff early. And then collect evidence 4 and 4 mana, tap one of your lands, but it's a 5/5, and then it's reusable. So basically they have to kill. Wait, hold on. As long as Hedge Whisperer remains tapped. So if they kill Hedge Whisperer, you lose your 5/5 actually, right? So if they kill your Hedge Whisperer, you lose a 5/5. So that's not good. Because if that weren't the case, like if they killed the 5/5 and then you can use your Hedge Whisperer again. Right? Yeah, you don't lose the land, but you lose your 5/5. Is that good or not? Is that good or not? I mean, you like if you curve into this 5/5, I don't even like it. I don't really like it, chat. I don't like it. It's an okay blocker, but I generally don't like it that much. I'm gonna give this guy a D+. I'm gonna give this guy a D+. I don't like it. Running through the iterations and play patterns and stuff in my head, I don't really like it. Okay, next card here, Rope. Oh my gosh, day 9, dude. I'm a little bit upset that day 9 didn't get to reveal this card, or did he? Any knowers? Did day 9 get to reveal this card? Oh my gosh. Okay, 1 mana, clue equipment. Equipped creature gets +1/+2, has reach, and can be blocked by more than one creature. Oh. So actually, on your suspected creatures, they're just unblockable, right? Equip 3. Suspectable Rope is unblockable, but it's 3, but it gives them stats. This is one of the better ones we've seen, right? I think it's one of the better ones we've seen. Is he notorious for roping? No. Day 9 is not notorious for roping. To give some context, is that he has this Amnesia playthrough, which actually my brothers and I watched as a kid. Okay, like when we were younger, before I had even met Sean or been a Twitch streamer. But in there, his chat trolls him that he had to go back and get a rope. So in Amnesia, The Dark Descent, you have to go and you have to like solve all these murders and mysteries and stuff and puzzles while there's something trying to kill you. And then he went back all the way for a rope, and the rope was unclickable, and he just got trolled. So that's a meme that I remember. I don't know how popular the meme is, but whenever I think of rope, I always think of day 9. So yeah. But yeah, his Descent into Madness. That was a really great one. Anyways, I like the card. I want to give it like C+, B-, C+, B-, C+, B-. I'm gonna give the rope a B-, guys. This is an ambitious rating for sure. It's more likely a C+, but I think there's a lot of potential in this one. 3 mana is a lot, but you know, green has mana, so I think it's actually fine. Yeah, this one being, yeah, it does break the cycle with this one being 3 and not 2. That's weird, right? All of the other ones are 2 to equip, but yeah. Day 9 is a Day 9 rope emote that chat uses when there's a spoiler. They want to talk about lots of usage of Elden Ring. Oh my gosh. Am I sub to the Day 9 at the moment? I'm not. Does anyone have a Day 9 rope in chat? All right, next card here, Aftermath Analyst. 2 mana, 1/3 when... Oh, it's an Elf Detective. When Aftermath Analyst enters the battlefield, mill 3 cards. Okay, that's very good for collecting evidence. 4 mana, sacrifice Aftermath Analyst. Return all land cards from a graveyard to the battlefield tapped. Whoa! Sacrifice and return all land cards. Oh, whoa! Oh my god, count me in, dude. I'm gonna give this guy an A+. Screw it. I'm gonna give this guy an A+. Y'all can sue me. Send a lawsuit to my lawyer. I don't have a lawyer at the moment. But yeah, you guys can sue me. I'm gonna give this card an A+. I love this card. this is a great way to get a ton of mana, and ton of mana is cool. And you can do it with looting, you can do it with surveilling, you can do it with just cards like this that just straight up mill. And then you get a bunch of mana, then you can make a comeback and do some work with it. That's awesome. I love it. I love it. I absolutely am in love with this card. Absolutely in love. I love you. Aftermath Analyst. This is my favorite card of the set thus far, actually. Urza Saga. All right, next card here. Yes, for those of you just joining us as well, you can check out our tier list, or you go to deathsie.com for the tier list as well. That is a free resource. Our Patreon, okay, this is a moment that I will mention my Patreon. Patreon members, we don't have many of them, but there are people who subscribe to my Patreon, so I want to give them a benefit. And the Patreon members will be getting all of the tier list updates first, okay? And then I will release the public tier list the day before pre-release, right? Which is going to be February 1st. I will release this tier list in its final form to the public on February 1st. But until then, the Patreon members will be getting early access to that. And with updates as I'm playing the set, the Patreon members will get access to that first, probably like 2 weeks before I post it on social media in the public tier list as well. So do check that out. I don't know what I'm going to be doing on my Patreon. If you guys on a whim want to subscribe to that and support me that way, that is huge. I don't know exactly where my Patreon is going, to be honest. It's just so hard to keep track of and keep everything afloat. But yeah, that is an option that we're still doing at the moment. Okay, thank you. Next card here, Flourishing Bloomkin. 2 mana 0/0. Flourishing Bloomkin gets +1/+1 for each forest you control. All right. +1/+1 for each forest you control. Mono green card? Okay, that's interesting. Disguise 5. Oh my gosh. When Flourishing Bloomkin is turned face up, search your library for up to 2 forest cards. Reveal them. Put one of them into your hand. Wait, hold on. Put one of them on the battlefield tapped and the other in your hand and shuffle. Okay. So it is a weird card. It's great in mono green, but if you're not playing in a mono green and you want to play it in a deck that has more colors, which we will, it's going to be 3 mana to flip face down to disguise it, and then to undisguise it or whatever. I don't know what the correct terminology. Flip it face up for 5 mana. We get 2 forest cards, not of any color, only forests. Then we put them on the battlefield tapped. One on the battlefield tapped, then another one in hand. So it'll be like a 3/3/4/4 in a multicolor deck. But how many forests can we play? Like, honestly, we might just not have forests in my deck anyways to flip. Oh, I don't even know how to conceptualize this. I don't really know. It's going to be a good mono green card, sure. But can you play mono green? I don't know. Do you want to? Probably not. So I actually don't know. Maybe you can be like, it's a plant. It's not an ooze either. The dual lands do have typing. Okay, the dual lands do have typing. I have not done the lands yet either. So the dual lands do have typing. Okay. Are they at non-rare or what? Are the dual lands a non-rare, chat? Can you tell me? Yeah, you can also play in 2 colors. Pretty good. They're at rare. Okay, so that's not even much of a consideration, right? That's actually not much of a consideration. I'm assuming that you don't just get a bunch of rare lands or whatever. So, yeah, I actually don't know. So then what? What do we rate this card then? I don't think it's that good, is the thing. I'm going to give it a C- for Flourishing Bloomkin. It could be very good in some decks, but I don't see it being that good. All right, next card here. Case of the Trampled Garden. Who would dare? 3 mana. When this case enters the battlefield, distribute 2 +1/+1 counters among 1 or 2 target creatures you control. Okay, so you two counters. To solve, creatures you control have total power 8 or greater. All right, on the board. All of your creatures on the board. Solved. Whenever you attack, put a counter on target attacking creature against trample until end of turn. That's pretty good. I like it. 3 mana, you distribute 2 counters, and then once you get more counters, you get more counters. I like it. I think it's actually very good. I'm gonna give it A-. Give it A-. I think it's also good because if you think about it, in our detective decks, right, we are already incentivized to play a lot of small things, 1 and 2 mana things, and then these counters are actually good for 1 and 2 mana things. And then in addition to that, it is just gonna be good with the game plan, right? Good with the game plan. So I think it's good. Yeah, it's mad on defense, but I mean, like, you can put counters on your creatures and then be on defense as well. I actually like it. I'm gonna give it A-. Next card here, Pompous Gadabout. 3 mana 4/2, has hexproof as long as it's your turn. It's a human citizen. Okay. It can't be blocked by creatures that don't have a name. Wait, what? Pompous Gadabout can't be blocked by creatures that don't have a name. He's so pompous, he won't even give you the time of the day unless you have a name. Okay. So, do tokens have names? Are tokens unnamed? Oh, face-down creatures are unnamed. Do tokens have names? Do tokens have names? Face-down creatures have none. Okay. Makes sense. How about tokens? Tokens have names. Tokens do have names. It'll be like Beast. Tokens have no names unless they're copies. Wait, what? Hold on. There's some disagreement in chat. Do tokens have names or not? They can have names, but do they normally have names? Like, if you make a Beast token, is it named Beast or no? Is it named Beast? Tokens have types. Tokens have names. All right. All right, Daniel the Gathering. Wait, Daniel the Gathering. Are you the Daniel from Bangkok or not? Yes, has a name. Okay. Yes, has a name. Stand aside. Okay, as a name. All right, we figured it out. So normal tokens do have a name. But this is morph creatures. So it can't be blocked by morphs. That's pretty good, honestly. Hexproof on its turn. So it can't be... So it's a good thing to equip, I guess? As long as it's your turn. They can't deal with it on your turn. That's pretty cool. I kind of like him. I don't know what to give him, though. A C+. It's a cool card. I'm not... okay, yes. I asked you that last time, Daniel. All right, just checking. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, we have another Daniel in here that's from Bangkok who also plays Magic, is the thing. No name. So morph. A morph creature, right? So morph, or in this case, in this format, we call it a... We call it... Wait, what do we call it again, chat? A witness? No. It's a culprit. No. It's a... It is either cloaked or disguised creature. So it's kind of confusing. There's a lot of different terminologies for it. Cloaked or disguised creature, right? So disguised is the mechanic itself, like morph. But cloak, it's actually a cloaked creature, I believe. Yes, the creature is a cloaked creature. It's not a morph creature, it's a cloaked creature. So you don't know about it. And then disguise is the name of the mechanic itself. To flip it up, I believe. What do we can't read the name? That's true. Like Japanese cards, that's true. They still have a name. They still have a name unless you're racist. This card has no name. House rules. Okay, next card here, Sample Collector. 3 mana, 2/3. When Sample Collector attacks, you may collect evidence 3. When Sample Collector attacks, you may collect evidence 3. It's a troll detective. When you do put a counter on target creature you control. Okay. It's a 3 mana 2/3. That whenever it attacks, you may collect evidence 3. And then put a counter on target creature you control. Okay. I too am a troll detective. 2/3 is a stat size. Is already a stat size. 3 mana 2/3. Collect evidence whenever it attacks. And put a counter on target creature you control. Collect evidence 3. So if you have a lot of ways to put like 3 mana cards in your graveyard, That's interesting. 3-mana cards, so you would want it to be instants or sorceries, right? Basically, or clues, I guess. They're solved. But whenever this attacks, I don't like it. I actually don't like it. I feel like it's so hard to use, and the payoff is not good, and it's eating your graveyard. I think there's better stuff to do. I actually don't like it. I'm gonna give it a D. Sample collector. I guess it's good. Thinking about it the other way, it's good if you don't have a lot of things to do with your graveyard. But then it still has to attack. So I don't like it. I don't like it, honestly. I don't like it because this guy has to attack. And he's so small. I don't like it. Next card here, Chalk Outline, 4-mana enchantment. Ooh, is this a build around? Whenever one or more creature cards leave your graveyard. Whenever one or more creature cards leave your graveyard, create a 2/2 detective, a white and blue detective creature token, then investigate. Whoa! I love this card. This card's a build around. Whenever one or more creatures leave your card, you make it 2/2. Oh my god. All right. I'm gonna give it the S, chat. Can I give this the S, chat? I mean, it could be like an A+, an A+. Oh my god. I want to be doing that. I want to be doing that. I want to be that. Oh my god. All right, chat. Is anyone getting mad at me if I give this S? Or should I just give it the A+, chat? I love this card. Obviously, it's slow, but you get a 2/2 and you get a clue token. I love it. What do you mean it only happens once? No, it doesn't only happen. It says whenever. What do you mean it only happens once? Yes, only once per evidence collection. Yes, one or more creature cards. I guess that's the caveat here. It's one or more creature cards. So it's not even any other cards. So you can't even like collect evidence with non-creature cards. Ah, I see. All right. So I think that's a caveat for me to not give it an S. I'm going to give it A-. I think it's actually very playable, very cool, and very fun as well. I used to drew the chalk outlines of crime scenes, but they fired me for adding too much detail to the groin. I love it, Crocky. Okay. Next card here. Greenbelt's Radical, 4-mana 4/4, disguise 7. Okay, when Greenbelt Radicals turn face up, put a counter on each creature you control. Creatures you control get trampled and turn. Damn. It's a 4-mana 4/4, but if it's disguised, it can flip up as essentially a small overrun. Ooh, and it counts as self as well. This one also gets a counter. Damn, I like that one. I'm gonna give this one an A+. I think this card's a monster. Absolute Giga Chad. A Giga Lad? A Giga Lass. A Giga Lass. All right. A Giga Lassasquarian? Giga Lassasquarian. All right. That's the phrase I'm going to give this card. Giga Lassasquarian. All right. 4-mana 4/4, disguise flip up, Centaur Citizen. All right. Seems great. I like it. Okay. Next card here. A Killer Among Us. 5-mana enchantment. When a Killer Among Us enters the battlefield, make a 1/1 white human creature token, a 1/1 blue merfolk creature token, and a 1/1 red goblin creature token. Then secretly choose human, merfolk, or goblin. What? Then secretly choose human, merfolk, or goblin. Sacrifice a Killer Among Us. Reveal the chosen creature type. Reveal the chosen creature type. Sacrifice this. Reveal the chosen creature type. If target attacking creature token is a chosen type, put 3 counters on it and against death touch end of turn. All right, how do we conceptualize this? It's a 5-mana, make 3 tokens, okay? It's not a human because the human's dead. A Killer Among Us. One of these guys is the killer, all right? Which one is the killer? That's hilarious. Reveal the chosen creature type. A sacrifice attacking creature is a chosen type. You put 3 counters on it and against death touch on the turn. Right, that's cool. But the creature token has to be attacking. It can't be on blocks or whatever. But you can attack, get the counters, then it's a decent blocker, right? How do you secretly choose a paper? You just write it down on a piece of paper, I assume. Write it down on a piece of paper. The opponent has to guess. Sacrifice or reveal. Wait, hold on. Does opponent have to guess? No, opponent doesn't have to guess. Opponent doesn't have to guess. Opponent has to guess on blocks, sure. Opponent has to guess on blocks, but there's no guessing for you. There's no guessing for you, no. Right? Reveal a chosen creature type. If it's a chosen type, no. It just checks. Okay. It's pretty funny if you have more than one. Oh my gosh, if you have more than one... If you have more than one, dude, that is confusing. I don't even want to think about it right now. That's a cool card, though. All right, what do you think about 5 mana? What I like it. I like it. I like it. I'm gonna give it a B+. I think it's kind of slow, but I'm down to give it a B+. I think it's kind of slow because the thing is, it's 5 mana to make 3 1/1s, and then you have to attack, right? Oh, you can actually do it for another creature that's already attacking on the board. That's interesting. So you can reveal a chosen type. It doesn't have to be one of these 3. Ah, it's a little bit better than I thought too. A little bit better than I thought as well, right? So if you have a merfolk or a merfolk, wait, hold on. Oh wait, it does make a human. I'm crazy. It does make a human. Sorry, it does make a human token. I thought it didn't make a human token. Merfolk, human, goblin. Okay. So you want merfolks, humans, or goblins? I think it's actually pretty good then. Honestly, can we give it A-? I'm down to give it A-. I think I'm down to give it A-. I like it. The fact that you can attack with something else on the turn you play it, I think it's good. Yeah, and then the attack creature has to be a creature of that type. Wait, no, if target attacking creature token. Oh my god. All right, back down to B. Back down to B, chat. Let's give it a flat B. Has to be creature token. Target attacking creature token. Oh my gosh, it has to be a token. Never mind. Okay, I'm gonna just drop it down to B. Detective tokens are humans. Yes, detective tokens are humans. That's a big plus as well. I think B is fine for this. But pretty solid card overall. The next card here, Colvert Ambusher. 5 mana 4/5. Enters the battlefield or a turn face up. Target creature blocks a turn of Able. All right. So it's a goad. Enter the battlefield, turn face up, target creature blocks a turn of Able, then you can disguise it. Pretty cool. Target creature blocks a turn of Able. That's kind of good with Death Toucher, so I like it. What do you give it? A B-? Pretty well statted. B-. I don't know how good it's going to be yet, but it sounds reasonable. B-, C+, something like that. Okay, next card here, Glint Weaver. 7 mana, 3/3. Spider with Reach. Glint Weaver enters the battlefield. Distribute 3 +1/+1 counters among 1, 2, or 3 target creatures. It can count itself as well. Then you gain life equal to the greatest toughness among creatures you control. Oh. So it's a 7 mana 6/6 reach in the worst case, right? Big spider. Big spider mommy. Pretty cool. It's pretty expensive, but green is already trying to get mana, right? We have a lot of ways to get a lot of mana, or like some mana, excess mana. This is pretty large. And it's to enter the battlefield, so you can put it on other things as well. I think it's so flexible. I actually like it a lot. I'm gonna give this card A- for the Glint Weaver. I actually like this card a lot. Yeah, it's expensive, I get it. But it's flexible. It's flexible. And against life. Yes, and against life. As long as it didn't die when you played it and targeted it, right? Like if one has a Searing Spear or whatever, the deal 3, they can kill it in response and then you don't get anything, but that's life. I like it. It's insane. I love it. I think this has to be 7 mana. I don't think 6 mana makes sense for this. I think this has to be 7 mana. All right, moving on to the rares, and then we're going to be finishing up the green here. Analyze the Pollen. 1 mana, sorcery. As additional cost to cast a spell, you may collect evidence 8. Search your library for a basic land card. If evidence was collected in search your library for a creature or land card. Reveal a card and put it in your hand. Okay, so you always only can get 1, right? Even if evidence was collected, you can search for a creature. Okay, I don't care that much about it. I mean, what is it? It's like a C-. It's like a C-, D+, C-, D+, C-, I guess. The flexibility bumps it up from a D+ to C-. Do you play this in Constructed, though? You play this in constructed? I don't think so. Like, yeah, you search your library for a creature. Like, do you play this in constructed? I don't think so. Still. Green is the last color for today. No, green is the last color. We've done Wooburg, and we're on green now. Okay, next card here, Sharp-Eyed Rookie. 2-mana, 2/2 Vigilance. It's a human detective. Whenever a creature enters a battlefield under your control, if its power is greater than Sharp-Eyed Rookie's power, or its toughness is greater than Sharp-Eyed Rookie's toughness, put a +1/+1 counter on Sharp-Eyed Rookie and investigate. Oh my gosh. 2-mana, 2/2 Vigilance. And then basically, if another creature enters the battlefield under your control, if its stats is larger, either its attack or its butt, you put a counter on it and investigate. That sounds amazing. Oh my gosh. A+ or S? A+ or S? Dude, this card seems so good. Like, you're getting clues for no reason. It's a good creature anyways. 2-mana, 2/2 Vigilance. I think A+, right? A+. This card is ridiculous for sure, though. I think A+ is not quite S, I think, right? I think A+ is good. I like A+ for it. It's very, very strong. It is a big pelt collector, yeah. If you play that, then 3/3, does it get +2/+2? Oh, that's a good question. If its power is greater than or its toughness. I don't think so. It's or. No, wait. Actually, do you get 2? If you play a 3/3, you get 1 counter. Do you get 1 counter or 2 counters, chat? If its power is greater than its power or. This is and or anyways, right? So I think that you only get 1. I think it was only 1. I think it's only 1. No. You never get 2 by playing 1 creature. It has to be once, I believe, from my understanding of reading this card. Okay. Next card here, Archdruid's Charm. Triple green. Instant. Choose 1. Search your library for a creature or land card and reveal it. Put on the battlefield tapped if it's a land card. Okay. Otherwise, put in your hand and shuffle. What? Second option. Put a +1 counter on target creature you control. It deals damage equal to its power to target creature you don't control. All right, that's a punch. Exalt or Artifact Enchantment. I don't care. I don't care. I'm gonna give this card a D-. Archer's Charm D-. It could even be an F for limited. I think D- is fine. It's an expensive punch and it's 2 mana intense unless you're mono green. So D-. This is too expensive, unfortunately. Triple green is just way too much. Double green is serviceable. Triple green is just too much. Sure, you can grab a Gaia's Cradle, I guess. It's not for limited. D for Druid. All right, next card here. Audience with Tristani. What are they doing? Is that an audience or is that something else? 3 mana sorcery. Create a 0/1 green plant creature token. Then draw cards equal to the number of differently named creature tokens you control. So at the very minimal, it's make a plant and draw 1 card. Okay. Then if you have a detective token, creature tokens. So clue tokens don't count. So if you have a detective token, you draw 2. What other creature tokens are there? I mean, they're random like dog tokens and stuff. Sure, you can draw 3. What other creature tokens have we seen, chat? We've seen what else have we seen? Oh, we've seen Goblin Merfolk token. That's true. All right, so that goes in that deck with a 5 mana card that makes 3 of the 1/1 tokens. Oh, we've also seen Thopter. That's true as well. Hard card to assess. I think I'm gonna start off as a D, but it's a build around for sure. Just deck dependent. I think D is fine. I think D is fine for that. 3 mana draw 4 with the enchantments. Snorcery. All right, next card here, Axebane Ferox. 4 mana 4/4 Death Touch Haste. Okay, Questing Beast. Ward, collect evidence 4. All right, Death Touch Haste. That's pretty chonky. Give it an A plus. Death Touch haste. It's haste and it's Death Touch. Flexible. Good at all points in the game. And then they have to collect evidence 4. Sure. Sometimes they just can't target it, actually. It's pretty good, though. Questing Beast without Vigilance. Yeah, well, yeah, the ward is big as well. I like it. I like it. Death Touch haste. I mean, just A plus is fine. It's not S tier or anything. Haste of the Locked Hothouse. What is a hothouse? Is that like a greenhouse? Alright, 4 mana, you may play an additional land on each of your turns. That's cool. So if you're drawing a lot of cards with clues, you can draw additional lands. That's pretty cool. I would like to play this. To solve, you control 7 or more lands. Alright, easy. Solve, you may look at the top card of your library anytime you may play lands and cast creatures and enchantment spells from your library. Damn! I love it. I think it's just S. An S for green. I think it's actually an S tier card. I think it's just good. It's good, it's broken. You're playing additional lands. You have clues to draw more cards or whatever. And then you can card advantage off the top. And it's not only once per turn. I think it's gas. A heated greenhouse in which plants that need protection from cold weather are grown. All right, so a hothouse is a greenhouse. Okay, cool. Can you play 2 lands if solved? Can you play 2 lands if solved? Yes. I believe? Yes. Yes. Because this is still in the... Yes. The answer is yes. So you just go through your entire deck. I think it's awesome. Okay. Next card here. Hide in Plain Sight. 4 mana sorcery. Look at top 5 cards of your library. Cloak 2 of them. Okay. Wait, what? Okay. That's insane. 4 mana, look at top 5 cards of your library, cloak 2 of them, put the rest in the bottom in a random order. All right. I mean, that's great. 4 mana for 2 2/2s, but they're cloaked. Actually, wait. You cannot flip up the cards because they don't gain disguise, right? Daniel, thank you so much for 2 months. Welcome back. Happy new set. Welcome to Deathsie's Detective Agency. Thank you so much, Daniel. I appreciate it. Last sentence. Okay. Oh. Sorry, there's a reminder text. To cloak a card, put the battlefield face down as a 2 creature ward 2, turn it face up anytime for his mana cost. Okay. Wait, what? Isn't that kind of confusing? I feel like it's too confusing, isn't it? Okay, you turn it face down anytime for his mana cost if it's a creature card. Because the thing is that the other cloak cards can't do that, right? Can the other cloak cards do that, chat? Or no? Can you flip up another cloaked card for its mana cost? Can you do that with any of them instead of its disguise cost? You can do either. Okay, you can do either. Okay, so it actually checks out then. If it's a creature, that's weird. I don't know if I like that, but it is what it is, right? Okay. I like it. What do we give this? An A? An A minus, probably? A minus. I think you just play it. It's fine. There's nothing broken. That's the idea of cloak. Okay. You can't flip it up for 4. Yes, you can't flip it up for 4, right? Yes, you can't flip it up for 4. Wait, hold on. The 4 flips are 7. Wait, it doesn't check out, chat. It doesn't check out. You're right. That's a good point. All right, let's look at the 4-drop again. Where is it? The 4-drop creature. 4-drop creature. Greenbelt Radical. All right, Greenbelt Radical. Let's take a look at this again, chat. Greenbelt Radical. It actually doesn't work, right? Because this one you can't... You can only flip it up for its disguise cost, right? You can't flip it up for its normal cost. And what's the point of its big disguise cost? You can't if you cloak it. So you're telling me that if I play 3 mana, turn this face down, it's actually not cloaked. That is so confusing, dude. That is so confusing. That is so confusing. I think the entire mechanic is a bit convoluted, isn't it? Or what? Or is that just me? It's kind of convoluted. If you cloak a disguise card, you flip it up. I think it's convoluted. Oh my gosh. But maybe there's no other way to do it. Anyways, it is what it is. Okay. That's weird. Knowing this card is weird. Okay, next card here. Undergrowth Recon. 3 mana enchantment. At the beginning of your upkeep, return target land card from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped. Paying for upkeep, return target land card from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped. I don't think I care. I mean, this is good if you're playing blue-green and you're looting away lands. Then you're basically going up in card advantage. It's actually playable. It's actually playable. It's slow, but it's playable. Actually, I don't think it's unplayable in limited, is it? Because you can surveil, you can also loot. I don't remember which ways are there to loot, but I don't think it's unplayable, chat. Ah, I see nobody. Okay. So if a creature has a disguise or morph cost, you cannot flip it up for its normal mana. But can you flip up normal other cards for its normal mana? That's weird. I think I feel like that was unnecessary, but yeah, I don't know. Okay, I don't think it's bad. It's a build around, but I actually don't think it's bad. I'm gonna give this card a D+, I guess. I mean, a D+ kind of means that I think it's bad, but like, I don't think it's unplayable. All right, final card here. The last card here of whites through green. The Pride of Holclade. Wow. Legendary Crocodile Elk Turtle. 11 mana, 2/15. Wow, what is that? This spell costs X less to cast, where X is the total toughness of creatures you control. The spell costs X less to cast, where X is the total toughness of creatures you control. Defender. So 2 and 2 blue, 4 mana until end of turn. Our creature you control gets +1/+0 whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player. Draw cards equal to its toughness, and it can attack as though it didn't have defender. Okay, so this actually works with the hexproof guy. You just draw your entire deck, dude. We need to make this unblockable though. How do we make this unblockable? You can give it flying. You can do something else. How do you make it unblockable? Unblockable. There are some creatures that make something unblockable, right? You have flying, draw 15, and then we have this card here. Let me pull it up here. We have this card here in the format. Living Conundrum. We have Living Conundrum. 5 mana. If you draw a card while your life has no cards, skip that draw step instead. This one also can attack with his butt. Actually, wait, it doesn't attack with his butt, right? Sorry, it doesn't attack with his butt. 10 set has flying vigilance. I mean, it's like not that great of synergy or whatever, but yeah, I mean, it works. I think the main takeaway is that this card, I think, is relatively cheap. I think it's pretty good. I don't know exactly how good it is. I'm down just to give it a flat A, I guess. Maybe A-. A-. Just give it A- to start with. I can see some degenerate things happening with this. But yeah. The thing is that you need the other guy on the board before you drop 15, but I guess you can set it up. Escape Tunnel. Escape Tunnel. What is this? Tap. It's a land. Sacrifice Escape Tunnel. Search your library for a basic land card. Put it on the battlefield tapped, then shuffle. Okay. So it's Evolving Wilds. Okay, search your library for a basic land card. Put it on the tap. Okay, it's Evolving Wilds. Then tap, sacrifice Escape Tunnel. Target creature with power 2 or less can't be blocked this turn. Tap, sacrifice Escape Tunnel. Target creature with power 2 or less can't be blocked. That's insane, dude. Oh my god. That is power creep. Evolving Wilds has evolved into an Escape Tunnel. That is cool, dude. I love it. I love it. Oh my gosh. I'm going to give it a C+. I'm going to give it a C+. I love you. You are cool. C+. Land. Where are the lands? C+. Yeah, like Evolving Wilds is already a sweet card in my opinion. Like I as a limited enjoyer do love Evolving Wilds, you know. I think it's just a very, very cool card. It's a basic fetch land basically, right? And Escape Tunnel, this is awesome. That is cool, dude. Oh my gosh. I don't know if people play this stuff in Pauper, But yeah, anyways, that's really cool. Yeah, good in every cube as well. I think that last line attack, sacrifice, target creature, power 2 or less game block turn is actually so dirty. It's actually dirty. Like that actually will end games. That actually will end games. Or that will snowball you into a win at certain points of time. I think it's actually fantastic. It's so cool. I don't think I can give it higher than a C+ rating though. Like a B- rating sounds like nonsense. But yeah, C+ for Escape Tunnel. Awesome. All right, next land here, Public Thoroughfare. All right, chat. What does Thoroughfare mean? Public Thoroughfare enters the battlefield tapped. When Public Thoroughfare enters the battlefield, sacrifice it unless you tap an artifact or land you control. Add 1 mana of any color. Oh, interesting card. Enters the battlefield, sacrifice it unless you tap. Oh, I see. Okay. So it only enters tapped, unfortunately. I was hoping that this would actually enter untapped and you have to tap something else, but that's not the case. So this always enters tapped, and then when it enters, you need to tap another land. So it's like a what's a card in Ravnica Legion's chat? Gateway Plaza. It's like a Gateway Plaza, right? It's like a Gateway Plaza, but you can also tap an artifact instead. So you can also tap an artifact instead of the Gateway Plaza, right? So that's kind of the idea there. And yeah, so actually pretty cool. I actually depends on how fast or slow the format is. I mean, I am going to be playing a lot of 5-color decks as well. I mean, if you can tap an artifact with this and it doesn't take your mana, it's actually not too bad, right? But you need early cheap artifacts, which I guess there are the equipment. Every color has a 1 mana equipment, which makes this card better, technically, if those other cards are cards that you want to run. I do want to run the Detective Hat, though, which we'll see in a moment. I mean, tap a clue, but what I'm saying is that in the very early stages of the game, right? Like, tapping a clue, after the point you already have a clue and you play this, like, it's just whatever, right? So, like, what I'm talking about is before that. So, how to conceptualize that? So, it's actually quite interesting. I think it's fine, but not great. I'm just gonna give Public Thoroughfare. I don't know what Thoroughfare means, but I'm gonna give it a C-. Okay. Like a road or a path you can travel through. Thoroughfare. Okay. It's like a highway. Thoroughfare. Public thoroughfare. Okay. It's like a highway, but for foot or something. Main busy walkway. Okay. Main busy walkway. Public thoroughfare. Nice. We learned a new word today. Next card here, Branch of Vitu-Ghazi. Getting into the uncommons here of the lands. Branch of Vitu-Ghazi. Tap, add a colorless, disguise 3. Oh my god, you can disguise the land. That's awesome. When Branch of Vitu-Ghazi is turned face up, add 2 mana of any one color. When Branch of Vitu-Ghazi is turned face up, okay, add 2 mana of any one color. Whoa. Until end of turn, you don't lose mana as steps in. Okay, so it's a land. You can play it as a colorless land. Or you can disguise it. Actually, I don't even know what the terminology is. Anyways, you can throw down a face down for 3 mana, and then it's a 2/2 with a ward 2. And then you can flip it face up for 3 colorless mana, once again. And then it becomes a land. It becomes a land again. Oh my gosh. It becomes a land again. And then you added 2 mana of any one color to your pool, and this can tap for mana as well. It's basically... Hold on. But you had to spend 3 mana to undisguise it, right? You gotta spend 3 mana. No, you gotta spend 3 mana to undisguise it, but then you get 3 mana back. It's just filtering only, right? It's just filtering, isn't it? This is mana is the mana is there. You don't use it right away. Wait, what? Until end of turn, you don't lose this mana as steps and phases end. Wait, what? Hold on, I didn't even fully read that. Oh my god, until end of... Wait, no, it says until end of turn, chat. What do you mean? It says until end of turn. It says forever. No, it doesn't. It's only until end of turn, guys. Oh my gosh. Okay, so what do we feel about this? It's just filtering, right, chat? Can anybody confirm? I believe that this is just filtering. It's not actually like gaining any extra mana. It's a flexible card, right? You play it, you play it as a land, you play it as a morph. You can flip it face up and then filter stuff and it becomes a land again and you don't lose any mana. But I feel like there's something more to it as well. So you flip it face up. So you tap 3. So, all right. So let's say on turn 4, right? On turn 4 you untap. You have 3 mana and this thing face down. Then you play a land. Then you spend 3 mana. Okay. Then you have 1 mana left, right? You flip this guy over. Then you get 2 mana back. Then we have a 1 untapped mana and then 2 mana floating in our pool, right? So that's 3 mana. And then ultimately we can tap that new land for mana as well, right? Because this branch of Vitu-Ghazi is no longer a creature, it's a mana. So we actually gain 1 additional mana, don't we? Don't we gain 1 additional mana on that turn? No, because the thing is, we did not gain 1 additional mana because this guy's 3. This was this guy's 3. So even though it comes back as a land, it taps for the 1 mana because it only adds 2 extra mana. Oh my gosh. Oh, it does ramp a land though for future turns. It does ramp a land for future turns though. Right? It ramps the land for future turns, right, chat? It ramps the land for future turns because the thing is that this wasn't a land drop, but it became a land. So it's a land for future. It's pretty cool, right? I actually like it. I actually like it a lot. I actually like it. Oh, this card's cool, dude. Wait, this card's cool. Huh. Yeah, I'm done for B- for this. I'm done for B- or even a B. Branch of Vitu-Ghazi. I'm down to give it just the B, dude. The B's knees. Play a 5-drop on turn 4. Can play a 5-drop on turn 4. Why? You cannot play a 5-drop on turn 4, right? On turn 4, you only have access to 4 mana again, right? You flip 3, 2, then 1. I only get 4 mana, chat. On turn 4, I only get 4 mana, chat. Can anybody get more mana on turn 4 than me? Can anybody get 5 mana on turn 4 with this, chat? I can't if I have Mirari's Wicked play. Oh my gosh. Okay, so I don't think that on turn 4 you can have 5 mana with this. No. You can attack, flip, or block flip to negate combat. That's true. You can actually... Oh, that's actually another interesting thing as well, GGQ. Okay, so what you're saying is that we throw this down on turn 3, and then we can block with it, and then next turn 4, we play our land and pass. Then we can block with it, and then we can actually spend 3 mana to disguise it. And we actually cancel out a block. That's actually interesting. A fog land. That's interesting as well. Play 3rd land. Dub says play 3rd land as a morph. On turn 4, play a land. Flip, then play a 5-drop. Is that possible, chat? Can anybody confirm this? I don't think that's the case, right? I don't think that's the case, right? Play 3rd land as a morph. Play third land. Play as a morph. On turn 4, play a land. Flip it. Play 5-drop. No, you don't gain extra mana. It doesn't work, right? It doesn't work. It nets 0 mana, right? It nets 0 mana. Turn 3, face down. Turn 4, play a land. Over for 3, but you only have 2 mana available. But turn 5, yes, Law of Thirds. But turn 5, you have 6 mana available. Yes, so you get extra mana for the future turn. So you can go from 5. So you can go from 4 to 6, but you cannot go from 4 to 5. Is what I'm saying. Balance says, I'm not sure anyone wants to spend 6 mana to ramp 1 land on turn 4 effectively. You mean with this card? I mean, yeah, if you look at it that way, it's not a great deal, but it's actually pretty interesting in terms of this being a standalone land card, right? Like, this card is awesome. Like, the possibilities and the play patterns with this is amazing. I love it. You know what? I'm gonna give it a B+. I'm gonna give it a B+, dude. All right, I've talked myself into it. I'm gonna give it a plus rating on this. Yeah, I love it. I love it. I love it. All right, maybe we'll make a YouTube video of just branch of V2 Ghazi as well. Let me know in the comments below what you guys think of branch of V2 Ghazi. Okay, next card here, Scene of the Crime. Scene of the Crime. All right. Artifact land. It's an artifact land. Okay, this is the last uncommon land. Scene of the Crime. Artifact land clue. What is that? Oh my gosh. Artifact land clue. Wow, what is this? Scene of the Crime. Scene of the Crime enters battlefield tapped. Okay. Tap. Add a colorless. Tap. Oh my god, what is this? Are we tap dancing here or what? Tap. And then tap an untapped creature you control. Add 1 mana of any color. Tap an untapped creature you control. Add 1 mana of any color. Tap an untapped creature you control. Add 1 mana of any color. Tap an untapped creature you control. Tap an untapped creature you control. Tap an untapped creature you control. Oh my gosh. Tap an untapped creature you control, and then add 1 mana of any color. Sacrifice Scene of the Crime, draw a card. Okay. Sacrifice Scene of the Crime, draw a card. What in the... Alright, what do we think about that, chat? What do we think about that? Sacrifice Scene of the Crime, draw a card. Sacrifice Scene of the Crime, draw a card. Okay, sacrifice Scene of the Crime, draw a card because it's a clue. That makes sense, right? And then this one, tap an untapped creature you control, add 1 mana of any color. Okay. So it's like that one artifact, right? Anyways, tap an untapped creature you control, add 1 mana of any color. Tap an untapped creature. Okay. That is a weird land, dude. That is a weird land. Yeah, entering tap is rough for sure. And then it only adds colorless. That's rough. And then, but it does have the saving grace. Tap an untapped creature you control. Add a mana of any color. Any color is cool, right? So that's like a big upside after a big downside. And then in the end, you can also sacrifice it to draw a card, and this is not a tap ability. So you can basically tap, add mana, and say, oh my god, the lands are breaking my brain. That's cool, dude. And there are clue synergies as well. Oh my gosh, there are also clue synergies. That's true. So like, there are some cards that want us to sack a clue, and then if we sack a clue, then it does something, right? Then it does something. That's amazing. Oh my gosh, dude, I kind of like the land. I like the land. It is a can of worms. It is a land of worms, man. But I like the land. I like it. Scene of the crime. Oh my gosh, scene of the crime. All right. Ooh, I'm gonna give it a B-, dude. I'm gonna give it a B-. That is a ridiculous rating, maybe B-, but let's go ahead and give it a B-. I'm gonna give it B-. I actually like it, dude. I like it. Oh my gosh, please don't kill me, opponent, when I play Scene of the Crime. I love it. I love it. Oh my god, wait, you can Stone Rain people. Oh my gosh, that's another thing to think about. If an opponent can Stone Rain me. Oh no! Wait, there are distant chants in the set. No! Wait! We get Stone Rained! Oh no! Oh my god, it's gonna be wild, dude. It's gonna be wild, dude. Oh no! Oh my gosh. I can see Strider Stone just being so happy right now. Oh man. Oh man. Oh god. The scene of the crime is going to become yet another crime scene once again. Amazing. All right, let's give this card a B-. I do not see this card not being B. That was phenomenal. Wow, so cool. Amazing. I love it. Oh gosh, chat. Dude, those last two lands were a doozy, weren't they? They were a doozy. I haven't. Oh my gosh, that was something else. I'm actually excited to play those two lands more than any of those other cards that I've seen in the set thus far. All right. So it looks like we have a cycle of lands here. Commercial District. Commercial District enters the battlefield tapped. It's a mountain forest. Nice. Commercial District enters the battlefield surveil. Okay, so they have created a new dual land with types mountain forest and has surveil on it. Has surveil. So this is the new sort of kicker to these cards. All right, I assume that they're all the same, right? So these lands, there's a cycle of all of them, I believe. Elegant Parlor. All right. So actually, I believe that there are 10 of them. This is not a normal thing, right? 10? They don't normally put all 10 in a set, right? But they put all 10 in this set. That's actually interesting, right? All right. So yeah, Commercial District. All right. Elegant Parlor. All right. Hedge Maze. Hedge Maze. All right. This is not the art that we use in the background. Very close to it. Andrew Marr. Okay, so they're actually by different people. Interesting. The maze, the Hedge Maze is by different people. That's interesting. I have never been in one of those, by the way. I can't even imagine. Next, Lush Portico. All right. Lush Portico. Okay, cool. Oh, it looks beautiful. Nice. Meticulous Archive. Wow, that's beautiful. I would love to scour through this archive. Oh my gosh. Blue White Land. That's amazing. That's amazing, right? That's really nice. I love it. I love it. Ooh. Doorway. Oh, I love it. It's huge. Wait, what is this word? Raccoos. Raccoos Theater. Raccoos. Raccoon's Theater. Jeez. What is that? Raccoon's Theater. Rorkus. Rorkus. Oh no! It doesn't look like Rorkus, guys. Raucus. Raucus. Okay. Raucus is okay. Raucus is okay. Rorkus is unacceptable. Rorkus is unacceptable. Oh my goodness. Raucus. Raucus. Raucus is okay. Raucus is noisy, like a ruckus. 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 Can we just call it ruckus? I think it's kosher to call it ruckus, right? Ruckus Theater. Raucus. Ruckus. Ruckus Theater. Okay, Ruckus Theater. I will call it Ruckus Theater. Next card here, Shadowy Backstreets. Shadowy Backstreet. That's cool. Of course, there are backstreets everywhere. Okay. Thundering Falls. Wow, this is a really Ravnica vibes, isn't it? Thundering Falls. That's really Ravnica vibes. Ravnica, like cities in the clouds and stuff like that. Wow, Ravnica vibes. Thundering Falls. Okay. I mean, Ravnica, I think is like a very dominant theme in Ravnica as well. Anyways, Thundering Falls, amazing. Undercity Sewers. Whoa. Oh my gosh, look at that. That is a nice sewers, to be honest. That is huge. That is a huge sewers. Oh my goodness. It's a huge sewers, and there's a person over there with and it's casting a shadow behind her. It looks nice and clean. I'm sure it smells like shit, but yes. This looks good. Undersea sewers. Underground. Mortuary. Wait, how do I pronounce this, chat? Mortuary. 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 That is a messed up word. Mortuary. That is a messed up word. Mortuary. Wow. Okay, so that's all the lands. We finished all the lands here. All right, so all the lands are pretty cool. I'm gonna give them all just a C rating, though. I think just a flat C rating for all the lands makes sense to me. They are cool. I think that they'll be undervalued, but I can probably pick them up late and draft and put them in my 5-color decks, is what I'm thinking. So they're actually going to be pretty good for us. For most people, it's only going to be valuable if they have a splash or something. Moving into the artifacts now. Thinking Cap. Artifact equipment. Equipped creature gets +1/+2. Equipped detective 1. Equip 3. I love this card, honestly. I think it's super good. There's so many detectives. Detectives are in all colors, I think, but mostly in white. And I believe also detectives are less in green, if I'm not mistaken. Less in green, mostly in white. Something like that. But I think it's actually a great equipment. It's a short sword plus if it's detective. And there's also a card that basically fetches Thinking Cap as well. I believe it was either a blue or a white card. I think it was a blue card, actually. But it's super cool. Bant. So the detectives are in Bant colors. Okay. The detectives are in Bant colors, and I believe that both red and black have some detectives, but not that much. Right? So it's mostly in Bants. So anyways, I think Thinking Cap is amazing. I think this card's awesome. I'm gonna give it a B-. That's a really high rating for an artifact like this. But I think that's, yeah. So a detective is a creature type. Okay, moving on. Thinking Cap. Next card here, Gravestone Strider. 2 mana, 1/3. Artificer Golem. 1 mana, add 1 mana of any color. Activate only once each turn. Okay. So it's like a scarecrow or whatever. 2 mana, exile Strider from your graveyard. Exile target card from a graveyard. Exile target card from a graveyard. Okay, that's pretty cool. So there's some utility here. Exile target card from a graveyard. All right, so this is like anti-clear the mind stuff or anti-collecting evidence stuff, right? Like you can exile this, exile their 6 mana card or something, and that's pretty strong. I actually like this guy. Whoa. This guy's actually reasonable. Okay, not bad, right? 2 mana, 1/3. Then you filter mana. Yes, you can only activate once a turn, but it also has an additional ability as well. Exile from the graveyard to exile a card from the graveyard. I actually like it. I'm going to give it a C-. Gravestone Striders. I'm going to give it a C-. Normally, I would put this in the D range. But I think this card's great. This card's awesome. I love it. Okay, next card here. Sanitation Automaton. It's cleaning. Sanitation Automaton. 2 mana, 2/1. Artifact Construct. When it enters the battlefield, surveil 1. Alright. Just a really inconspicuous 2 mana, 2/1 that surveils 1. I feel like I don't care about it. It's a fine filler card, but man, when do you play this? I'm gonna give this a D-. Probably. I'm gonna give this a D-. I don't even think it's a C-. When am I playing this? When am I playing this? Why? I don't think I'm playing this often, if ever. Like me, yeah, maybe if I'm missing a card, but maybe I would probably just play land over it. Decent filler in Golgari? I'm not sure. I think it's in the D range, right? Surveil is strong for a filler card, but yeah, isn't it still in the D range? Surveil is good for evidence text, but I think it's still just in the D range, right? Like, I can see myself playing this once or twice in the entire format. I'm gonna give it a D- because another way to look at the ratings as well is how frequently I would play it. Okay, next card here, Magnifying Glass. All right, so this is part of the combo. This is part of the combo with this guy, actually. I can actually pull it up. It's a blue card, Agency Outfitter. Agency Outfitter. This guy's awesome. Enters the battlefield, search your library. Search your graveyard, hand, and or library for a card named Magnifying Glass and or Thinking Cap. Put him on the battlefield. Okay, so this guy is awesome. This guy's awesome, and I think that both the Magnifying Glass and the Thinking Cap are playable. I love it. So yeah, Magnifying Glass in general, not very happy about a Mana Rock, you know, especially Mana Rock that just adds Colorless, but it does have Investigate on it. There are also ways to reduce the mana cost of the Investigate in the format, and there's also the Agency Outfitter, which we just saw. Right, so for these reasons, this card is going to be a little bit higher than usual. So what am I going to give this? A C-, I guess. I'm going to give this a C- as well, which is the same rating as the Magnifying Glass. Wait, this is the Magnifying Glass. Oh, I already gave it a C-. All right, good. Checks out. Oh my gosh. I already gave it a rating, and then I tried to give it another rating again, but it was the same rating. My Magnifying Glass is a reprint? Oh, it is a reprint. That's true. It is a reprint. It's a reprint from Shadows over Innistrad. You're right. Nice. Okay, that's pretty cool that they made it work here. D+ on Glass, but included if you got the other guy in a cap. I think it's a C- for me in Magnifying Glass. It might be a little bit high. I can see myself moving it to the D range, but yeah. It's like D card and Shadows, yeah. I'm gonna be a little bit ambitious on it. I'm gonna give it a C-. All right. So this is actually an enchantment. It's not an artifact. Case of the Shattered Pact. It's a colorless enchantment. Whoa. Colorless enchantment. When's the last time I've seen a colorless enchantment? Never? When is the last time you guys have seen a colorless enchantment, chat? Anyways, Case of the Shattered Pact, 2 mana. When the case enters the battlefield, search your library for a basic land card. Okay. Search your library for a basic land card. Reveal, put your hand on the shuffle. That's great. All right, mana fixing. I love it. To solve, there are 5 colors among permanents you control. So it solves for free is what you're telling me. Okay. Solved at the beginning of combat on your turn. Target creature you control. At the beginning of combat on your turn, target creature you control against flying, double strike, and vigilance end of turn. Oh. Okay. A minus? A. No, just give it an A. Just give it an A. Isn't this one of the best cards in the set? Just give it an A. Is it A? Is it S? Is it S? Is it A? Is it A plus? Is it A plus? Is it S? A plus? A. I think A is okay. A. All right. A for case of the Shattered Pact. Yes. Okay. X tier. X tier. Chemical X. This is busted. This is how Deathsie gets into 5-color case tag? Yeah. I mean, I'm just slamming this over anything, right? I'm just slamming this over anything. I don't want to put an S. I think that will ruin my experience, because then everyone's gonna be like, oh my gosh, it's so good, if they just follow my tier list blindly. So I'm gonna give it an inconspicuous A. All right, inconspicuous A. All right. Next card here, Lumbering Laundry. 5 mana, 4/5. Artifact creature golem. 2 mana until end of turn. You may look at face down creatures you don't control at any time. Oh, that's pretty cool. So you spend 2 mana, then you can then basically cavity check, right? Cavity check. It's a cavity check, and then you can disguise it for 5. You can throw it down. You can throw it on a face down for 3 mana, and then you flip it face up for 5 mana. Then it's a 5 mana 4/5. Until end of turn, you may look at face down creatures you don't control anytime. Well, it's a cool card, but how valuable is it? Probably not that valuable. I'm gonna give it a D+, I think. I'm gonna give this guy a D+. It's a cool card though. Reasonably satted as well. But when do I play it? When do I play it? Am I ever playing this? When am I playing this? It's like, yeah, I can give either a D+ or a C-. But like, I don't often play this, right? Like, when do I play this is what I'm asking. Like, I don't even know. Fluxu, welcome back. Thanks for 31 months. I am having so much fun with the set review, dude. I hope you guys are having fun as well. Thank you so much. Welcome back to gosh darn it, Dueling Academers. All right. I like it. I think I'm gonna give this a. I think I'm gonna give it a D+. It's a cool card, but I just don't even see myself playing it ever. Because like, how important is the face down information? I don't think it's that important for the most part. Because we can already rationalize, like, we can also process of elimination based on their colors and stuff. We can already kind of know what the card is anyways, right? So I don't think that this card is actually that valuable, but we'll see. You don't understand the rating scheme? I like it. D+. I mean, so the thing is that with every card, there are things to like about it and things to not like about it, right? And then we talk about all those things, and then we give it we try to give it an objective rating overall. So like, yeah, I think the card is cool and it's finally statted, but I don't think the ability is actually useful, and I don't think that the disguise is actually that good anyways. I mean, like, you play it for 3 and then you flip it up for 5. Like, it's fine, I guess. I mean, I could give it a C-, I guess. I could give it a C-. Like, yeah, it's playable, whatever. But do we care? I don't think I care. Yeah, I mean, you guys got me to make it a C- and not a D+. Okay. Next card here, Magnetic Snuffler. 5 mana 4/4. When it enters the battlefield, return target equipment card from your graveyard to the battlefield attached to Snuffler. Oh, enters the battlefield? When Magnetic Snuffler enters the battlefield, return target equipment card from your graveyard to the battlefield attached to Magnetic Snuffler. Enters the battlefield, return target equipment card. Okay. equipment. And the thing is that a lot of the equipments are also clues, right? So they pop. So you can pop it and then you can put it back on. It's kind of cool, honestly. But then you're getting a 1-mana card. Whenever you sacrifice an artifact, put a counter on Snuffler. That's a cool card. Really cool card. Man, that's hard to say. The best value is actually the green equipment, right? Because the green equipment costs 3 to equip. So the green equipment costs 3 to equip. Or 1 mana to equip to a detective, I believe. Yeah, all of the equipment set are clues. Hard to say, man. I don't know. Like, yeah, you get some value and there's surveil stuff. It's pretty cool. I'm gonna give it a flat C, maybe C+. Yeah, like around C. I would say around C. I think I just give it a flat C. I actually just can't tell with this card. They're either food or clues. Yeah, they're either food or clues. So it's pretty cool. I like it. I like it. Okay, the very last card for Colorless. Cryptex, 2-mana artifact. Tap, collect evidence 3. Add 1 mana of any color. Okay, you add 1 mana of any color. Put an unlock counter on Cryptex. Cool. All right. Sacrifice Cryptex. Surveil 3. Okay. Then draw 3 cards. Surveil 3. Okay. Then draw 3 cards. Okay. Activate only if Cryptex has 5 or more unlock counters on it. Oh my gosh, it's kind of hard. It's kind of hard to unlock this Cryptex, right? Ooh, oh my gosh. 3 times 5. 3 times 5. 15. You need 15 worth. Oh my gosh. I think that Cryptex is really hard to unlock. This is also a Deathsie card, a Nancy Drew card. 5 moves to unlock. That's a lot, I feel. That's a lot. And then, what's a payoff? You surveil 3, then draw 3. Oh, man. I mean, it's a really bad mana rock. It's a really bad, like, mana stone or whatever you want to call it. It is very thematic. It is cool. I find it very hard to use. But, yeah, I think this is a Nancy Chu card. A Deathsie Drew card. Yeah. I believe I'm going to go ahead and put this at a D-. Okay. But I think it has potential. And will I play it? Yes. But is it good? I don't think it's good. I think I'm going to give it a D-, chat. All right. It is a cool card, and I will try to play it here and there, but I don't think it's good, is what I'm saying. All right. Okay. All right, moving on to multicolor. Give me 1 second, chat. I'm gonna run the restroom real quick. Let me know what you guys think about the colorless cards. I personally think that the colorless cards are awesome, and technically, yeah, I think the colorless cards are pretty cool for the most part. I really, really love the case of the Shattered Pact. I guess we can pull that one up before we move on to the next. Curse of Shattered Pact. Case of Shattered Pact. I love this card, dude. This is my kind of card. All right, be right back. All right, very first multicolor card, Breakout. 2-mana sorcery. Look at the top 6 cards of your library. You may reveal a creature card from among them. Look at the top 6 cards of your library. You may reveal a creature card from among them. Okay. If that card has mana value 2 or less, you may put it on the battlefield and it gains haste until end of turn. Okay. If you didn't put the reveal card onto the battlefield this way, put it into your hand. Put the rest in the bottom of your library. Okay, so basically Breakout, pretty cool card. 2 mana, it's a red and a green. Look at the top 6, and then you can put something down. If it's mana value 2 or less, then you can attack with it. And then if not, you just put it in your hand. So 6 cards, that's pretty okay. It's pretty okay, but not really a draw into red green or anything. It's a card that you'll play if you're red green, and I don't think it's like I don't think it's broken or anything. I mean, it's some amount of selection and consistency, I guess. And you can try to find your bombs, or you can try to be aggressive. It's a pretty cool card. Breakout is here. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Wait. Wait. I'm missing the. Wait. There are common multicolor cards. Oh my gosh. All right. Give me 1 second, chat. They're actually common multicolor cards for once. I missed those. No wonder. Okay. All right. Let's give the breakout the last card a C-, I think. Let's give the last card a C-. Dog Walker. Let's start with the commons here. Dog Walker, 2 mana, 3/1 vigilance. Disguise. Oh, that's the entry disguise cost. Wow. When Dog Walkers turn face up, create 2 tapped 1/1 white dog creature tokens. Oh my gosh, this card's awesome. Wait, this is a common? Oh my gosh. Wait, that's a common? So you can play it on 2 for a 3/1 vigilance for a white and a red. Or you can throw it on face down for 3. And then you can pay the disguise cost, flip it up, and then it's 2 1/1 dogs. And then you get dogs as well. That's insane though. Oh my god. I want to give this an A-. Is that ridiculous? And I feel like the mana cost is quite flexible as well. I can play this in 5 colors as well. I kind of want to give this an A-, dude. Dude, I love this guy. I love everything about this guy. Everything that it does. I think A- for limited. Oh my gosh. I think Dog Walker. Hell yeah, baby. Let's go. Imitates recruiters, are you? Kind of, yeah. All right. Wow. So the single color cards were actually kind of boring somewhat, right? Kind of one-dimensional, but now the gold cards, we're seeing the gold cards. The gold cards is tying everything together. Next card here, Fairy Snoop. 3 mana, 1/4 flying. Fairy Detective. Disguise. Whoa, that's an interesting disguise cost. 1 blue/black. Blue/black. Oh my gosh. When a Fairy Snoop is turned face up, look at the top 2 cards of your library. Put 1 into your hand and the other in your graveyard. When Fairy Snoop is turned face up, look at the top 2 cards of your library. Put 1 in your hand, the other in your graveyard. That's awesome. That is an amazing creature. So, well statted already. 3 mana, 1/4 flyer. Great. You can flip it face down for 3. You could throw it down as a face down for 3. And then you flip up and then you get a card. That's awesome. I'm going to give this like a B. A B. For this one, Fairy Snoop. I don't think it's quite as good as a Dog Walker. I mean, it's probably not even fair to compare it to Dog Walker, but like, yeah, I think that this one's a B. It's pretty good. Pretty good. I like it. Okay. Next card here, Sanguine Savior. 3 mana, 2/1 flying lifelink. Vampire Cleric. Whoa. Okay, when Sanguine Savior is turned face up, another target creature you control gains lifelink until end of turn. 3 mana, 2/1 flying lifelink. Disguise. Flip face of 2. Turn face up, another target creature gains lifelink. So there's some life gain potential here. I feel like this one's pretty decent, but I don't like it as much. What do you want to give it? I want to give it like B- or C+. I'm going to give it B- or C+. B- or C+. Maybe B- is fine. B- C+. B- C+. This guy is pretty good. Like a 2-attack lifelinker. It's pretty good. 2-attack lifelinker. 2-attack lifelinker. It's kind of good. Yeah, there are 1x flyers in set, but the 1x flyers don't stick around, right? The 1x Thopters sack end of turn. What other 1/1 fly? Oh, there's also 1/1 bat tokens, right? 1/1 bat tokens, but those don't come until late. So I think this guy's actually still pretty good. I think it's B-. I'm gonna give it a B-. I'm gonna give this guy a B-. Sanguine Savior. I think it's still pretty good. Like somewhere in B minus to C plus range is what I'm thinking. There's also a guy that makes permanent Thopters. Yeah, there is a guy that makes permanent Thopters. That's true. But you don't always play against that either, right? And then this guy, there's also some equipment. Most of the equipment don't grant toughness though, which is strange for this card. But it's not a detective, so it doesn't wear a detective hat. And then yeah. I mean, it's okay. It's okay. I think it's still okay. Like there are enchantments that you might play, which is good on this guy as well, like vigilance enchantment. Flip this on a big creature to give 5 life to solve the case. Yes, exactly. It's like, and I think the ability is actually relevant as well, right? To gain lifelink. To gain lifelink to win a race or stabilize your life total so that you can do shenanigans. I think B minus is completely acceptable for this. All right. Next card here, Gadget Technician. 4 mana, 3/2. Enters the battlefield or a certain face up. Make a 1/1 colorless Thopter. Creature token flying. Okay. ETB or turn face up, and you can disguise it. That's awesome, right? That's great. So you play a 4 mana, 3/2, and you get a 1/1. That sounds good to me. You can also split it up. It sounds good to me. I like it. I like it. This one you just cast on 4. Yeah, you can just cast on 4. But if you don't have anything to do on 3, you might as well disguise it, right? So this was pretty cool. I think I want this one to be either B or B minus. This one actually blocks the other one, actually, which is interesting. I generally prefer cards like this more than making a 1/1 on the ground and then a 3/2 flyer. You know what I mean? I like the 3/2 on the ground and a 1/1 flyer. Like that's better in terms of gameplay, right? What do you want to rate this? I want to give this a B or B minus. B or B minus. B or B minus. Maybe B is fine. Maybe B is fine. B plus. I don't even think I want to give it a plus, do I? Why do you guys want to give it a plus? I think it's I mean it's good. It's not broken or anything. It's just solid. Just solid. I think just flat B is fine. I think flat B is okay. It's a premium common. I don't know actually. I mean it's pretty good. I can play this in my 5-color decks as well. I can see B plus, but I'm just gonna give it a B for now. Okay, next card here. Granite's Witness. 4 mana, 3/2 flying vigilance. Gargoyle Detective. Oh my gosh. Gargoyle Detective. Flying vigilance, disguise. White/blue, white/blue. So 2 mana to flip it up. When Granite Witness is turned face up, you may tap or untap target creature. That's interesting. So if you play it on 4, you don't get the ability, but it's flying vigilance still. It's kind of good. It seems weaker. Isn't this guy a chonker? I feel this guy's a chonker. I mean, it does get blocked by the 2/1 that we just saw. It gets blocked by a blue 3 mana 2/2, but that's a rare. What else does it get blocked by? It gets blocked by 2 bats. I mean, it's kind of a chonker, isn't he? It's an artifact creature, which might be a downside in this format, actually. Disguise and attack with this, then flip into flying. And then non. If you try disguise, then attack with this, then flip into flying. Yes, you can prevent them from blocking if you flip it before blockers. Yes. After attacks before blockers. Yes. Yes, you can. Gargoyle Tribal. I don't know about Gargoyle Tribal. What do you mean? The hat makes him OP? Oh, that's true. He does have a hat. Oh my gosh. Should we give him a higher rating because he has a hat? 4 mana, 3/2 flying vigilance. Okay. That's an interesting card for sure, huh? I want to give this like a C plus, probably. A C plus or B minus. I think C plus sounds okay. Granite Witness, C plus. I honestly really can't tell. I mean, there's not a lot of utility on it. Yes, tap or untap. I mean, you throw it down as face down for 3. Then next turn you flip it up for 2. You tap something and attack. It's kind of strong. I don't know. Huh. Am I right? The disguise is instant speed? The disguise is instant speed, yes. Anytime. It says turn face of anytime. It's above a C. It could be B minus. Oh my gosh. We're just gonna give all these comments a B minus, like in the B's range. I think B minus is okay. All right, let's settle on B minus. Next card here, Rakish Scoundrel. 4 mana 3/3 Death Touch, Elf Rogue. When Scoundrel enters the battlefield or is turned face up, target creature gains indestructible until end of turn. Target creature gains indestructible until end of turn. Okay. The creature gains indestructible. Or it's a Death Chill Giant with Disguise 6. Enters the battlefield or is turned face up. Target creature gains indestructible. So that's a weird one. That's a cool card, but I feel like in general, I don't care. Yeah, you can make a self. Yes, it can make a self indestructible Death Touch as well. It's a cool card. Really cool card. But I feel like the use cases for it is actually not that common. I'm gonna give this one a C plus, probably. Maybe just a flat C, actually. Just a flat C. It's a cool card, and yes, I will play it in a lot of decks, but it's not gonna be a common thing. And I'm not gonna care about it for most of the draft, I think. Yeah, it's cool. I think it's just a C, maybe even a C minus, actually. I think I'm gonna give it a C minus. It's expensive, it's clunky, it's a cool card. Yes, I'll play it, but not that often. C minus. Next card here, Crowd Control Warden. 5 mana 4/4. As Crowd Control Warden enters the battlefield or is turned face up, put X counters on it, where X is the number of other creatures you control. As Crowd Control Warden enters the battlefield or is turned face up, put X counters on it, where X is the number of other creatures you control. Disguise it for 3. Interesting Centaur here. Put X enters the battlefield or put X counters on it. So on this one. Okay, so it's just going to be a big chonker, right? Crowd Control Warden is just going to be a big chonker herself. So it'll likely be like 5/5, 6/6, something like that. 5/5, 6/6 on average. 5/5, 6/6 on average. I kind of don't like it that much. I mean, you can just play it on 5. I kind of don't care about it. It's like there's not enough utility on it. Do we care about a chonker? I'm not sure. I think I'm going to give this one actually in the D range. I'm going to give this one a D plus. I'm going to give this a D plus, chat. I think it's just not enough utility. It's just a chonker. It's just a chonker. Perfect life. Yeah, it is, but like, how often do you care about that? Like, I think this card is just not on my radar. I'll play it in the end if my deck works for it, but like, why do I care? I'm not playing this in my 5-color decks either, right? I'm also not playing this in my 5-color deck, so that's also a downside, right? Because a lot of the ways I like to draft is I like to draft a 5-color deck, and then if I can't draft a 5-color deck, we settle on like a 2 or 2.5 color deck. So I just don't really like it. I don't like it. I'm gonna give it a D plus. Green White want it for a stop in? Yeah, but what I'm saying is that Green White doesn't need it for a stop in. I don't think. So we'll have to see. Okay, next card here, Shady Informants. 5 mana 4/2. Are you considering that you don't need both colors? Yes, I'm also considering that you don't need both colors. Next card here, Shady Informant. 5 mana 4/2. When Shady Informant dies, it deals 2 damage to any target. When it dies, it deals 2 damage to any target. Okay. Disguise. Interesting mana cost. 2 black/red, black/red. So 4 mana. Disguise for 4 mana. Shady Informant dies, deals 2 damage to any target. So you flip it face down for 3. Then you flip it face up for 4. Then it kills 2 things. It's an okay card, but I think this is better than the Crowd Control Warden that we just saw. But I'm not that excited about it. It's like C minus D plus as well. C minus D plus as well. C minus, D plus as well. C minus. Maybe just C minus is fine. I mean, I can also give this one a D plus and move crowd control warden down to D. This one D plus. This one D plus. I mean, it's kind of good. I like it, actually, I think. The problem is that it's just kind of fragile. Showing morph, turn 4 flip seems nice, and block and then stabilize the board is, yeah. So C minus or D plus, chat? C minus or D plus? Ractile snitches rarely strive to get stitches. All right, this is a hard one. D plus, C minus, D plus, C minus. D plus, C minus. If it goes to D plus, I'm gonna move down the crowd control warden to D, actually. B plus. I don't think it's a B plus. All right, then I'll give it a C minus then. I'm gonna give it a C minus. I think that it's somewhere in there. I don't think it's up to B. I mean, I could be wrong. It does do a lot, but I don't really think that that's how it's gonna play out. Okay, I'm gonna give this one a C minus. Next card here, undercover Crocodile. Oh my gosh. Crocodile. That's a crocodile elf. Oh my gosh. Crocodile. 6 mana elf crocodile detective. Okay. Awesome. When undercover crocodile deals combat damage to player, investigate. Deals combat damage to player, investigate. Okay. Then you disguise it for 5. Oh man. I mean, it's a chonker. Face down for 3, then face up for 5. And then you get a clue. It's chonker. It's a crocodile with a hat. That's true. It does have a hat, guys. Seems good. Ooh. It's good, but it's not flexible. It's good, but it's not flexible. I want to give this guy like C minus, D plus as well. C minus, D plus. C minus, D plus. I mean, the thing is that the disguise cost kind of hints to us the speed of the format, right? Speed of the format. So like so this guy should not be too slow, but I kind of want to, oh my gosh. I think what I'm going to do, chat, I'm going to give Crocodile a D plus. And then I'm going to give the crowd control warden a flat D. And then I think that makes sense. Skyseer allows you to play this expensive chonker. It does. I really like to see. You guys don't want to put in the D range? I kind of want to put it in the D plus range. Like, it's good, but is it necessary? I don't think it's necessary. I feel like you can just pick up random big stuff at any time in the set. But that could be wrong. I think I want to give it D plus, chat. I think I want to give it D plus and crowd control warden a D. I mean, I will play this more often than a D plus, I think, though. Oh, that's hard to say. All right, let's give it a C minus. Let's give it a C minus. Let's return crowd control warden to D plus. All right, I guess that's fine. Shady informants, huh? Really hard to say. Oh my gosh. Okay. Next card here, Rift Burst Helion. 7 mana, 6/7, reach, disguise 6. Oh my gosh, it's huge. Rift Burst Helion, it's reach. That's cool. A surprise reach. Oh my gosh, it's bursting through the rift. The rift through time. I mean, this guy, for the most part, is always going to be a morph. It's always going to be 3 mana, 2/2, War 2. And then you flip it up at some point for 6. It is a chonker for sure. 6 mana, a sitting 6 mana removal spell. It can eat, it'll probably always eat a bird unless they have a combat trick. So actually the bounce spell in blue is becoming more and more valuable as well, I think. Also, the morph bounce guy is also valuable, but I think that's a rare. I don't remember. That's a good question. Oh my gosh. Am I gonna put this in C- range? That's C- or D plus. C- or D plus. I guess it's C-. Like any Ravagant denizen, it decided to visit Plaza West for lunch. But you think it's funny if you know the story? I don't know the story, yeah. Ravagant denizens like to visit Plaza West for lunch or something? Anyways. Okay. All right, moving on to the uncommons. We saw breakouts. We gave this one a C, right? A C, maybe even a C-. Maybe even a C- for this. I'm not sure. C-, C- for breakouts. Next card here, Evidence Examiner. 2 mana, 2/2. Beginning of combat on your turn, you may collect evidence 4. Okay? Whenever you collect evidence, investigate. Damn, I feel like it's so expensive, chat. Beginning of combat on your turn. I feel like it's so expensive. How many times can you do this in a game? It's like you're investigating to get clues. It doesn't sound that good to me. I want to give this one a D+, honestly. I'm going to give this one a D+. It seems not that good, and the payoff is not that high, and the cost is too expensive, and it's eating up our graveyard for other collect evidence stuff. I kind of don't like it. Even if you're self-milling a lot, well, self-milling is not free, right? You're going to require some amount of work to do it. And then I think that ultimately the payoff is just a clue token, which is not worth the cost. So yeah, I think that I'm gonna give this a D+. I'm actually just gonna give it a flat D. I don't even think it's a D+. Yeah, I think it's just too expensive. And what I'm saying is that even if you surveil and you collect evidence and get the clue, you want to rather have your graveyard be robust so that you can spend it on other collect evidence stuff, not on this. So what I'm saying is that that's why I'm gonna give it a D. All right. Okay, chat. These don't work that well for the setup I have. Let's do it like this and turn our head. All right. Okay. Flotsam and Jetsam. That reminds me of Neopets. Oh my gosh. Neopets. 2 mana left side. This is our first split card we've seen. Instant. Mill 3 cards and then investigate. Create a clue. So there's no fuse on this, right? It's just a straight split card. One or the other. Combined mana cost is actually very valuable for investigate stuff, because I believe it's 8 CMC, 8 mana value combined. Now 6 mana. Oh my gosh, sorcery. Each opponent mills 3 cards, then you may cast a spell from each opponent's graveyard without paying its mana cost. Each opponent mills 3 cards, then you may cast a spell from each opponent's graveyard without paying its mana cost. You may cast a spell from each opponent's graveyard without paying its mana cost. If a spell casts this way, we put in a graveyard exile instead. All right. So you mill them, and then you pick the best spell. So spell is basically any non-land, right? Spell is any non-land for free. Usually there aren't that many big things in this format that are more than 6 mana. I think I do like the card. Mill 3 cards and investigate on Flotsam, and then putting a big thing in your graveyard sounds pretty good to me, honestly. So what do I want to give this? I kind of want to give it a B-. Honestly, a B-. I actually really like the card. Mainly for the left side, and then sometimes the right side will be valuable as well. I think it's a great split card. Or for the reasons I mentioned. All right, let's go next here. Okay, it's not a split card. All right, I don't know what order these are in, chat. Anyways, Gleaming Gear Drake. 2 mana, 1/1. Artifact creature, flying. When Gleaming Gear Drake enters the battlefield, investigate. All right, you get a clue when it enters. When you sacrifice an artifact, put a counter on this. This guy's awesome. Awesome. I would slam dunk this in a pack 1 pick 1 as well, quite often. I mean, the floor is so low, right? Yes, it costs a blue and a red, but who cares? And then it's a 1/1 flyer, and then you sacrifice an artifact. Whenever you sacrifice an artifact, clue tokens, whatever. I don't think that there are treasure tokens in the format, right? No. Put a counter on this. I think it's just OP. Seems great. I'm gonna give this what, an A minus? A minus. Yeah, like I'm also feeling B plus A minus as well. B plus A minus sounds awesome. All right, I'm gonna just give it A minus, dude. All right, go next. Insidious Roots. Okay, I saw this on Twitter actually. 2 mana, a black and a green, enchantment. Creature tokens you control have tap. Add 1 mana of any color. Whenever 1 or more creature cards leave your graveyard, create a 0/1 green plant creature token, then put a counter on each plant you control. Dude, isn't this good? Not only in a black-green deck, but in our 5-color decks? It does, right? Because we are already making creature tokens randomly. So we're 5-color clues tokens, Insidious Roots. Bro, what do we give this rating, chat? I think I want to give this an S. What do you guys think? I want to give this an S tier rating. Is that crazy? I give it S or an A plus. S or an A plus. I think I can make this work, and I think that I can make this completely broken because we will have collect evidence cards as well to leave your graveyard and stuff. Dude, I think that this might be... I might just give it the S, chat. I might just give it the S. I think I just give this S. I think that this is a card that is highly sought after at the moment. Highly debated. Talked about a lot on socials. I think it's just so good. I think it's just so good. This is a win condition on its own, and then you can just focus on other stuff. God forbid you get 2 Insidious Roots, right? And then you're just looking for tokens. 5-color tokens. And this, it sounds awesome. I love it. I love it. I'm going to give it the S. I'm going to give it the S. It might be insane, but you know what? Well, who cares? You can't comprehend the card? Okay. Next card here, Crawl Whipcracker. What the hell is that? 2 mana, 3/2, Insect Assassin. Jeez, what is it doing? What is happening in this art? Is that a whip? It has reach. Crawl Whipcracker enters the battlefield, destroy target token and opponent controls. Whoa. Destroy a token. This guy's kind of cool. Destroy a target token. Huh. I mean, it's set with many tokens. What are the best tokens that you can blow up? 2/2 detective, and has reach, and it's well statted. Oh, the whip is in its top hand going off screen. Ah, I see, I see. It is a whip. All right. I don't even think you sideboard this card. Like, you just mainboard it, right? It's pretty cool. Sir, we could try to cite him for mishandling evidence, but I'm not sure he technically has hands. Okay. All right. I don't know. I want to give this a B minus. B minus. Looks good. I don't think it's an A. Yeah, you destroy a token, but like, who cares? I mean, I don't think that it's that good. It's fine. I think I just give it a B minus. I think B minus is fine. I don't want to put in the C range. I don't want to put in the A range. So I think it's closer to C than A. So I'm gonna give it a B minus. All right, next card here. Lightning Helix is back. How good is Lightning Helix in this set? Who knows? Lightning Helix is back. Everybody loves a good Lightning Helix. That's cool. Maybe just give it a B. Just give it a B. Sounds fine. A plus? You guys want to give A plus? Why do you want to give an A plus? I mean, it's in Boros still. I think it's just a B. Lightning Helix always A plus and limited, but do we not factor into the color considerations? Like, if I'm a 5-color deck, for example, I might opt for a cheap, like an easier to cast removal spell than this. Sure, if you're Boros, it's fantastic. But does it make sense, chat, to give it an A rating when it's a red and a white for this? You guys want to give it an A then? An A? I feel like giving it a B plus is already good. What do you guys think? It's good for both aggro and control, and it can go face. You guys want to give it A minus? A minus or B plus, chat? A minus or B plus? Let me know. You guys want to give it A minus? A minus at least. A minus at least. All right, A minus. All right, let's give A minus. Interesting. Okay, let's give A minus. Okay, next card here. No More Lies. Blue white. Instant. Counter target spell unless the controller pays 3. This is a mana leak. If the spell's countered this way, exile instead of putting it in the owner's graveyard. All right, a mana leak. Uncommon mana leak at blue and a white. Man, I want to give this like a C. I kind of want to give this a C. Like, it's a good card in the blue-white decks, but I can't even play it in my multicolor decks that well, I think. I think it's like, whatever. I think C minus is where I want to put it. C minus. I mean, there aren't that many uncounterable cards. I'm going to give it a C minus even. Give it a C minus. I mean, I don't think Murder is going to be that good in the format. It's still good, but it's not going to be that good. Depends on the matchup as well. If they're a big creature deck, it's good against big creatures, not good against small creatures, I think. Okay. Push and pull. All right. 2 mana, destroy target tapped creature. All right. Destroy target tapped creature. That's already good. Pull is 6 mana. Sorcery. Put up to 2 target creature cards from a single graveyard onto the battlefield under your control. They gain haste until the end of turn. Put up to 2 target creature cards from a single graveyard onto the battlefield under your control. They gain haste until the end of turn. Sacrifice them at the beginning of next end step. Isn't this card busted? Isn't this card busted? Isn't this just insane? Dude, can I just give this an S? Isn't this card ridiculous? I've actually never even seen... I don't understand. Put up to 2 target creature cards from a single graveyard onto the battlefield they gain haste. Dude, it's a double reanimation, and they gain haste, and the left side is also a removal spell. I think this card has to be an S, chat. Because putting both these cards together is just an S. And then we think about collecting evidence and stuff. Like, this is 8 mana worth of collecting evidence. It's so good. I mean, the way that you collect evidence is that generally the highest we've seen is like collect evidence 6, right? If we're not thinking about the mythic rare blue Sphinx. So collect evidence 6. So this will fulfill 1 collect evidence. It's so good. I think I just give it an S, dude. I think I just give it an S for push and pull. This card's ridiculous. I've never seen anything like it. Wow. That is incredible. Seems way too insane. Way too insane. Whoever made this card knew they were getting laid off anyways. Yep. This is my final wish. Push and pull. If you push me, I shall pull. All right. Next card here. Repulsive Mutation. X, green, and a blue. Instant. Put X counters on target creature you control. Then counter up to 1 target spell unless the controller pays mana equal to the greatest power amongst creatures you control. Interesting. It's a counter spell that puts counters on your dudes. That's a cool card. I think it sounds pretty good. It's hard to use maybe a little bit. You can also just counter for 2 mana, right? Without putting counters. Actually pretty flexible. Pretty flexible. I want to give this card like A minus, actually. A minus. A minus. It's awesome. It's big. I don't even think it's situational, right? Because the thing is, oftentimes you can just use it for 2 mana as well. That's the floor on it. If you have a creature on the board, I think it's an A-. Modular counter. That's cool. A-. You go A+. I think A- is okay. A is also fine as well. I think somewhere in the A range is fine. Only downside is you need to control a creature. Yeah, but is that big of a downside? So I think somewhere in the A range. Yeah, like A-. I think A- is fine for it. It's not a control card. You need to have a good number of creatures to play this. That's not true. Why do you need a good number of creatures? You don't need a good number of creatures. You just need a creature. Yeah, like the blow up potential in this is huge, and I don't even think the floor is that low. So I think A- is fine. I think A- is fine. Yeah. Like, do will games play out like that? I'm uncertain. Next card here, Rune Brand Juggler. Okay, is this a Lucha Libre? 2 mana, 2/2. When Rune Brand Juggler enters battlefield, suspect up to 1 target creature you control. 5 mana sacrifice a suspected creature. Target creature gets -5/-5 to end of turn. I do not know how to conceptualize this. So this one can only suspect 1 target creature. It can suspect itself at least. I mean, you can play it as a 2/2 menace on 2. Kind of strong. And then it's a removal spell later. That's hard to say. I think I'm gonna give this a C+. I honestly do not know this card as well. I'm gonna give this a C+. Maybe even just a flat C. Flat C sounds okay as well. I'll just give it a flat C. I don't know. If you're already Rakdos, yeah, it's pretty good, but trading your worst creature, but you're also suspecting. I mean, it also costs mana, and it's weird because you can't block. So you want to be attacking, and then the other one's a defensive. It's weird. I'm just giving it a flat C. I don't know. Next card here, Soul Search. 2 mana sorcery. Target opponent reveals their hand. You choose a non-land card from it. Exile that card. If the card's mana value is 1 or less, create a 1/1 white and black spirit creature token with flying. Target opponent reveals their hand. Okay. You choose a non-land card from it. Okay. Exile the card. If the card's mana value is 1 or less, you get a 1/1. Okay. So it's 2 mana Thoughtseize. You don't lose life though. And it exiles. It doesn't go to the graveyard. But if it's 1 or less, you get a 1/1. Huh. I don't care about it that much. What do we give this? Probably a D+. A D+. Who cares? Yeah, you're basically never getting the 1/1 is what I'm saying as well. I think it's just a D+. For hard to cast, and like I'm not playing this in my 5-color decks usually. Like, who cares? Yeah, a lot of discard spells are exiling from hand now. Sumala Sentry. 2 mana, 1/3 reach. It's an elf archer. Whenever a face down permanent you control turn face up, put a counter on it and a counter on Sumala Sentry. All right, so a big incentive to throw down a face downs and flip up face ups. It's pretty cool. I'm gonna give this one a B-, I think. I'm gonna give this a B-. Does it seem unfair? I mean, it's well statted and it takes time to do it. I think B- is fine. When a face down permanent you control turn face up. Face down permanent you control turn face up. Yeah. Seems solid. I think B- is fine for this. Okay, next card here, Deadly Complication. 3 mana sorcery, choose 1 or both. Destroy target creature. Okay. Put a +1 counter on target suspected creature you control. You may have it no longer become suspected. All right. It's a good kill spell, and you can put a counter on something, and you can get rid of a suspect. Kind of flexible. I like it. Give it a flat B, maybe. Just a flat B. I don't even want to give this an A, though. Just a flat B. I think it's fine. Whatever. It's just a removal spell. I think B is fine, isn't it? I think B is fine. Like, are we saying that this is as good as Lightning Helix? Are we saying this is as good as Lightning Helix and you guys want to put in A? I don't think so. I think B. I think B is fine, right? I think B is okay. I think B is okay, right? Okay. Next card here, Private Eye. 3 mana, 3/3. Other detectives you control get +1/+1. That is a detective lord. Oh my gosh. That seems broken already. Whenever you draw your second card each turn, target detective can't be blocked this turn. Dude, this guy's an A, I think. This guy's just a flat A. This guy is absurd. I think that this is ridiculous. I think that the small detective stuff is already good. This guy's a big lord, and to boot, you get an unblockable ability on it. Yeah, it's crazy. This guy's an uncommon again. We don't know exactly what the spread is gonna look like, since we're moving away from play boosters into set boosters or whatever. So the ratios are going to be different. But yeah, this card looks good. A little bit too good, actually. Next card here, Buried in the Garden. All right, that's awkward. 4 mana, enchantment aura, enchant land. What? When Buried in the Garden enters the battlefield, exile target non-land permanent you don't control until Buried Guardian leaves the battlefield. Enters the battlefield. Exile target non-land permanent you don't control until Buried in the Garden leaves the battlefield. All right, so it's an Oblivion Ring for non-land permanents. Exile target non-land permanent you don't control. All right, it's an Oblivion Ring for non-land permanents. Whenever Enchanted Land is tapped for mana, its control adds an additional color of mana. Damn, I love it. I love it. Sorry, we're changing from draft boosters to play boosters. I get all mixed up. I mean, I'm going to be playing 5 colors. I love this. And it's a Oblivion Ring. And it's a removal spell. I love it. I think A- is good for me. A- for Buried in the Garden. I like it. Set boosters are going away. All right. Okay. Cool card. Go next. So the enchantment removal is actually looking better and better as we review more cards for sure. Okay. Next card here, Curious Cadaver. 4 mana, 3/1, flying. It's a zombie detective, okay? I don't know what a zombie... I mean, maybe he has unfinished business, right? He came back. When you sacrifice a clue, return Curious Cadaver from your graveyard to your hand. That's a cool card. Whoa. So you can loot this away, you can surveil this away, sacrifice a clue when it dies, you get it back. I love this card, man. I'm gonna give this guy a B+. A little bit fragile, a little bit expensive, I guess, but it's a lot of value, and I think that you can build your deck around it. I like it. I like it. I like it as B+, I think. Really, really cool way to play it. All right, let's go next here. Detective Satchel. 4 mana artifact. Satchel enters the battlefield. Investigate twice. You make 2 clues, okay. Tap, create a 1/1 colorless stop your artifact creature token with flying. Activate only if you sacrifice an artifact this turn. Damn. Dude, it's slow, but I like it. You can make Thopters. You don't even have to spend mana on it after that. You just pop clues. And then you can actually do it on your opponent's turn as well. So you go 4 mana like this. Next turn, turn 5. Yes, it's not mana efficient, but you can pop 1. Make a Thopter. No, actually it doesn't work because the thing's tapped. But you can technically do it instant speed, I guess. It's a pretty cool card. I don't know how I feel about it. It's a bit clunky. What do you feel about it? B- maybe? C+, B-. C+, B-. I think somewhere C+, B- for me. I think you need some other stuff with it as well. C+, B-. C+, B-. It is slow as a thing, but it's good. I think I'm going to give it a C+. I think I'm down to give it a C+. I like the card. It's cool, but it's slow. Can we play games with this? I don't know. I think it's a C+. It's a cool card, though. Will we play it? Yes. Next card here, 10th Street Gossip. All right. 4 mana, 4/4 Vigilance. Vishino Advisor. Tap, add a red and a green. Spend this mana only to cast face down spells or spend this mana only to cast face down spells or to turn creatures face up. 4 mana, 4/4 vigilance, and then mana for morphs and unmorphs. This is pretty good. Give it a B minus or a B. B minus or a B. B minus or a B. Probably just B is fine. 10 Street Gossip. I'll probably give it a B. Let's give it a B. B or B minus. I'm fine with either of these ratings. Next card here, Wisp Drinker Vampires. She's drinking wisps. 4 mana, 2/4 flyer. Whenever another creature with power 2 or less enters the battlefield under your control, whenever another creature with power 2 or less enters the battlefield control, each opponent loses a life and you gain a life. Okay. 7 mana, creatures you control with power 2 or less gain death touch and lifelink until end of turn. So it's a 4 mana 2/4 flyer that has a drain effect when you play small things, and it counts tokens as well. And also it has a huge 7 mana ability with, for your small stuff, they gain death touch and lifelink in the end of turn. It seems really hard to beat. Hard to say. I think it's somewhere in the B range as well. B or B plus? B or B plus? B or B plus? I think just B is fine. It's a little bit underrated, I think. Understated? I'm not sure. Hard to say. I think B or B plus. I think B is fine. Whispering Your Vampire. Let's give it a B. I think it's fine. All right, let's go next. Coerce to Kill. 5 mana. That is insane art, by the way. Coerce to Kill. Is that the avatar? Enchantment Aura. Enchant creature. You control enchanted creature. It's a mind control. Enchanted creature has base power. Toughness 1/1. Has death touch and is an assassin. And those other types. I love it. Yeah. Oh, yeah, baby. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Course to Kill. Hell yeah. Just a flat A. It's a mind control, but you shrink it, but then it gets death touch, so it's fine. Right? Especially if it has an ability. I think that's great. I think that's great. I like it. I like it. That's a cool mind control. I like what they did with that. Next card here, Meddling Youths. These darn kids. 5 mana, 4/5 haste. A human detective. Whenever you attack with 3 or more creatures, investigate. That is a big haster, dude. It's basically Monstrosaur. But do games play out like that? Is that what we're doing? You play out a Meddling Youth and attack, and then sometimes you get a clue, sometimes you don't. I don't know. I think I want to give it like B or B minus, not an A range. B minus. B minus. B minus, chat? All right. Meddling Youth for B minus. I'm down. It is a chonker though. 4/5 is kind of meh. How's it meh? 4/5 haste for 5. Is that meh? I don't think it's meh. What would you rather it be? A 5/4 or a 6/3? I mean, it's kind of boring, yeah. All right. Hustle and Bustle. Hustle, 1 mana. Target creature attacks or blocks the turn of Able. All right. So you can either force them to attack or you can goad them. Bustle, 6 mana. Creatures you control get +2/+2 and gain trample. It's an overrun. Until end of turn. You may turn a creature you control face up. Oh, you can also flip something face up. It's an overrun, but you flip something face up as well. Huh. Thing is that the left side is kind of awkward. Can you use the left side reliably as a removal spell? Sometimes. It's hard to use though. Overrun with a free flip. It is good, but really hard to conceptualize. I'm gonna give this like a C plus B minus. C plus B minus. I think C plus is fine. Is Overrun gonna be that good? I assume that we're controlling the board, right? Otherwise you're just gonna die anyways. I don't know. I think C plus is fine. Flipping creature is a huge benefit. Yeah, for 6/7 reach, it is a huge benefit. I mean, that's a really crazy curve, right? That is a really crazy curve. All right. How about B or B minus? Let's give it a B minus. I still don't think it's that flexible. I think that the potential of it is insane, but I think the potential of it is insane. The problem is that the card itself is not flexible, but I think B- is the highest I will go. B- is the highest I can go. Left side is really janky. Like, can you use it? Sometimes, yeah. I think whenever you can use it, you should just cash it in, by the way, on the left side, I think. That's good value, and then you put some collect evidence fodder in your graveyard. All right. Next card here. Cease and Desist. Cease and Desist. Okay. Left side is 2 mana instant. Exile up to 2 target cards from a single graveyard. Target player gains 2 life and draws a card. Exile up to 2 target cards from a single graveyard. All right, so you can do it on your own if you have the black green enchantment. Then you can get a plant and then buff up your plant. That's fine. Otherwise, you're exiling 2 from their graveyard, which is awkward because I don't think that's that valuable, and you don't want them to draw a card like that. I don't think. Desist, 6 mana, destroy all artifacts and enchantments. Destroy all artifacts and enchantments. I kind of don't like the card. I think I want to give this a D. I want to give this one a D. I just don't see me playing this often. I think it's too hard to use. Yes, there are some fringe cases. Yes, sometimes it'll be a blowout, but I think it's in the D range. The targets are separate. Exile up to 2 targets from a single graveyard. Target player. Oh, you can exile 2 of theirs, and then you can target yourself. So that is a lot better. That is a lot better. Is that fine? It's actually better. All right, I'm gonna give it a C. I'm gonna give it a C then. In that case, I'm gonna give it a C. Yeah, I mean, like countering their exiling their collect evidence stuff, and then you draw a card against your life is perfectly acceptable. I don't think it's even in the D range anymore. So I think I like to just give it a flat C. Overall, the card is still not that flexible. I mean, like, you have this effect, and then the right side is sometimes a blowout. Maybe it's even a C+. Man, I think I'm happy just to give it a flat C for now. Just give it a flat C for now. I think every deck is gonna want collect evidence stuff. You can counter the reanimate. That's also true as well. I don't think people are gonna be reanimating that much outside of the Ractal Split card. The Ractal Split card is insane. This is a way to counter that. That's actually pretty interesting as well. Okay. I think C is fine though. C, C+, C, C+. I can give it a C+. I mean, it's dead in hand for a while. I think C is fine. I think C is okay. I mean, like, you can easily mainboard this. Like, we live in a day and age where most of the cyber cards are just mainboardable, I think. All right, the very last split card, the last uncommon here for multicolor. Fuss and Bother. Okay. Fuss is 3 mana, instant, put a +1 counter on each attacking creature you control, all right? That's pretty cool. Bother is 6 mana, sorcery. Create 3 1/1 colorless Thopter artifact creature tokens with flying. Surveil 2. Oh my gosh. Is this what's that virgin card from Kamigawa chat? This is like that card basically, but the 1/1 Thopters are arguably better than 2/2s on the ground actually. Imperial Oath. Yes, one of my least favorite cards. One of my least favorite Magic cards of all time. Imperial Oath. One of the most boring, one of the most uninspired cards that I don't know why people think that's a good format. Dave Humphries did design that one, but I did not enjoy Kamigawa as a Magic the Gathering draft set at all. But yeah, Imperial Virgins. Yes, that's right. Imperial Virgins, that's right. Play Bother, then Fuss. You can't play Bother, then Fuss unless you have another Fuss, right? Because this is a split card. It's not a fuse card or anything. Seems kind of slow. It is slow. Hard to say. I don't actually know. B- or C+ for me. B- or C+. I think C+ is fine for this. C+ is fine. Probably. I think C+ is fine. It's a little bit overcosted. A little bit not that flexible. It can be strong. This is great as your top end, but I don't think it's flexible enough for me to give it a higher rating than C+. If you copy the spell, can you select another module? That's a good question. I assume not, because on the stack, it's not a split card. On the stack, it's just one or the other, right? So I think that you cannot. I think you have to copy the same mode. All right. Let's move on to the rares here from Multicolor. Assassin's Trophy is back. 2 mana instant, destroy target permanent and opponent controls. So that can also be a land, I guess. Extraordinary, search your library for basic land card, put in the battlefield, then shuffle. I don't know how I feel about Assassin's Trophy in limited, chat. Like, how was this in Ravnica? It was fine, but nothing special, right? Like, just whatever. I feel like it's just whatever, isn't it? I mean, what do we have? Like B minus, B minus, C plus, B minus, C plus. What do you think, chat? B minus, C plus, B minus, C plus, E minus, C plus, EDH card. B minus, C plus, B minus, C plus. I'm kind of down to give it a C plus, honestly. I'm kind of down to give it a C plus. I think C plus is okay for this Assassin's Trophy. Like, whatever. It's fine. You'll play it, but I'm not picking this over a lot of stuff. I probably don't even pick this over Murder. And it's going to be a fine card, but I think in general, this is not that important. I think C plus is fine for this. Okay, next card here, Blood Splatter Analysis. 2 mana enchantments. When a Blood Splatter Analysis enters the battlefield, deals 3 damage to target creature and opponent controls. Okay, that's good. Whenever one or more creatures die, mill a card and put a Bloodstain counter on Blood Splatter Analysis. Then sacrifice it if it has 5 or more Bloodstain counters on it. Okay. When you do, return target creature card from a graveyard to hand. Interesting. So it's an enchantment-based removal spell. Then when things die, at some point you get something back. I like it. I think it's a good card. I'm gonna give it an A minus. Some value later, and I think that it shouldn't be too hard to use. I mean, 2 mana to deal 3, and then at some point you get something back. Sounds good to me. I think A minus is fine for this. A minus, B plus, A minus, B plus. I think A minus is fine. Blood Splatter Anal sounds. Oh my god! What did I just read? All right, you just move on. Next card here, Doppelgang. Whoa, what is this? XXX. That's a weird thing to follow up whatever I just read with. Green and a blue. Okay. Sorcery. For each of X target permanents, create X tokens that are copies of that permanent. So 5 mana to make 1 clone. Right? For each of X target permanents. Am I understanding this correctly, chat? 5 mana to make 1, right? And then it's going to be 8 mana to make 2. Right? 5 mana to make 1. 8 mana to make 2. 11 mana to make 3. So what is that? 5, 8, 11. 5, 8, 11. So those are the jumps. 5, 8, 11. 5, 8, 11. 5, 8, 11. It is, yeah, if this card were a morph, it would be awesome, right? And at instant speed flip, that would be amazing as well, but it's not. But I mean, I guess it could be a morph and a sorcery. Technically, it could have been that. This card is so hard to use, though. I think it's so hard to use. It's a fun card. It's cool, but like you don't even know if you're copying something good. A lot of times on certain boards, you're just gonna be copying small. Like I don't really like it. Actually, I don't really like it. I'm gonna give it a D plus. I'm gonna give it a D plus for Doppelgang. Doppelgang D plus. I think it is a cool card, but yeah. Okay. Yeah, also legend rules, something blah, 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 so you can't copy, but yeah, you can copy opponent's thing, your thing, whatever. You can copy lands, I guess. Sure. The cool thing about that card is actually is that you can copy, you know what? You know what one of the coolest things that you can do with this card is? You can copy your black-green enchantment, this thing. It's slow as hell, I will have to say, but you can copy like some of the really cool enchantments in the set. Copying the enchantments is actually really cool. Because there are a lot of really cool build around enchantment type things that get better in multiples, right? So that's a cool thing that you can do with this. It's slow as hell though. I think I'm fine with the D+ rating for this, for Doppelgang. Okay. Next card here, Drag the Canal. Oh my gosh. A lot of Canal talk today. Drag the Canal. 2 mana instant. Create a 2/2 white and blue detective creature token. If a creature died this turn, you gain 2 life. Okay. Surveil 2, and then you investigate. If a creature died this turn, you gain 2 life. Surveil 2, then investigate. Kind of good. So you attack, they block, then you make a 2/2. And then you gain 2 life, surveil 2, then investigate. Oh, this card seems kind of good, dude. This card seems kind of good. Sounds good. What do you like it as? I think I just give it an A-. Maybe just flat A. Drag the Canal. I think A is fine for this. It seems like a great card. Wait a second. D+. Okay. I think double gang a bit is better than D+. 2/2 tokens at 8 mana. You get 3 tokens at 11. Slows, huge payoff. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Is that you get tokens and you're copying stuff. It's a big payoff. I mean, it could be better than D. Yeah, it could be better than D for the Doppelgang. I mean, I can give Doppelgang a C-, sure. Let's give Doppelgang a C-, sure. I mean, I like the card, but it's, you know, it has its issues for sure. Okay. Oh, you know what would be really fun, by the way, chat? I don't know if there's infinite mana potential in this format, but if you go infinite mana, Doppelgang, you can steal their entire board. That would be hilarious. I would love to see that. I would love to see that. Okay, anyways, next card here, Lazav, Wearer of Faces. 2 mana, 2/3. Legendary Shapeshifter Detective. Whenever Lazav of Faces attacks, exile target card from a graveyard, then investigate. Whenever Lazav, Wearer of Faces attacks, exile target card from a graveyard, then investigate. All right, that's good already. Whenever you sacrifice a clue, you may have Lazav become a copy of a creature card exiled with it until end of turn. Exiled with it. When it attacks, exile card from a graveyard. You may have Lazav become a copy of a creature exiled with it until end of turn. That card seems broken. Seems awesome. Amazing. Floor is low. A 2 mana. Yes, it's blue and a black. 2 mana, 2/3. And you get a clue. When it attacks. And it exiles cards from graveyards. And then you can sacrifice clues to make it be a copy of a creature card. As I like it. I'm going to give this card just a flat A, I think. Lazav. Flat A. And as a detective. So for all these reasons, yes. Do you always get the clue even though exile target? That's an interesting question, actually. Exile target card from a graveyard, then investigate. No. You don't always get the clue. Actually, you do not always get the clue, right? When it attacks, exile target card from a graveyard, then investigate. You cannot then before the exile target, right? I believe that the answer is no. Can anybody confirm, chat? I do not think that you always get a clue. And there has to be a target. You have to attack and there has to be a target, right? I believe that's how this works. I'm pretty sure that's how that works, chat. It has to have a target, the way I'm reading it. If there's nothing in your graveyard or their graveyard, you cannot do anything. You cannot get it. Investigate separate? I don't think so because there's a comma, right? It's not even a period. Is that how that works? I believe that to not be the case. So I think I mean, either way, it's an A. Hey, Melissa, how's it going? You need a target. All right. Melissa, did you work on the set at all? This set is giving me like really strong Ravnica vibes, like Return to Ravnica vibes. It looks pretty fun. I love it so far. it looks like it's gonna be a fun set. I hope it will be. Okay, next card here. Officious interrogation. I am not saying that right. Chat, what is this word? Officious. 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 Is it officious? Officious interrogation. Officious. 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 Is it officious? It's officious, like official. Officious. Is it officious or officious? O or ah? I can't read that command as Zacho, unfortunately. Anyways, 2 mana instant. This spell costs 2 mana more to cast for each target beyond the first. Okay, so there's a kicker on it. Choose any number of target players. Investigate X times, where X is the total number of creatures those players control. Choose any number of target players. Oh. Okay, so you can choose, in a 1v1 game, you can choose yourself and your opponent, right? You can choose yourself and your opponent, and then it would cost white, white, blue, blue. And then you investigate X times, where X is the total number of creatures those players control. Okay, so your amount of creatures and then their amount of creatures, right? Officious. Officious. Okay. Officious. Okay. Officious interrogation. And what does officious mean? It just means official or what? Whites, blue, blue, make a clue for the whole board. Yeah, make a clue for the whole board. Yeah, that's an easier way to look at it. It's clue for the whole board. So I want to play this and hit my deck with this, guys. This guy. All right, let me show you this guy, dude. This guy is one that I'm really hyped about. Persuasive Investigators. Persuasive Investigators. This one, 6 mana, 5/6. Enters the battlefield, investigate. Okay. Whenever you sacrifice a clue, target opponent gets 2 poison counters. So just having a bunch of clues makes this card a lot easier to work, right? Like, I love this card. I think this is a really cool card to include in this format. And then this one just makes clues. Just having random clues is cool. But beyond that, it is a weird card, right? I mean, you can 2 mana and then you get like 3 clues or something. It's still pretty good, dude. It's still pretty good. I feel like the floor on this is actually like pretty low. Floor is pretty low. I think it's kind of good. I think I want to give this an A minus. A minus? What are the A minus? All right, A minus. Yeah, it seems good. And then for 4 mana, you get more. Okay, great. A minus. I like it. Next card here, World Soul's Rage. X, a red and a green. Sorcery. World Soul's Rage deals X damage to any target. Okay. Put up to X land cards from your hand and or graveyard and the battlefield tapped. Graveyard as well. Whoa. Dude, this is my kind of card, man. God. This is a cool constructed card as well. That is cool. That is cool, dude. So in constructed, you want to bin lands and then you burn them and then you get more lands to burn them more. That is cool, dude. That is cool. And if you think about it, right, late game is also just a fireball. It's a fireball -1, basically, because it's a red and green to cast. Any target, put X lands on the battlefield and get a tap. I like it, dude. I like it. Damn, I like it. I like it. Is this the Bonfire of the Damned of the set? Dude, this card, honestly, it's priced at $8 right now. Dude, that kind of seems like a steal for this card. Oh, I think this card is awesome. This card is so cool. All right, I don't know. Any Magic investors? $8 for this card. I mean, Bonfire of the Damned was a mythic rare. Huh. This card should be like, I'm assuming it's gonna be like a $30 card. I don't know. It's $8 right now. Any MCG Finance Pros. This is not financial advice, by the way. Okay. Anyways, I'm gonna give this card a what? I'm gonna give this card an A+. I'm gonna give this card an A+. You think it'll be cheap? I mean, I don't know anything about it. Never 30? You don't think so? Deals extra target, put X lands. It's such a cool card though. So cool though. I mean, I don't know anything about supply demand or whatever, blah blah blah. EDH card? Okay. Yeah. Don't buy this card, chat. It's a rare, it's only a rare. I'll have 6 versions. Okay, I see. Yeah. Anyways, this is not financial advice, chat. Do not listen to me. Anything money related. It's just consider it nonsense. Okay. Anyways, I like it as A+. I don't think I want to put it in the S range, but A+ sounds good to me. Next card here, Teysa. Opulence Oligarch. 3 mana, 2/3. Legendary Human Advisor. Death Touch. At the beginning of your end step, investigate for each opponent who lost life this turn. Your end step, investigate for each opponent who lost life this turn. Okay. Whenever a clue you control is put into a graveyard from the battlefield. Okay. This also counts clue tokens, yes. Create a 1/1 white and black spirit creature token with flying, triggers once a turn. That's broken. That seems giga broken. To get 1/1 flyers for popping clues that you're gonna pop anyways, that's giga broken. Oh my gosh, hold on. And you gotta investigate if they lost life. I think this is an S tier card, chat. I want to say that this is an S tier card. Teysa. It looks a bit inconspicuous, but I think it's good. The floor is a 3 mana, 2/3 Death Toucher. Okay, even if you have nothing else. Then the upside is that if you can actually get attacking and get clues, then you snowball, get 1/1s. You can make it 1/1 on your turn. You make 1/1 on your opponent's turn. I think it's just S tier. This card is just broken. You bought every version of $830 because what you said. I'm sorry, Novi. But if it pays off, give me a cut. Give me a cut. That's not how it works, Deathsie. All right. Okay, next card here, Treacherous Greed. Instant. 3 mana instant. As additional cost to cast this spell, sacrifice a creature that dealt damage this turn. As additional cost to cast this spell, sacrifice a creature that dealt damage. What? Okay, so you need to attack and connect. And since damage no longer goes on the stack, then it has to survive the combat, okay? Are there creatures that deal damage in the format? There might be, I don't know. Anyways, draw 3 cards. Each opponent loses 3 life and gain 3 life. It's a very weird sort of like a sacrifice, like a fanatical offering type card or whatever. It can bounce. Doesn't have to kill it or hit face. Wait, what do you mean? It can bounce. Oh yeah, it can bounce off a creature. That's true. It can bounce off of a creature in combat. And then you sacrifice it. You draw 3 cards, and then they lose 3, you gain 3. It's kind of cool. Weird card to use, though. How much do I care about it, though? I don't even know. I honestly cannot tell about this card at all. I'm gonna give it a C+ for that reason. I'm gonna give it a C+. Probably C. It's in the C or B range, right? Yeah, you can also sack the 1/1 Thopters and sack it anyways, but what color combination is that? Isn't that 4 colors already? Yeah, I'll take it if it's wheels. I think C+ is fine for this. Maybe just a flat C even. Maybe just even a flat C. I'll give it a flat C. Okay, I'll give Treacherous Greed a flat C. Okay, next card here. War Leader's Call. So this is Aurelia's Call. 3 mana enchantment. Creatures you control get +1/+1. Alright, broken. Whenever a creature enters the battlefield under your control, War Leader's Call deals 1 damage to each opponent. That's broken. That's broken. I kind of want to give this an S as well, chat. Oh my gosh. Kind of want to give this an S as well. Is this card just giga broken? Is this card giga broken? Like, why is it not broken? Why would it not be broken? Like, you're already playing small weenie decks. You're already wanting to play tokens. This one also counts tokens for the impact tremors. And I think that I can even play this in my 5-color decks. Like, I can squeeze it in my 5-color decks. And also, it's just going to be good in your blue-white deck splashing for this, or red-white, or like green-white deck splashing for this, or your red-white deck. I think it's just an S. I think this War Leader's Call is just an S, unfortunately. I don't even think it's A plus, chat. Why do you think it's A plus? Isn't this card just impossible to beat? I feel like this card is impossible to beat most of the time. Most of the time, it's impossible to beat, right? Unless you can disenchant it, most of the time it's impossible to beat. I think it's just an S. If your opponent clears the board, you kill them with the engine. Like, I think it's just an S. Like, yes, there are downsides. Yes, if you don't have creatures, all right. If you don't have creatures, if you're behind, like, it's fine if you're behind. If you don't have creatures, yeah, then, well then, sucks to suck, you know? Sucks to suck. If you don't have creatures in your War Leader's Call deck, well, you know what? That's just a bad beat, dude. That's just a bad beat. That's just a bad beat. All right, I'm just gonna give it the S. I don't think it's A plus. Okay. Next card here, Ill-Timed Explosion. 4-mana sorcery, draw 2 cards, then you may discard 2 cards. Okay, when you do Ill-Timed Explosion, deals X damage to each creature. It's a board wipe, where X is the greatest mana value among cards discarded this way. Okay, that's cool. I like it. I think this card's great. A great board wipe, reasonable casting cost, and you get some filtering with it as well. I actually really like it. I love it. I love it. I think it's good. I'm going to give this card an A plus. Ill-Timed Explosion. Love it. Yeah, and you can also pick as well. Like, if your hand has a lot of different mana values, then you can actually pick to maybe have some of your board survive. Like, it's pretty cool. Next card here. Oh, it's an adventure card. Kellen, Inquisitive Prodigy. Who's this Kellen guy, and why does he keep on coming around? Kellen. Where's Kellen? Kellen's here. Okay. 4 mana, 3/4. Adventure side is Tail the Suspect. It's a sorcery for a green and a blue, 2 mana. So a green and a blue. Investigate. You may play an additional land this turn. All right. You get a clue token, and then you also get an explorer. That's cool. It's a human fairy detective type. Flying Vigilance. Okay. Whenever Kellen attacks, destroy up to 1 target artifact. If you control that permanent, draw a card. Well, that's broken. Okay. Well, that's broken. I mean, there's no downside to the card. There's literally no downside to the card. Apart from its, I mean, it costing colored mana, like, sure. I mean, destroying the artifact part of it is just broken as well. That sounds pretty broken. I think A plus or S, chat. A plus or S. What do you guys think? A plus or S for Kellen? S because Adventure is insane. I feel like it could be an S. A plus, he left his hat as home, but we can't give him an S. Beanie's Haste. Your splashes every time. But yeah, I am splashes every time. Yeah, you can also just curve out with it as well. I didn't even think about that. Place on 2, play an additional land, then you place on 4. Sorry, on turn 3. I think it's just an S, chat. I think it's an S. Because the thing is that if you also think about it, its stat line as a 3/4, it doesn't die to Searing Spear. It dies to Murder. It dies to the... There's a deal 4 damage in red. Like a weird deal 4 damage in red that kills it. But like... And then, yes, there's enchantment-based removal or whatever. But like, who cares? I think it's just good. He's a house. I'm just gonna give it Kellen the S. If a Moz were here, he'd be like, "Oh my gosh, why are you giving all the cards an S? You the S's grow on trees, you know? What is this? What am I looking at? Leyline of the Guild Pact. Huh? How do I even say this? Green/white, green/blue, black/green, red/green mana cost. Okay, 4 mana-ish. 4 mana-ish. Leyline of the Guild Pact. That's interesting that there's only one. Oh my god. What the? Okay, so all of them is green. So you can't actually cast this in a mono green deck. That's interesting. Okay, enchantment. I mean, I assume this is my favorite card of the set. I don't know. Let's see. If Leyline of the Guild Pact is in your opening hand, you may begin the game with it on the battlefield. Oh, you can get it for free. Okay, it's a Leyline. Okay, each non-land permanent you control is all colors. Okay. Lands you control are every basic land type in addition to the other types. Oh. Wait. I'm less excited by it now. Hold on. Okay. So this is the ego in me talking, chat. That's... I don't even need mana fixing like this usually, right? Like, my mana is already good. Like, okay, so over time, I've stopped needing and valuing Chromatic Lantern, for example, right? I used to think Chromatic Lantern was busto because you can always play 5 colors, but then the thing is, I can play 5 colors without Chromatic Lantern anyways. Like, why do I need it? I don't need it. Like, the thing is that if it's not in your opening hand, then it's not doing anything, right? I actually don't like it. I don't like it. Never mind. I take it back. It's not my favorite card of the set. I take it back. I think this is a D rating. D minus even. D minus. Even if open handed, I don't even think it's great either. Yeah, you're down a card. Who cares? It's a D minus. D for Deathsie. Should I give it an F, chat? Should I just give it an F anyways? This is basically F rating, right? This is basically F rating. I think, actually, it doesn't help anything. I think it's actually just F rating. Yeah, let's give it an F rating to this. Wow, well that wasn't what I expected. I expected this to be my favorite card. All right, and now it's an F. Will I play it a few times to begin with? Yes. Will it be good? No. Okay. F for favorites. Okay, next card here. Yarus. Roar of the Old Gods. 4 mana, 4/4. Legendary Centaur Druid. Other creatures you control have haste. Okay. God, this guy looks insane, dude. Look at his art. Legendary Centaur Druid. Other creatures you control have haste. Whenever one or more face-down creatures you control deal combat damage to a player, draw a card. All right, so you can morphs. So you can throw down a face-down on 3. Then you play this on 4 pre-combat and then attack with it. And then draw a card if there's no blockers, which is unlikely, but whatever. Whenever a face-down creature you control dies, return to the battlefield face down under its owner's control. If it's a permanent card, then turn it face up. Wait! If they trade off with it, then you flip it face up. All right, that's broken. That's broken. You can also try to kill your own face down cards, actually, because you don't have to pay the ward, right? You don't have to ward yourself. So imagine this. You have Yaris, you throw down a face down or whatever, and then other creatures you control have haste, right? You can actually shock it. You can shock your morph, and then it flips face up, and then you attack with it big. God damn. Another way to get free mana from the land. Wait, you get free mana from the land? How do you get free mana from the land? Free mana from the land by it just trading off, and then you get additional 2 mana, right? Something like that. No. The ward is only for your opponent, right? The ward is only for your opponent, right? What do you mean? Ward is only for your opponent. Like, you never have to pay ward for yourself. So even if that were the case, you can just pay the 2, whatever. Huh. I like it. All right, chat. Am I running out of S's? Is the board of directors gonna be like Deathsie? You gave out too many S's this time on this tier list review, and here at Deathsie's Dueling Academy, we cannot have that, okay? If you give everything an S, obviously Amaz is on the board of directors, right? And then Amaz is gonna be like, dude, Deathsie, we cannot afford giving so many S's. Oh my gosh. Oh God. Amaz is gonna have a chat with me. I'm not looking forward to that. Amaz is here! Amaz is here! No! Amaz is here! Oh god, chat. It's over. All right. Amaz, I'm gonna give this S tier. We can talk about it later, okay? We can talk about it later, right? Talk about it later. All right. Let's move on here. Gosh. Board of these board of directors always on my ass. Okay. Might as well give Island Swap in the like S tier as well. We've gone over this already, Amaz. We've gone over this. We've gone over this. Oh my gosh. Okay, next card here, Aurelia. The law above, all right? Just changing the topic here. Changing the topic. Surely this one can't be an S, right, Amaz? Right? If you think about it this way, how many S's can there be in a set anyways? All right, Aurelia, above the law. The law above. 5 mana, 4/4. It's a legendary angel. Flying, vigilance, haste. Whenever a player attacks with 3 or more creatures, you draw a card. Whenever a player attacks with 3 or more creatures, so battalion, you draw a card. Whenever a player attacks with 5 or more creatures, Aurelia deals 3 damage to each of your opponents and you gain 3 life. So she lightning helixes if you attack with 5 or more. All right. All right. All right. Council, you know, board of director member Amaz. I would like to question what your rating would be for this card here, Aurelia, the law above. What in your objective and genius opinion, what would you give this card, Amaz? Amaz says S tier. Oh, okay. Amaz says S tier for Aurelia, the law above. That means that this was not my S that I used. All right, this was Amaz's S that we used. All right. Amazing. Yes, I also believe that this is S tier. I would agree with that, Amaz, that this is an S tier. That this card is absurd. This card's absurd, like actually absurd. It's a dragon, has vigilance for no reason whatsoever, and then all the abilities are good. There's no downside. Great. Amazing. All right. All right, that's an S. All right. Surely we can't give out more S's, right, guys? Ezrim, Agency Chief, 5 mana, 5/5, Legendary, Archon Detective, flying. Wait, Amasa says, so if I compare Aurelia with their other S tier cards, they're basically the same pick order, right? I mean, the thing is that you can't get them all in the same pack anyways, right? You can't get them all in the same pack anyways. So yeah, it's fine, right? It's fine, right? Okay, anyways, Ezrim, Agency Chief, 5 mana, 5/5, Legendary Archon Detective, flying. When Ezrim enters the battlefield, investigate twice. Okay. 1 mana, sacrifice an artifact. Ezrim gains your choice of vigilance, lifelink, or hexproof on a turn. Alright. Well, this card is pretty busted. Is it S tier though? I feel like A+ is okay. A+ is okay, or what? Or do we have to give this the S as well? I think A+. It's not a dream trawler. Enters the battlefield, investigate twice. You get 2 clues. And you sacrifice an artifact. It can be a Thopter. It can be a clue token. It can be any artifact. There's lifelink or hexproof. And it protects itself for 6 mana. It's really hard to kill, dude. It's really hard to kill. You have to kill it twice. I think it's the A+. I don't think it's quite the S, is it? You guys think this is S? It's an A+. It's a Gigabomb. I mean, I can see me moving it to S later, but you know, that's when Amaz is not looking, by the way. I think A+ is fine, right? Isn't it? Casting cost is steep. I think A+ is fine, right? A+ is okay. A+ is okay. I like it. It's a really intense mana cost as well. It's a really intense mana cost. So I think A+ is acceptable. Okay. A+. Next card here, Judith. Goddamn, girl! Judith, Carnage Connoisseur. Oh my gosh. Say less. 5 mana, 3/4. Legendary Human Shaman. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, choose one. That spell gains Death Touch and Lifelink. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, choose one. All right, so you can give your Lightning Helix Death Touch. You give your Shock Death Touch. Wow. Or you can give your like your deal 4 Death Touch. That's insane. How can she do that actually? She's a black-red card. She's not even a mage. That's crazy. Okay, anyways. Create a 2/2 red imp creature token with... When this creature dies, it deals 2 damage to each opponent. Oh! My god! Whenever you cast instant sorceries, you usually get 2/2 imps? Huh? Alright. Once again, I would like to ask the board of directors, Amaz. Amaz, what rating would you give this card? What rating would you give this card, Amaz? I'm just curious to what you would be rating this card. I personally am uncertain since my wits are lower than yours, and also that my confidence in this rating is actually not that high, so I want to get your opinion. Amaz says, with your rating system, it's S, right? I mean, if you think so, Amaz, if you think so, yes, I would have to agree that Judith looks like an S. Yes, I would have to agree. Yes, unfortunately, you know, I didn't really want to give it the S, but you know, since Amaz said it, all right. Okay. Okay. All right. Let's move on here. All right. So Niv Mizzet Guild Pact. Oh, hell yes. Yes. What is this? Oh, yes. 5 mana. 6/6. Legendary. Dragon. Avatar. Flying. Hexproof from Multicolored. Whenever Niv Mizzet Guild Pact deals combat damage to a player, it deals X damage. Whenever Niv Mizzet Guild Pact deals combat damage to a player, it deals X damage to any target. Target player draws X cards, and you gain X life, where X is the number of different color pairs. Oh my god, the stipulations in this. Where X is the number of different color pairs among permanents you control that are exactly 2 colors. Where X is the number of different color pairs among permanents you control that are exactly 2 colors. What does it mean? Number of different color pairs among permanents you control that are exactly 2 colors. So it's just color pairs, right? X is just the different color pairs, and you can't count them twice. Basically, you can't count them twice. Is it right? Is it? It sounds more complicated than it actually is. I think. Okay, so read it again. Flying Hexproof from Multicolor. Whenever Niv Mizzet deals combat damage to a player, it connects to the face. It deals X and then different color pairs. So actually, Niv does not count itself, right? Because it's not a color pair. And then, okay, then you draw X cards, gain less life. I mean, it still seems busted. I love it. I love it. I mean, I cast this on turn 4 or 5 every time, right? I cast this on 4 or 5 every time, right? Well, I just give it an A. Can I just give this an A? A seems kosher, right? A seems kosher. It's never a dead card in my decks. No. This is good. I cast it on turn 4. Maybe sometimes turn 3 is a possible in this format. I don't know. But, you know, I always cast it on turn 5. It's fine. It's good. It's great. I always cast it on turn 5. On basic mana, right? It's fine. Yeah, it's great. I love it. It's an A. Let's go. Next card here, Tolsmere. Tolsmere, Midnight's Light. 5 mana, 3/2. Legendary Elf Scout, lifelink. When Tolsmere enters the battlefield, create a Voja Fenstalker. Create Voja Fenstalker, a legendary 5/5 green and white wolf creature token with trample. All right. I'm listening. Wait, what? I'm listening, but I'm confused. All right, 5 mana, 3/2 lifelink already. And then it makes a 5/5 with trample? Okay. All right, what's the last line of text here? Whenever a wolf you control attacks, if Tolsmere attacked this combat, okay, whenever a wolf you control attacks, if Tolsmere attacked this combat, target creature an opponent controls blocks that wolf this combat available. Whenever a wolf you control attacks, if Tolsmere attacked this combat, so they both have to be attacking together, basically, right? They have to be attacking together. Target creature and opponent control blocks the wolf. Okay, so the wolf will take the hit. So it's goading it towards the wolf. That's cool. That is cool. This card is absurd as well. Casting cost is not too ridiculous either, I think. And this is a great card to get back with the Soul Salvage. This is a great card to... aren't there ways to flicker cards as well? There are ways to flicker cards, I feel, right? You can flicker this as good as well. You can reanimate this as fine as well. I think it's just good. It's just good. And has lifelink to boot for no reason. Okay, chat. This is a problem here. We have a problem. We have a problem here. And the problem here is that I am unsure if I should give this an A+ or consult with Amaz and his reading. Ooh, it's not S, right? It's not an S, is it, chat? It's not an S. A+? 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 Not an S? Kind of an S. It's kind of an S. I mean, I play this every time. I'm gonna draft it every time. I'm gonna put it in my deck every single time, if possible. I'm gonna go to the ends of the earth to put this in my deck every single time. Is this not an S? It's not an S. Is it an A+ and not an S, chat? Flicker doesn't work. Oh, the token's legend. I mean, if the token dies, I guess, right? If the token dies, it works. If you lose the wolf, it's gone. If you lose the wolf, it's gone. Okay. Okay. I mean, what's your point? Like, yeah, if I lose my wallet, I don't have my wallet. It's unfortunate. Yeah, I agree. S or A+? S or A+? If your wolf dies, it's dead. Yeah, that's unfortunate. I mean, like, I don't want my wolf to die, right? If it's my wolf, I don't want it to die. But yeah, like, if it dies, it's dead. That's true. You can't make another wolf. I mean, if the wolf dies, then I blink this, then I get another wolf, right? Then I do get another wolf. Then I just get a new wolf. That's what people do, right? Like, one of their pets dies and then they just get another one, right? Like, that's why I don't have pets. Like, I can't deal with that. I can't deal with that emotional emotional roller coaster. Okay. Anyways, what is the rating? A+ or S, chat? A+ or S? Give me a rating. What do you guys think? A+ or S? Jeez. I think it's an S, chat. All right. I am getting into trouble. All right. S. Let's give it S for Tolsmere. All right. I'm just gonna give it S, chat. S. I'm just gonna give it S. Next card here is the Censor of the Web. 6 mana, 5/4. Legendary Elf Detective. Okay, as Menace. Whenever Azoni enters the battlefield or attacks, you may collect evidence 4. If you do, create 2/1 black and green spider creature tokens with Menace and Reach. Whenever Azoni enters the battlefield or attacks, you may collect evidence 4. You make 2 spiders. 2/1 spiders with Menace and Reach. Sacrifice 4 tokens, surveil 2, then draw 2 cards. You gain 2 life. Okay. I think this is A+, right? An A+. It looks like A+ to me. It's 6 mana, 5/4. Not that flexible. It has Menace on herself, which is cool. It collected evidence 4. It's not that hard at that point in the game, right? And then you get spiders. And then you can sacrifice tokens. You can sacrifice clue tokens, actually. Any tokens. Surveil 2, then draw 2 cards. Then gain 2 life. I think it's an A+. I don't think this is S. I don't think this is S tier range. Compared to the cards that we've seen before, I don't think so. I think this is A+. I'm happy to give this one A+. It is very good though, I think. It looks very good. Pick it, play it. Try to play it. All right, next card here. Kylox. Wait, did I mess up my ratings? I messed up my ratings. Oh my gosh. Ian, are you here, Ian? I made a mistake on the sheets. That also sounds funny out of context, by the way. I did not wet my bed. I made a mistake on the Google Sheets. Okay. Where to make a mistake? S, A+, Kellen. Oh, no. It's fine. It's fine. So, what was the last card I just did? Izoni. Where's Izoni? Izoni is here. A+. Oh, it's actually fine. Everything's fine. Everything's fine, chat. Nothing to worry about. Call the maid. The maid is coming tomorrow. The maid is coming tomorrow, chat. All right. Next card here, Kylox. Visionary Inventor. 7 mana, 4/4. Menace, War 2, and Haste. Menace, War 2, and Haste. Okay. Menace, War 2, and Haste. That is a weird combination of stuff. As Menace, as War 2, and as Hasty. That's weird. Okay. Whenever Kylox attacks, sacrifice any number of other creatures. Okay. Is eating other creatures. Then exile the top X cards of your library, where X is their total power. Okay, so we sacrifice any creatures, we add up all their attack, and then what? You may cast any number of instant and or sorcery spells from among the exiled cards without paying their mana cost. Okay, it's a can of worms. It's a can of worms. Wait, I see some F's in chat. I see some F's in chat. Hold on, wait. If Deathsie wins on this card's trigger, I will donate 5 subs. Okay, I think we can make it work. Can't we make it work? Why are you saying F? I mean, aren't I winning a non-zero amount of games with this? 7 mana, 4/4, Menace, Ward, Haste. I play it, I attack, then I sack my whole board, exile it, then I cast a bunch of spells. I'm pretty sure I do. I'm pretty sure I win the game with this a lot of the time, dude. I'm pretty sure. I mean, yes, it's a coin flip. Is it reliable? Hell no. Is it exciting and insane? And do I like free stuff at a cost? Yes, I love free stuff at a cost. I think if I give this card an S, chat, I think Amaz is going to have I don't know, a hernia or something. I don't know, like I don't know what people get. But yeah. I don't know what people get when they're like super stressed out or whatever, but yeah, Amaz will get whatever that is. An aneurysm. Sure, an aneurysm. A hernia. I don't know what a hernia is. Yes, I love this card. I love it. Now, what rating should we give it? I want to give this rating probably a D+. A D+, right? A D+. I think D+ is a respectable grade for this. Will I play the shit out of it? Hell yeah, dude. Hylox, yeah. Oh baby. Oh yeah. Oh my god. Come to me. Kylox is like kind of almost like most of what I want to be doing here, actually. There are a lot of cool things to do in the format, though, it looks like. So that's cool. All right, and the very last rare from Multicolored is Relive the Past. Okay, flashback. 7 mana sorcery. Return up to 1 target artifact card, up to 1 target land card, and up to 1 target non-aura enchantment card from your graveyard to the battlefield. Non-aura enchantment. Okay. But all of the cases in the format are enchantments, right? So there are a lot of enchantments. They are 5/5 elemental creatures in addition to the other types. Interesting. So you get an artifact card back, you get a land card back, and then you get a non-aura enchantment back. And then they're 5/5 elemental creatures in addition to the other types. Okay. Well, that's pretty cool. They're 5/5s. So another way to think about it is 7 mana for 3 5/5s, right? Isn't that broken? Isn't that broken? Wait, how do you beat this? And the artifacts and the land and the enchantment will likely have abilities as well. 7 mana for 3 5/5s. Isn't that just way too large? That's insanely huge. All right. I don't think it mods are watching right now. I think let's sneak in a quick S here. Yeah? Setup cost is much. What's the setup cost? Getting to 7 mana, and then you randomly have an artifact and a land and enchantment? No. All right. Just don't know. Go next. Okay. Moving into the mythic rare cards. The mythic rare cards are multicolored. Alquizit? How do we get lands to the graveyard? We surveil, we loot, we can also sack lands. There's an evolving wilds in the set, even. And there are other lands that go to the graveyard as well, actually. There's a land that becomes a creature. If the creature blocks and trades, it goes to the graveyard as well. So there's a lot of ways to get lands in graveyard, for sure. Okay. How do you pronounce his name, chat? Alquist Proft. What is this name? Where are you from, dude? Alquist Proft. Where are you from, man? Master Sleuth. 3 mana, 3/3. Human Detective. Legendary Human Detective. Vigilance. When Alquist Proft, Master Sleuth, enters the battlefield, investigate. When Alquist Proft, Master Sleuth, enters the battlefield, okay, investigate. Great. And then, is this Sphinx's Revelation mana, chat? Is that Sphinx's Rev mana? It is, right? Or was Sphinx's Rev double white? No, it was double blue, right? It's double blue, white, and X. Tap, sacrifice a clue, you draw X cards and gain X life. Sphinx's Revelation. Oh my god. He's the greatest sleuth in the multiverse, I think. Alright. So Dak Faden is the greatest thief. This guy's the greatest sleuth. I actually like these characters. Like Dak Faden and this guy are actually pretty cool, I'll have to say. In addition to Massacre Girl, like those are the characters that I like in Magic. Most characters in Magic I actually don't like at all. But yeah. So what? This guy's insane, right? 3 mana, 3 vigilance, and you get a clue already, and it's a Sphinx Rev. Oh my god, chat! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no, chat. You know what's happening, chat. You already know what's happening, guys. Ah. All right. I'm going to give it the S. Okay, go next. Don't even talk about it. Etrada, Deadly Fugitive. 3 mana, 1/4. Legendary Vampire Assassin. Death Touch. Face down creatures you control have 4 mana. Turn this creature face up. Okay. If you can't, exile it. What? Face down creatures you have 4 mana. Turn this creature face up. If you can't, exile it. Then you may cast the exile card without paying its mana cost. Okay. Whenever an assassin you control deals combat damage to an opponent, cloak the top card of that player's library. Okay. So we needed to know the bottom line before understanding the middle part. So why not put the bottom part in the middle? Is what I'm saying. Anyways, whenever an assassin you control deals combat damage to an opponent, cloak the top card of that player's library. Whenever an assassin you control deals combat damage to an opponent, cloak the top card of that player's library. So cloak, basically we get a 2/2 with ward, right? So we don't own it, but we control it. Right? And then we can flip it face up. And then if it's not a creature, basically, right? And then if it's no longer a creature, you can cast it without paying its mana cost. That's pretty good. What if it's a land, though? If it's a land, you just don't flip it, right? But if you do flip it, then it becomes a what? What happens if it's a land? What happens if it's a land, chat? What happens if it's a land? It stays exiled. It stays exiled. So you would exile it and then it's just gone. I mean, yes, I get it, chat, that you just don't flip the lands, but then what happens if you flip the land? It just gets lost in the abyss, right? You can turn a land face up, yes, you can, and then it gets lost in the abyss, or what? It gets lost in the abyss. It goes to your opponent's exile, basically, right? I think that's what happens. It just goes to your opponent's exile. There's no if you can't, because you can flip it. What? Wait, what? There's no if you can't, because you can flip it. I think you can just flip the land because it's a permanent. I mean, you can't flip it. Like, you can flip any card face up, right? Is basically what it's saying. Face on creatures you control have. Turn this creature face up. It's cool because you can actually turn your other creatures face up for this mana cost as well. Right? Which is cool. So instead of paying 6 for our 6/7 Reacher, you can actually pay this mana cost. But yeah, if it's a land, you flip it over and then it's gone, right? I think. Turn this creature face up. If you can't, exile it. Turn this creature face up. If you can't, exile it. What does it mean, chat? All right, what's the ruling for the land part? I want to know. It's not that important, but I want to know. Is exiled of his non-permanent spell. Okay, so you turn it face up. Is there oracle text for this? Turn your face up if you can't exile it. All right. I don't know. 4 mana. So if it's the land, turn creature face up if you can't exile it. I mean, but the land can turn face up. Turn creature face up. Turn this creature face up. So a land can be turned face up. So then it just becomes a land. Right? It just becomes a land. I think it just becomes a land. If it's a land, you now have a land in the battlefield. Yeah. I think it just becomes a land. It doesn't get lost. Actually, it doesn't get lost. That is quite curious. All right. Okay, cool. All right. That is amazing. That is a good thing to know. Okay. Anyways, this card is pretty cool. I like it. 3 mana, 1/4 Death Touch. It has really good abilities. It's really good. I don't think it's quite S tier. It's also like A+ to me. Gets better if you have other assassins. I think there's some flying assassins. But yeah, I like it. Really solid card. Has a lot of case uses. Use cases, yes. It has a lot of use cases. And you can do this. You can flip up your other morphs. Your other face down, whatever. Blah, 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 cloak, blah, blah, blah. I don't even know what they're called. And you can flip them up for this mana cost instead of their actual mana cost. It's pretty cool. I like it. I think it's A+ for me. It's not an A-. Auras. Oh, that's interesting. Auras. How about auras with this? Auras, I believe it's the same. You just attach the aura, right? You just attach the aura. So you can actually get it. So actually, if you, in the very specific case where you actually flip an aura based removal spell, you can actually put it on a hexproof thing. You can actually put it on a hexproof thing. You don't want to flip auras up, it'll die. Will it die or will it get, or will it become attached? Wait, will it die or will it become attached, actually? I think you attach. Doesn't it? Actually, that's weird. It isn't entering the battlefield, though, when it's turning face up. It might actually die. Wait, it might actually die. I think they actually die. Oh my gosh. I think it dies. Yeah, I think it actually dies. I'm not 100% sure either, but yeah, we'll have to see. I believe it dies as well. I also believe it dies, right? Because the thing is that the attachment rule is only when it enters the battlefield. This morph is never leaving the battlefield. So I think Amaz is right. Actually, interesting. That's super interesting. What a curious thing. I'm not 100% sure. We'll have to check later, but yeah, I think that's correct. But again, I'm not sure. So, all right, next card here, Kylox's Volt Strider. You play the exile card without paying its mana cost. It doesn't become a creature. You play it. Oh, wait, what? Hold on. If you can't exile, then you may cast it without paying its mana cost. Oh, wait, hold on. The aura, wait, we're overthinking it, chat. Wait, if you can't exile, then we cast it. You can just cast the aura. You just cast the aura, chat. You just cast the aura, right? Oh, auras can flip. Oh, wait. Auras can flip. Wait, I'm so confused. Yeah, you can flip auras. Wait, can you flip auras? Wait, why can you flip auras? Wait! The flipping stuff in Magic makes no sense to me. I don't get it. I don't get it. It's a permanent, yeah. Permanents can flip. Is what you're saying. Permanents can flip? If you can't flip the creature, you cast the aura without paying its mana cost. If you can't flip the creature, you cast the aura without paying its mana cost. Yeah, I think that's my understanding as well. Wanderino. If you can't flip the creature, you cast the aura without paying its mana cost. Etrada the Errata, yeah. Okay, anyways. Dude, I don't know, dude. I don't know. I think you can flip it. Oh my god, so we're back to square one. Okay, I don't know. Etrada, oh my gosh. Should I post it on Twitter, chat? Oh my gosh, has anybody posted it on Twitter yet? I don't even know. All right, let's post it on Twitter. Just let Arena sort it out. Don't flip auras of battles. Try not to flip lands if you don't want to ramp. Oh my god. Okay. Okay, Magic Twitter. What happens if you hit an aura or a battle with this? Anyways, let's try to revive our Twitter a little bit. I don't know if it's gonna get any hits or whatever. You guys can follow along here. Anyways, I don't know. I'm gonna move on here. I'm gonna move on though. Like, dude, that card is way too confusing there. Anyways, all right. Next card here, Kylox's Volt Strider. 3 mana 4/4. Artifact vehicle, collect evidence 6. Volt Strider becomes an artifact creature until end of turn. Okay, that's kind of expensive, right? When a Volt Strider attacks, you may cast an instant or sorcery spell from among the cards exiled with it. Oh, okay. If the spell will be put into a graveyard, put in the bottom of its owner's library instead. Whoa. So it doesn't even get lost in the abyss. It gets put in the bottom. And you can crew for 2. Whoa, this is kind of cool. So the thing is that if you don't collect evidence, then this thing is just like a bad vehicle, I guess. Just a bad vehicle. But it does have clear the mind potential, doesn't it? It's putting stuff on the bottom. It's putting stuff on the bottom, so we can stack the bottom of our deck. That's interesting. That's interesting. That is interesting. Whenever it attacks, you may cast an instant or sorcery spell for among the cards exiled with it. Okay, if that spell will be put into a graveyard, put it on the bottom of his owner's library instead. That is a cool card, though. So, collect evidence 6. There are big spells, right? In the format. Like the split, all of the split spells are so good with this. They're so good. Dude, it's like an instant win, Giga win, Busto. And then the floor is that it's just a vehicle that crews. I think it's pretty good. I believe I want it in the A range. I kind of like it as A- as well. A or A-. Maybe just a flat A. How about just a flat A? I think a flat A for Volt Strider sounds pretty clean to me. It's a flat A. It sounds good. I'll play most of the time. I'll play it if I miss it. I'll play it if I'm 5 color. I think it's good. It sounds good. All right. All right. Next card here, Tristani. 3 Whispers. A green and then a split color. Green or a white and then a white. So 3 mana, Tristani. 4/4. Legendary Dryad. It has 3 abilities, it looks like. 2 mana, target creature gains death touch until end of turn. Okay. Target creature gains death touch until end of turn. That's interesting. For a green-white card. I guess green has death touch anyways. That's normal. Green and a white. Target creature gains vigilance until end of turn. Okay. So it's actually reflecting the mana, the casting cost. That's interesting. Target creature gains vigilance until end of turn. Okay. And then 3 mana. Target creature gains double strike until end of turn. So Tristani is a 3 mana 4/4. It can give things death touch. And it can also give things vigilance. And it can also give things double strike. That's pretty strong. A+? A+? Ah, bumpies. I see. When you turn face up, if it's not a creature, you exile it and then you play the exile card. But then what about a land? But then how does that work with a land? Then, right? Is what I'm saying. This is a pretty good card. I think it's not that interesting, but it's good. A+? A+, I think. Just good abilities all around. Are there creatures that ping in the format, chat? Are there creatures that ping in the format? I don't think so. Creatures that deal damage to other creatures. I don't think so. Creatures that deal damage to other creatures. I don't think so. I can't think of any alpha cards I've seen. I don't think that there are pinging creatures, right? Yeah, they made sure not to have any pingers. That makes a lot of sense because there's a lot of giving death touch stuff, so they don't want any pingers in this format, right? But yeah, you played it in other formats. Anyways, A+ for Tristani. Next card here, Agrus. How do you pronounce that? Agrus. Agrus. Oh my gosh. Agrus Kos. Spirit of Justice. 4 mana, 2/4. Legendary Spirit Detective. Double Strike Vigilance. Damn, son. Whenever Agrus enters the battlefield or attacks, choose up to 1 target creature. Choose up to 1 target creature. If it's suspected, exile it. Otherwise, suspect it. Enters the battlefield or attacks. So you can suspect something, and then so it's a removal spell as well, basically, right? So this enters the battlefield, assuming that there's like nothing else on your field or whatever. They have a big monster. You suspect it. They hit you and it hurts, and then you attack back with Double Strike Vigilance, and then you can exile it. You can also use it aggressively, right? You can play this, and then you can suspect one of your guys, get a hit in, and then this guy double strikes Vigilance and suspects something else. And it's interesting because it's on attacks, so you can make your guy menace before blockers as well. Dude, isn't this card unbeatable as well? Oh, you can also suspect itself. Isn't it just unbeatable? Like, if you can't kill it, you're just dead, right? If you can't kill it, you're dead. I'm pretty sure. If you can't kill it, you're dead. Ooh. All right. While Amon's not looking, let's throw a quick S in there and move on. S for Spirit. Okay. Next card here. Anzrag. The Quake Mole. 4 mana, 8/4. Legendary Mole God. When Anzrag, the Quake Mole, becomes blocked, untap each creature you control. Whenever it becomes blocked, untap each creature you control. That is cool. After this combat phase, there's an additional combat phase. Okay. Whenever it becomes blocked, untap each creature you control. Then after this combat phase, there's an additional combat phase. Cool. Okay, so you get to attack again and again and again. And then 7 mana, Anzrag must be blocked each combat if able. Anzrag must be blocked each combat if this turn if able. So you only have to activate it once, and then it keeps on attacking, but it only has 4 toughness. Dude. 4 mana, 8/4 though. God, it's a mole god. Dude, this is more hype than what's his name? Yargle. He only has 4 toughness. Yeah, dude, I forgot it's 4 mana, dude. Whenever it comes blocked, each I don't get it. Does it ever stop adding combat phases? Does it ever stop adding combat phases? It doesn't stop if this keeps on being blocked. But this guy must be blocked each combat if able. So if they have like 3 1/1s, for example, you attack, they have to block this with a 1/1, right? And then they can't kill it. They block and then, I don't know, they take infinite damage. Yeah, Bumpies, I will figure it out later on the tweet. Not now. Thank you though. Eventually, they can't block it or it dies. If it gets indestructible, you can essentially Plague Wind them. If it can't die, you keep getting combat. Isn't this just... It's just too much though, right? It's too much. There's no downside. I mean, it's a 4 mana 8/4, dude. It's a 4 mana 8/4 with the only upside. All right. What rating do we give this chat? A+ or S? A+ or S? I don't think it's S, right? Is it? What? I think it's just A+. A+ for an 8/4. Or is it an S? Oh my god! Why am I seeing S in chat? Oh my gosh. All right. What do I rate this card? Oh my god. This is not an S. Then again, the more S's, the merrier. Wait, who is this Amaz? What have you done with Amaz? All right, I think let's give it A+. I think let's give it A+. This is A+, right? The card is outrageous for sure, but end of the day, I don't think it's S tier category, is it? I don't think so. This is awesome though. This is awesome. Yeah, Bumpies, just reply on the Twitter thread, or I'll look at it later. But yeah, I don't want to go back to it. You can force the block and untap all your creatures. Yes, you can force the block with the 7 mana. I think that's awesome. It's amazing. I think it's A+. It's borderline S though. Borderline S. All right, Planeswalkers. You know what, chat? What I will say is that the less Planeswalkers you see, and I'm actually not counting the War of the Spark Planeswalkers. I love the downtick only Planeswalkers, by the way. But the less Planeswalkers we see in sets, it makes me more excited for the Planeswalkers that actually exist. If that makes sense, right? Like when certain sets had like, I don't know, like 6 Planeswalkers or something, like, dude, this is so lame. I hate it. This is the AI card of the set. All right, let's read it. Kaya, Spirit's Justice. 4 mana, 3 loyalty. Okay, it has a static ability, it looks like. Whenever one or more creatures you control and or creature cards in your graveyard are put into exile, whenever one or more creatures you control and or creature cards in your graveyard are put into exile. Dude, I'm already getting lost. I'm already getting lost, dude. Hold on, wait. Whenever one or more creatures you control and or creature cards in your graveyard are put into exile, okay, you may choose a creature card from among them. Okay. So if they exile something on board, or if they exile something in our graveyard, we can choose a creature card from it. Okay. Until end of turn, target token you control. Wait, what? Until end of turn, target token you control becomes a copy of it. For why? Becomes a copy of it? Does Black White do that? Until end of turn, target token you control becomes a copy of it. Except, oh my god, why is there an except there? Why is there an except? What is that? Oh my gosh, there's an except. Why is there an except? I don't see that word in Magic. Oh my god. Dude, alright, oh my gosh. Okay. Until end of turn, target token you control becomes a copy of it, except it has flying. Except it has flying. What? Why except? Except it has flying. Not and it has flying? No way, dude. Wait, what? Just accept that has flying. Whoa, accept. When was the last time you saw a word that has accepted in Magic Chat? Accept. Accept. Never. Never. I've never seen that word before. Accept. I've never seen accept in Magic. Have I? I've never seen accept in Magic. Anyways, okay. Moving on. That was a crazy paragraph to read. Okay. +2, surveil. Then exile a card from a graveyard. Okay. Surveil 2. Then exile a card from a graveyard. Okay. And then, so if you surveilled and then you exile a creature, then it procs the static ability, right? Which makes one of your tokens into a copy of the thing that you exiled. Okay. Now the +1 is create a 1/1 white and black spirit creature token with flying. All right. Oh my gosh, I got that one. All right, I understand that. You know, that, oh my gosh, yeah, I understand that one so good. Yeah, amazing. Okay, now next one. -2. Exile target creature you control for each other player Exile up to 1 target creature that player controls. Wait, what? -2 exile target creature. Okay, you exile one of yours. For each other player. Okay, so commander, blah, blah, blah. In 1v1, exile up to 1 target creature that player controls. Okay. So -2 is exile one of yours, exile one of them. One of theirs. Okay. So 4 mana, 3 loyalty. It's a removal spell. It can make 1/1 flyers. And then it can surveil and it can copy, basically make your tokens into copy of creatures. That is weird. That is a weird card. But it's obviously good, right? I think it's just an S. Antitime says, Gatherer says 610 cards with accept. But when were those cards printed? It must have been a long time ago, right? Accept. I honestly do not believe that I've seen a card, or maybe if I have, it's only 1 or 2 in the last decade with accept on it, right? It doesn't protect well. Does it not protect itself well? It's a 4 mana, 3 loyalty, and you make a 1/1. Do we not think it's an S? Why not? It's also a removal spell on it too. Why is it not an S? Why would this not be an S? I think it's an S. I think this card's broken. I think this card's busted. Yeah, any planeswalker that pluses to get a creature is an S. Basically, kind of, yeah. And then it also has a removal spell on it. And also it has this ability that, you know, I don't know, you can hit your opponent for 6 for no reason. You can hit your opponent for a copy of it. It's sort of like there's a lot of things that you can do with this. This has to be an S for me, unfortunately. S for spirits. All right, next card here, Urgent Necropsy. Necropsy. What? Why does that sound so weird, chat? Necropsy. 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 Urgent Necropsy. Necropsy? Necropsy. Oh my gosh, how do you pronounce that, chat? Urgent blah blah blah. All right, 4 mana instant. As additional cost to cast a spell, collect evidence X. Where X, oh my gosh, all these stipulation type cards, man. As additional cost to cast a spell, collect evidence X. Where X is the total mana value of the permanents this spell targets. Necropsy. Necropsy. Oh my gosh. Necropsy. Urgent necropsy. Necropsy. Oh my gosh. Necropsy. Necropsy. Oh my gosh. Okay. As additional cost to cast a spell, collect evidence X. Where X is the total mana value of the permanents the spell targets. Okay. So you're targeting a bunch of stuff. All right. Anyways, let's read it through first. Destroy up to 1 target artifact, up to 1 target creature, up to 1 target enchantment, and up to 1 target planeswalker. I don't... why is this paragraph not above the other paragraph, chat? Does anybody know? That always confuses me. Anyways, destroy up to 1 target artifact, creature, enchantment, and planeswalker, and then you need to collect evidence enough to pay for it in the graveyard, in addition to paying the 4 mana. Collect evidence, artifact, creature, enchantment, planeswalker. I don't think it's that broken, is it? Why is it broken? It's casualty of wars, extra conditions. Yeah. The cost paragraph has to be at the top. Okay, so for whatever Magic the Gathering logic rules, the cost has to be at the top. Okay. I see. Why did evidence get destroyed? Like, it's not that good, right? Okay, so we destroy artifact, creature, and enchantments. I mean, it's decent. It's not broken or anything, is it? It's decent. It's not broken. I feel like this is like a B+. Isn't it? It doesn't feel like a B plus to you guys or not? Like a B plus, A minus. Like I don't even feel good giving it A rating. Do I? Yeah, like late game is casualties of war. It can hit clues or tokens for free at least. Yes. There's a lot of room between casualties of war and other. Yeah. I mean, like this is not casualties of war. Casualties of war is like absurd. This is very different. You get 3-for-1 pretty often, but like it's a hard 3-for-1 is what I'm saying. It's a hard 3-for-1, and the value generally isn't there. I don't think. Sure, if it's an artifact creature and another creature, and then you blow up their case, which is an enchantment, right? That's great. And then you know what? Maybe they have a Kaya on the board as well. Yeah, that's awesome. But like also that costs a lot of your graveyard as well. I think it's a B minus, actually. I think it's a B minus. Yes, it's an instant, but I think it's a B minus. No, I don't think it's an F unlimited. You can also destroy Jace? Wait, is there a Jace in this format? Oh, maybe Jace is in the bonus cheat cards or something, right? All right. Okay. I'm gonna give this one a B minus for urgent necropsy. That is, I don't like that word. Necropsy. Ew. Bleh. Doesn't sound right in my mouth. Okay. All right. Vanifar is back. Vanifar evolved Enigma. I didn't even know that Vanifar was a girl. Oh, Vanifar. 4 mana, 3/4. Legendary Elf Ooze Wizard. At the beginning of a combat in your turn, choose one. Cloak. Oh my god. Wait, what? Cloak a card from your hand. Okay. Turn it face up anytime for its mana cost if it's a creature card. Okay, so you cannot flip up instants or sorceries or anything, right? And you can put a +1 counter on each colorless creature you control. Okay, so you... Oh my gosh. So this is basically just a one-stop shop. This card is ridiculous. This card is ridiculous. They said that they might replace some list cards if it doesn't work. Wait, what does that mean, Amaz? What does that mean? The cloak only fills with creatures, alright. I think this is awesome because the thing is that you're not spending any mana to get the 2/2s. It's amazing. Like, this is basically a 4 mana 3/4, and then you get a 2/2 for free. Or obviously it costs a card in your hand or whatever. And then sometimes actually flipping it up will be good as well. Flipping it up. Yeah, sometimes you get benefit for flipping up for his mana cost as well. And then also it has it can put counters on all of the cloaked all of the cloaked creatures before it's before you flip up cards as well. Paper to Magic Arena. Oh, I like it. I think it's insane. Counters stay when it's flipped. Yes, counters also stay when it's flipped because it never leaves the battlefield. I feel you can't beat this. I think it's just an S, chat. Uh-oh, we're giving out another S. Oh man, I think it's just an S. I think this card is way too good, and everything's reasonable. Casting cost is reasonable. Everything's good. Everything's powerful. Seems good. Check out. Okay, the very last card for Multicolored is Rakdos, Patron of Chaos. Dude, look at that, dude. Look at that. Look at this guy. This guy's absurd. That art is insane. He's got a flail as well. Oh my gosh, that is a cool card. Rakdos, Patron of Chaos, 6 mana, 6/6. Legendary Demon, Flying Trample, of course. That's Flample. At the beginning of your end step, target opponent may sacrifice 2 non-land non-token permanents. If they don't, you draw 2 cards. All right. Your end step target opponent may sacrifice 2 non-land, 2 non-token permanents. If you it's an absolute bomb. It's an absolute bomb. If they can't sack, you draw 2. Yes. If they can't sack, you draw 2. And they would have to sack non-lands, non-token permanents. So a real permanence. And you draw 2 cards. So basically, this is like a mole drifter. It's like a Giga Chad mole drifter, right? This is a Giga Chad mole drifter. Ha. Mole drifter would piss off. More like mole lifter. Am I right, chat? All right. I think. Do we give this an S or A plus, chat? S or A plus? It's probably just an S, right? Okay. Whatever. I'm Oprah. Yasumi. Damn, that was a lot of S's we gave in the multicolored. My God, how many S's do we have now? Jesus. How many S's do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. Jesus. 22, 23, 24. We have 24 S's, dude. Oh my God. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I mean, why am I not 5 colors every time? Oh my God. Is this the second coming of War of a March of the Machine? It might be March of the Machine again. It might be March of the Machine again. There are some sets where I give out like 8 S tier ranks, you know? Oh my gosh. All right, chat. So, the last card we need to rate actually before we move on is going to be this card that I did not rate earlier, Barbed Servitor. Barbed Servitor. Okay, so I left this one and I want to come back to it. 4 mana, 1/1 artifact creature, indestructible, enters the battlefield, suspect it. When server deals combat damage to a player, you draw a card and you lose a life. Whenever Barbed Servitor is dealt damage, target opponent loses that much life. Okay. Any ideas about how to rate this card, chat? Yeah, the art is awesome for sure. Any ideas how to rate this card? I'm not giving this an S for sure, obviously, but what are we going to rate this card? It's a combo S card. It is weak when you play it. It attacks with menace. And then if it connects, then you get to draw cards. If it doesn't connect, then your opponent left 2 things back, right? Which is making you healthier as well. And then whenever it is dealt damage, your opponent's losing life as well. Huh. I feel like it's something like A minus. Something A minus. And there are ways to get rid of the suspicion on it and stuff. So I think it's pretty good. Gosh darn. A minus. I think it's pretty darn good. It always connects. No, combat damage, right? Like, yes, they will lose some life if they block. Actually, if they block with 2 things and they aren't 0 attack and they're losing life, it's pretty good, I think. Yeah, I think A minus is fine. A minus, Barbed Servitor, A minus. All right. All right. So that is it for the multicolor cards and all of the base cards of the sets, I believe. So we've gone through all the artifacts, all the lands, all the multicolor cards, and then white all the way through green. Okay, now we have special guests in the list. So give me a moment to pull these up, chat. I think, wow, the multicolor cards really tied the room together, though. I think, like, I was thinking that the format was looking a little bit vanilla, you know, to begin with. And then the multicolor cards are, like, absurd. It's giving me, like, both Return to Ravnica arrives. Sorry, is it Return to Ravnica? No. Guilds of Ravnica? No, it's giving me Ravnica Allegiance vibes. And also, it's giving me vibes of March of the Machine a bit with like the bombs on the top end. Again, I don't know how the distribution of cards is gonna work with the new booster pack, with the new booster pack ratio stuff. But yeah, I think that we're gonna be 5 colors all the time, dude. I think we're just 5 colors all the time, man. All right, so these are the play boosters. Okay, so let's talk about the play boosters real quick here. Slots 1 through 6 are commons. Okay, slot 7 is the list slash a common. Okay, so what is the rate on that actually? The list slash common. I mean, we'll obviously know when we play more with the cards themselves, right? And I guess so, like, this is a way to bring like older cards onto Magic Arena as well, I guess. And eventually like try to simulate Magic. I have no idea. Slots 8 through 10 are uncommons. Okay, so you get 8, 9, 10. So you still get 3 uncommons per pack. And then 11 is the rare or mythic rare slot. 11 is a rare mythic rare slot. Okay. Then 12 is a basic land. 13 is a non-foil wild card. So this is for Arena, right? Then 14 is a foil wild card. Wait, what? This 15 is add token helper. Well, hold on. Is this for Arena or not, chat? Wait, like, I don't understand. Like, Arena, why is Arena so different? Is Arena the same as Paper, chat? Does anybody know? On the left, it says up to 4 rares total. On the left, it says up to 4 rares total, which means that we're going to see more rares than usual, right? So then, I think this format is just going to feel like March of the Machine, isn't it? It's just going to be, it's going to feel like March of the Machine. It's just going to be like super bomby. Yes, you be low to the ground, but like, it's just full of bombs everywhere. May contain booster fun. It's just trying to be funny. All right. Anyways, okay. Dude, I gave out 24 S's already, Amaz. I gave out 24. That's incredible. Does March of the Machine, can anyone check our tier list? How many S ratings did I give in March of the Machine even? It's not 24, I'm pretty sure. Dude, there's no way it's 24. Holy cow. That is ridiculous. Oh my gosh. Okay, anyways. Let us move on here, ladies and germs. So this is special guests and the list. Special guests and the list. All right, I don't even know how this works, to be honest. Special guests and the list. What is special guest? Can anybody explain to me, actually? Special guests. So special guest is not on here. What does special guest mean? Where is the special guest slot? On here. Special guests are in the list slot. Our special guests are in the list slot. So what's the difference? What's the difference? I mean, I assume this is all on Arena, right? This is all on Arena. If it's not all on Arena, then we might have to play Magic Online. Seriously speaking. I assume this is all on Arena. And I also believe that special guests in the list. So anyways, I don't really know how they're I don't know how they're organized or how they're distributed or whatever. Special guest is the Mystical Archives, okay? And then the list is on top of that, right? So the Mystical Archives and then the list on top of that. Wait, no. I don't understand. Special guests and the list. Anyways, I'm just gonna go through the cards here. I don't understand what the distributions are, whatever. But we'll just rate the cards. It's fine. Okay. First card here, Burden of Guilt. Oh my gosh. I played this back in Dark Ascension as well. 1 mana, enchants creature, and then you need to spend 1 mana to tap it. That's actually really cool in this format, isn't it? This format cares about tapping stuff, doesn't it? This format cares about tapping stuff, and why again? This format cares about tapping stuff for some reason. I can't remember off the top of my head. But I remember that it cares about tapping creatures for some reason. And then it's also an aura. And it's also an enchantment. That is interesting. I mean, obviously, it's not a great magic card, right? Like, you play it, and then you always have to pay mana to tap it. But there are reasons why you want to be tapping creatures, right? I really have no idea. This card's not broken or anything. I think I'm just going to give it a C rating because I just have no idea. Okay, next card. Leonin Relic Warder. I remember this guy as well. Mirrodin Besieged. Mirrodin Besieged. 2 mana 2/2. It's a cat cleric. When it enters the battlefield, you may exile target artifact or enchantment. Exile target artifact or enchantment. Okay, that seems really good in this format. You can exile a case. You can exile an artifact creature. That's insane, right? You can exile a clue, of course. When Leonin Relic Warder leaves the battlefield, return the card to the battlefield under his owner's control. Okay, so it's like a Fiend Hunter. So it will come back. But if you exile a token, it does not come back. So there are a lot of clues around. So you can yoink a clue. You can also yoink an enchantment. But I don't think there are any enchantment tokens yet. So it would be artifact clues that you yoink to get a permanent value. But otherwise, it's still pretty good, right? Exile target artifact enchantment. Interesting card. It is white though. I don't know what to give it. A C+. 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 This one uses the old wording too. Oh, so you can bounce with the trigger on the stack and then they don't get it back. That's interesting. Yeah. Because at some point in Magic's history, Fiend Hunters stuff stopped doing that. It stopped doing that. But this is before that time. So this coming back, it actually works. Right? You exile it and then bounce it on the stack and then it's gone. Something like that. All right. So that is amazing. That is awesome. I love it. It is double white. What rating do we give this? C+? C+, B-, C+. I think C+ is fine for this. It is double white after all. I think C+ is fine. Next card here, Manor the Meek. Ooh, this seems incredible in this format. Manor the Meek. I first played this in, what was it? I first played this in a format a long time ago. I don't remember. Anyways, 3 mana 2/2. Whenever another creature with power 2 or less enters the battlefield under control, you can pay 1. You draw a card. Seems incredible in this format. A+ for me. OG Innistrad. Was it in the OG Innistrad? I'm gonna give this an A+ for sure. I think this card is fantastic in this set specifically with the detectives, and you want to play things power 2 or less. Or actually, it's a CMC 2 or less, and then usually the power is 2 or less anyways, right? Because you don't have 2 mana 3/1s and 2 mana 3/2s in the set that frequently. But yeah, I think Mentor seems awesome, and it's another creature. It counts tokens as well. I think it's great. I think this is a really, really good one. A+ for me. A+ or just flat A, something like that. I think A+ is fine. And it works with all disguise. True. I didn't even think about that. It works with all of the disguise as well. That seems great. Next card here, Monologue Tax. 3 mana enchantment. I've never seen this card. Whenever an opponent casts their second spell each turn, you create a treasure token. Whenever an opponent casts their second spell each turn, you create a treasure token. So they can only cast 1 spell a turn, otherwise you get a treasure. Artifacts and tokens are actually very valuable in the set. It's actually interesting. It was a commander card. Okay. It's a commander card. Whenever an opponent casts their second spell each turn, so they can cast 1 thing only each turn. I mean, I don't even think it's F. I think it's D-. I think it's D minus. Tax the streamers. Always on a monologue. This guy's just talking to his monitor. I think it's a D minus. They cast 3. They can just cast 3 spells and you get 1 treasure. Yeah, that's true as well. They cast 3 spells and you get 1 treasure. They cast 1 spell and you get no treasures. But yeah, this card is generally, you almost never want it. Will I put it in a deck? Probably. Probably. You know, I'll probably put it in a deck somewhere. D minus. I mean, it's pretty close to F rating, right? Pretty close to F. You know what? I could just give it the F. I could just give it the F. Cast things supposed to turn you crit. All right. Let's give it the F. All right, chat. Here's the logic, chat. We give this one the F so that we balance out the S's that we gave before, right? So if I were a teacher in school, right, I gave too many kids A's, I gotta give some kids F's now, right? Of course. That's how it works. Teacher logic. Let's go. Next card here, Ranger Captain of Eos. 3 mana, 3/3. This is from what? From Modern Horizons. 3 mana, 3/3. When Ranger Captain of Eos enters the battlefield, you may search your library for a creature card with converted mana cost 1 or less. Okay. Converted mana cost, aka mana value, aka CMC, 1 or less, reveal it. Put it into your hand. Then shuffle your library. Okay. You get a 1-drop from your deck. Sacrifice Ranger Captain of Eos. Your opponents can't cast non-creature spells this turn. Sacrifice it. Your opponents can't cast non-creature spells this turn. I mean, solid card. 3 mana, 3/3. You get a 1/1. And then you sacrifice. They can't cast non-creature spells this turn. If you're worried about something. So, cool card. Just A minus, I guess. A minus. Good. A minus. A minus, B plus, A minus, B plus. What do we think? A minus, B plus. A minus, B plus. A minus, B plus. A minus, B plus. I think it's an A minus. I think A minus is completely fine for this. How's an A range? I mean, it's a 2-for-1. It's 2-for-1. You get a 1-drop. Like, are there 1-drops we want to play? Are there 1-drop creatures we want to play? Is the question, I guess. There are some that I remember, but not many. There's some, but not many. I mean, I'm down to give it a B plus as well. I'm down to give it a B plus. I'm okay with giving it a B plus, actually. All right. B plus. Yeah, it's not game breaking or as well. I mean, it's a solid card. And then this effect here, sometimes it'll be useful, but you're sacking your 3/3. Like, okay. Anyways, give it a B plus. All right, moving on to blue cards for the special guests and list. Hard Evidence. All right, it's back. 1 mana sorcery. Make a 0/3 blue crab creature token, and then you also get to investigate. Whoa. That sounds amazing in this format, actually. Doesn't that sound great in this format? Hard Evidence sounds great in this format, doesn't it? You're also making a crab creature token. Actually, the green decks care about having different types of tokens as well, right? Like, there's a 5-color green deck. There's a 5-color green thing that cares about tokens, right? And then you also get a clue. I think that's just so good in this format, isn't it? Isn't this what you want in this format? Yeah, and then the crab also blocks disguises. I think this is actually just well suited in this format. I think this is all-star. I like it at B minus as well. I think B minus sounds good to me. It's not an A, I don't think. And I think it's better than a C. I think B minus makes sense to me as well. B minus. B minus. Like, this is obviously a high rating for a card like Hard Evidence, but I think in this format, it makes a lot of sense. Next card here, Spell Snare. 1 mana instant, counter target spell with converted mana cost 2. Counter target spell with converted mana cost 2. I feel like I don't care. I know Amaz likes 1 mana cards, but I want to give this like a D minus. I want to say. I think Like converted mana cost 2 is like not even relevant in this format though. I feel it's not that relevant. So I think it's just a D minus. It doesn't count on morphs, no, because morph is CMC 3. Morph is CMC / mana value 3. Okay, next card here. Mystery Key. 2 mana artifact equipment. Mystery Key. Whoa, where is this from? Manor Legends Battle for Baldur's Gate. Wow. Okay. When a quick creature deals combat damage to a player, sacrifice Mystery Key. If you do, draw 3 cards. When a quick creature deals combat damage to a player, sacrifice Mystery Key. If you do, draw 3 cards. Okay, so it's a weird ancestral recall. It's artifact equipment. It's reasonably cheap, but you have to connect. Mystery Key. Draw 3 cards. That's a cool card. I like it, actually. Damn. I actually like the Mystery Key a lot. Oh my gosh. I'm gonna give this like a B+. I'm gonna give this a B+. I actually like it. I mean, yeah. Is it hard to use? Yeah. Are you not gonna be able to connect sometimes? Yeah. But you connect, but it's fine. Not great, not terrible. I think it's pretty good. I think it's still pretty good. I mean, it's still basically Ancestral Recall, just with extra steps and mana, right? AKA not Ancestral Recall. Hatching Plans. Yeah, Hatching Plans, Ancestral Recall. I think it's pretty good. Maybe just a flat B. Flat B. Maybe no plus. Flat B. Even B minus. Nah, I think flat B is okay for this. I like it for flat B. I like it flat B. All right. Oh, this is what I'm also talking about. Jace, Wielder of Mysteries. There is technically a second Planeswalker in the set. Technically. Okay. This is the 4 mana Jace. This is the mill one. 4 mana, 4 loyalty. If you draw a card while your library has no cards in it, you win the game instead. Oh. I actually like this guy, though. I actually like this Planeswalker. +1, target player puts the top 2 cards of their library into the graveyard. Draw a card. -8, draw 7 cards. Then if your library has no cards in it, you win the game. Okay. I love it. I think this guy's a bomb. Giga bomb. It is triple blue, but who cares, right? Who cares? I think it's Giga Bomb. It plays well into our other strategies that we already want to play. There's a strategy that we want to play together with this guy here. Living Conundrum. Let me pull this up here. Living Conundrum. So, Living Conundrum, if you draw a card while our library has no cards, then skip that draw step. That's actually pretty funny. So, in order to win the game with this guy on the board, we actually need this guy to die. But I think that they work together well enough. You can bounce it, you can kill it yourself. You can attack and try to win with lethal, but they still fit in the same deck. It's a non-bow, but they still fit in the same deck at least, right? I think so. It's a non-bow, but they still fit in the same deck. I like it. Dude, I think Jace is great. I want to give Jace, what, an A+? A+ or S? A+ or S? I think it's just A+. A+ for Jace, I think. Jace seems like an A+. Yeah, you can also mill the opponent as well. I think A+ for Jace. It is triple blue after all, but really, really great bomb. Great, amazing. Next card here, Ixidor, Reality Sculptor. This is from Onslaught. Jesus. 5 mana, 3/4. Creature, Wizard, Legend. Okay, it's a legendary wizard. Face down creatures get +1/+1. Face down creatures get +1/+1. Whoa. Okay. So it's a lord for your disguise, cloaked, morphed, whatever, blah blah blah. 3 mana, turn target face down, creature face up. 3 mana, turn target face down, creature face up. I still don't think it's that good though. It's pretty cool though. Symmetrical. Oh, symmetrical. It's your opponents as well. But I mean, so that's another negative to it. I think that overall is not that good. It's just kind of expensive for what it is. I want to put it like a C plus. I think C plus for this guy. What do you guys think? You guys think this guy's better than a C plus? I don't think it's better than a C plus. As a FaceTime creature myself, I like this. Yeah, C plus. Reality has exiled me. I am no longer bound by its laws. Rah! Let my people go. C plus, C minus, C plus, C minus, maybe even a D. It could even be into the D range as well. C minus, D plus. I'm gonna give it C minus. I don't want to put it in the D range, I don't think. I think C minus is fine. C minus seems okay. All right. Let's go next here. Fabricates. 3 mana sorcery. Search your library for an artifact card. Reveal it. Put it in your hand and shuffle. Search your library for an artifact card. Reveal it. Put it in your hand and shuffle. Fabricate. An artifact. I want to say this is an F. I want to say this is an F. Artifact. Search your library for an artifact card. Are there artifact cards that we care about that much? Not really. I think it's a good old F here. Why? I mean, you can get your best artifact, but what are the good artifacts like? There are some cool artifacts, but man, this is not worth it. All right, I'm just gonna give this an F and move on. F for fabricate. Next card is show and tell. Each player will put an artifact creature, enchantment, or land card from the hand on the battlefield. I love show and tell, but what are we show and telling? Nothing, right? Nothing. D minus or F? D minus or F? D minus or F, chat? Emmercoil. Emmercoil's not in this format, is it? D minus or F? I think it's D. F, but also play. Yeah, I mean, I'm also gonna play it too. I'm gonna try to play it, but I think we just get an F. Just F for show and tell. All right, next card here. Moving to the black now. Bishop of the Bloodstain. 5 mana 3/3. This is from Ixalan, original Ixalan. When Bishop of the Bloodstain enters the battlefield, target opponent loses 1 life for each vampire you control. That is so random. So what is this for? This is for the black-white deck? Target loses 1 life for each vampire you control. I mean, it drains on itself. I want to give this like a D plus. I want to give this guy a D plus. Yeah, it's gonna be cool if you can hit the vampire deck every once in a while, but I'm not even gonna play the vampire deck ever, probably. So just D plus, whatever. Just D plus, I guess. Next card here, Sir Conrad the Grim. All right, this is from Eldraine. 5 mana, 5/4. Legendary Human Knight. Whenever another creature dies or a creature card is put into a graveyard from anywhere other than the battlefield. Whenever the creature dies or a creature card is put into the graveyard for anywhere other than the battlefield, Sir Conrad, or a creature leaves your graveyard, Sir Conrad deals 1 damage to your opponent. That's it. It doesn't say whenever 1 or more, right? It doesn't say 1 or more. So actually, if you go collect evidence and you collect evidence 3 things, it'll deal 3 damage. Sir Deathsie the Grim. And then 2 mana, each player puts the top card of their library in the graveyard. I think it sounds pretty good, especially in black-blue. Sounds pretty good, especially in black-blue. Pretty good. I feel like he's in the B range, though. I think he's in the B range. It's pretty good. Like, if it's in the A range, A minus is the highest I'll give it, probably. B plus, A minus, B plus, A minus, B plus, A minus. What do we think? Oh yeah, no, for sure. I don't even think Sir Conrad was that good in Eldraine. It was fine, right? It wasn't that good. This was busted in Eldraine as well, dude. Eldraine was a set that I don't have fond memories of, so I didn't really. Yeah. A minus. All right, what do you guys want? Sometimes it wins out of nowhere. Creature dies. I mean, we're assuming it's a slow set as well. It's pretty good. A minus. All right, I'm not gonna give it A minus for the set. Sure. Okay. I can see it for sure. All right. Next card here, Tragic Slip. This is a mythic rare for the set. That's a little hilarious. Mythic rare, Tragic Slip. I love Tragic Slip, by the way. This is one of the first cards I started playing Magic with, and one of the first cards that my brother beat me up with his mono black Geralf's Messenger Tragic Slip Gravecrawler deck. Yeah, 1 mana Tragic Slip instant. Dark creature monster turn morbid. It gets -13/-13. I mean, I love a good Tragic Slip. I love it. I love it. I want to give this card what, like an A-? A-. I mean, I could also just give it flat A. I give it a flat A. Would I pick this over Sir Conrad? What would you guys pick, guys? Between this and Sir Conrad. Sir Conrad, we give Sir Conrad an A-. It wrecks the 1/1 stuff. Stuffy doll rare. It does. Sir Conrad has a bomb. This is utility removal. Depends on what my deck needs. Ain't taking no comment over the Sir. B+. Really hard to say. What do we rate this? Do I just rate it the same then? Just give A-, the same rating I gave Sir Conrad? I mean, these will never appear in the same pack, right? Like, they'll never appear in the same pack because they're in the same slot. But still. Yeah, it's really hard to assess. I think A- sounds fine to me. A- sounds fine. A-, B+, somewhere in that range. A-, B+. I think it's A-. I think Tragic Slip is super easy to use. It's super easy to kill a big thing. Or use to kill a small thing. I think it's just good. I think A- is fine. Alright, next card, Victimize. Victimize. What is this from? 3 mana sorcery. Choose 2 target creature cards in your graveyard. Okay. Sacrifice a creature. If you do, return the chosen cards to the battlefield tapped. Damn! That is good! I love it in this set. Oh my gosh. So we can reanimate big fatties, right? We have a giant 7 mana spider at uncommon and green. We also have is it common? Is the worm common? There's a 6/7 with reach in the format as well. I don't remember what mana it is. And then you can either loot cards away, your rummage cards away, blah blah blah, and then victimize, get them back, sacrifice a creature. I think it's pretty good. I'm gonna give it an A-. An A- as well. Now let's give it a flat A. Let's give it a flat A. I think I would pick Victimize over both Sir Conrad and Tragic Slip, right? I would pick this over both Sir Conrad and Tragic Slip, so I think A makes sense. Yeah, Victimize does trigger Sir 3 times because a creature died and then 2 things left. That's cool as well. It's it's from Urza Saga, right? That is insane. Wait, so this is going to be available in Timeless as well. Timeless is looking kind of lit, chat. Magic. All right, next card here. Kuldotha Rebirth. 1 mana sorcery. Okay, so we're moving into the red cards here. For whatever reason, there are only 4 black cards in this. There are only 4 black cards in the list. So the color split is actually not even, which is weird, right? You have 4 black cards. We have 7 blue cards, 5 white cards. And then we have what? 7 green cards. And then we have 11 multicolor cards, 4 colorless cards, 4 lands. Whoa, what a weird split. Okay, so we're moving to red. Red is gonna have 7 cards in it. Kuldotha Rebirth. 1 mana sorcery. As initial cost is to cast Rebirth, sacrifice an artifact. Put 3 1/1 red goblin creatures tokens on the battlefield. Whoa. Okay, so this is kind of cool with our tokens deck, because I think that a lot of times we want to be 5 color tokens. It's actually playable. Is this good in normal decks? It's kind of good, right? If you're telling me that I sacrifice a clue token to get 3 goblins, it's pretty good. It's kind of good. I'm gonna give this just a flat B. I think just a flat B makes sense to me. I think it's pretty good. I think it's decent in specific decks, but there are many decks that it's good in. Is what I'm saying. I'm gonna give it a B. That's a blast from the past for sure. This is from Scars of Mirrodin, which I did not play. Next card here, Goblin War Chief. All right, 3 mana, 2/2 Goblin spells you cast cost 1 less to cast. Goblins have haste. Goblins, dude. I don't remember that many goblin stuff in this format, chat. There are some goblin stuff, but I assume this card sucks. This card has always sucked. In limited, at least. And in constructed, yeah, you can play it, whatever. I think that this card sucks. I kind of hate it. I'm going to give this guy a D for Goblin War Chief. I don't think this is what we're doing. I really don't think this is what we're doing at all. So let's give Goblin War Chief the D. Next card here, Magma. This is from Rise of Eldrazi. 5 mana, 4/4. 1 mana, sacrifice a non-land permanent. It deals 1 damage to any target. Oh, I love this card. This is also my kind of card as well, because I like to play decks that have just a bunch of trash on it. You can also technically play this in the same deck with this girl that I've been talking about a lot. Let me pull it up here. Persuasive Interrogators, right? So this deck already wants you to have a bunch of clues on the board anyways, right? Persuasive Interrogators, right? And then Magma also wants you to have a bunch of stuff on the board. So they actually kind of work well together. Pretty cool card. Overcosted, but pretty flexible. I think it's just a great finisher as well. Ooh, that's a hard rating. I want to give it a B+, I think. I want to give it a B+ and not an A. I think B+ sounds okay. I think this sounds good. I mean, it's a fine rate. 5 mana for 4/4, and then it has this ability. I think it's pretty good. This could be even more broken than B, though, man. It could be more broken than B. Really hard to say with this one. What do you guys think, chat? B+, A-. B+, A- is where I'm thinking. B+, A-. B+, A-. B+, A-. B+, A-. A- is too high, says Shag Daddy. A- is too high. I think it's a B+. B+, A-. Really hard to say, right? I think B+ is okay. S. Give it the S. All right, move on. All right, we left that one with a B+. Next card here, Mass Hysteria. 1 mana enchantment. All creatures have haste. Dude, that is a really cool card, I will have to say. That is a cool card. Because the thing is that that's as cheap as it gets, right? It's as cheap as it gets, but it does cost you a card. Doesn't replace itself, and also it's symmetrical. So your opponent's creatures also have haste. So how do we conceptualize this? This card is hilarious. Will we play it sometimes? Well, I'll probably play it sometimes, yeah. If I believe that my deck is so good that I don't need the card advantage, and I can win with the card disadvantage, and also that my deck is going to be more aggressive than their deck, and I can kill them before they can kill me. So that is going to be the situation where I play this. And this is probably a D-. Probably D-. I think. D- sounds good to me. D-. Okay. Next card here, Molten Psyche. 3 mana sorcery. Each player shuffles the cards from his or her hand into his or her library, then draws them any cards. Okay, so both players shuffle all of their hand into the library, and then we draw that many cards. Then it has Metalcraft on it because it's from Scars of Mirrodin. If you control 3 or more artifacts, Molten Psyche deals damage to each opponent equal to the number of cards that player has drawn this turn. If you control 3 or more artifacts, Multicolor deals damage to each opponent only, equal to the number of cards that player has drawn this turn. Okay. So, all right. So, kind of like a kind of like a time twister, but not really. It's like a time twister, but it's only the amount of cards that you have in hand, right? And then if you fulfill the conditions for Metalcraft, then it'll deal damage to them. So if they have like 4 cards in hand, then they'll take 4 for 3 mana. Each player shuffles the cards from their hand in their library that draws a mana. Oh, Wheel of Fortune is okay. So it's actually just Wheel of Fortune. Wheel of Fortune. It's actually just Wheel of Fortune plus Metalcraft on it. Wheel of Fortune plus Metalcraft on it. That's a very fun card. I do love that. I do love that kind of card. Dude, it reminds me of Scopa, chat. Scopa. Oh my gosh. The Italian card game Scopa. Cards drawn from other sources count for damage. Cards drawn from other sources, yes. Cards drawn from other sources, but it's a sorcery, so. I mean, it is Wheel of Fortune plus Metalcraft, right? Plus a Metalcraft bonus. Deals damage to each opponent equal number of cards. All right. Well, I feel like it's generally not that good. Some damage, shuffle hand. I mean, I'll play it sometimes. I'll give it a D-. I think Multicolor D-. Oh, wait, Wheel is a draw 7. Is Wheel of Fortune a draw 7? Oh, sorry. Winds of Change. It's Winds of Change. Oh my gosh. Thank you, chat. Wheel of Fortune is a draw 7. Yes. Sorry, I misremembered. Winds of Change, sorcery. Each player shuffles the cards. Yes, it's Winds of Change. Thank you. Okay. So, anyways, I'm gonna give it a D-, I think. Oh! Oh my god! Dude! No way! This is my favorite Magic card of all time, chat! This is my favorite Magic card of all time! Possibility Storm! 5 mana enchantment! Whenever a player casts a spell from his or her hand, that player exiles it, then exiles cards from the top of his or her library until he or she exiles a card that shares a type with it. That player may cast that card without playing its mana cost. Then he or she puts all the cards exiled with Possibility Storm on the bottom of his or her library in a random order. Dude, there was a tournament, chat. There was a tournament that I went to in Paper Magic when this was standard legal, okay? This was standard legal in Dragon's Maze. I had a Possibility Storm deck with like Snapcaster Mage and Restoration Angel, and there was some other top end. I don't remember anymore. But yeah, that tournament, I went to time every single round because I was shit at Magic, but I wanted to play the cool stuff, but I wasn't good enough yet. And yeah, oh my god. Possibility Storm. This card is incredible. Very fond memories of this. Oh my gosh. I will never pass Possibility Storm. I will never pass it. I will never pass it. Like, this is the stipulation that we'll make for this format, chat. I will never pass this card. Possibility Storm. Dude. Okay. So now, what does it do? Okay? Because even though I played it in the past, it's still a complicated card. Whenever a player casts a spell from his or her hand, that player exiles it. All right. So you cast, say, like an instant, right? This on the board, you cast an instant. Okay. Say, like, you cast a 1 mana instant. Okay. That spell's exiled. Then you flip cards from the top of your deck until you hit another instant. Right? So basically, what you want is you want ways to tuck cards. There are ways to tuck cards in the set as well, right? There's actually the blue-red guy. What's the blue-red guy we saw? The blue-red guy we saw. The blue-red guy, let's see, multicolored 4 mana. Blue-red creature. I can't even find it anymore. 4 mana, creature. 4 mana, I don't even, yeah, I can't find it anymore. There's something in the format that's, yeah, there's a vehicle guy. Oh, was that a mythic though? Was that a mythic? 3 mana artifact. 3 mana artifact. 4 mana artifact. 3 mana artifact. Where is it? I can't even find it. Hold on. Can't even find it. La 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 la. I can't find it. Yeah, there was a vehicle, right? What is a vehicle called, chat? Can anybody remember? Shh. 3 mana creature, 3 mana instant artifact creature. I can't remember, chat. I cannot remember. Anyways, so there are some ways to tuck cards in this format, but not a lot, right? Not a lot. But basically what you want to do is you want to play like small and big, right? Think about it that way. Like you want to play small things and big things that share a type, right? And then and this is symmetrical, by the way, so it'll mess up your opponent's deck. Sometimes they can luck out as well, but you want to build your deck in a way that it's more beneficial for you. Volt Strider, thank you, Volt Strider. All right, let me pull a Volt Strider. Volt Strider, where is it? No, I can't even find it, dude. Volt Strider. I can't find it, chats. I can't find it. Kylox Volt Strider. Oh my god. Kylox Volt Strider. All right. Kylox. I found Kylox. Kylox Volt Strider. Where is it? Kylox Volt Strider. Oh my god, I found it. Okay. Kylox Volt Strider. This card. All right. So this card actually tucks cards. It is the mythic rare though, so it's not gonna be that common. But yeah, this one, whenever you cast an instant spell for a multi card exile with it, it puts it on the bottom of your library instead, so it can tuck cards as well. Anyways, really fun deck building stuff. And you can play small creatures, get a big creature. You can also play a big creature, get a small creature, vice versa, etc. It's pretty funny, right? Too bad there's no like volcanic spite or something like that, right? In the format. Whatever the spark one was called, because you can burn something and then tuck something and then put something back in the bottom. But yeah, this card is awesome. That being said, for the general public, since this tier list is for everybody else, not for me, what do we give this rating, chat? Possibility Storm. The possibilities are endless. I honestly should probably just give this card a flat D. I think I should give this card a flat D for Possibility Storm. Should I give it an F, chat? Wait, should I give it an F? Your opponent benefits first? Yeah, but what I'm saying is that at the point of the game, they likely don't have small things first. Like, they generally have big things, right? So you built your deck in the right way. I think D for Deathsie or F for general public, chat. F in chat. Maybe just give it an F. Oh my god. I feel so bad to give Possibility an F though. Alright, let's give it a D minus then. How about that? Let's give it a D minus. I don't want to give it an F. I just feel too bad to give it an F. Like, I'm gonna play this every single time. I'm not gonna pass it, but for general public, I think a D minus is fine. A D minus is okay, right? I think D minus is okay. Alright? I think D minus is kosher. I don't want to give it an F. My heart is not in it. I just can't give it the F, chat. Next card here, Gamble, the last red card. 1 mana sorcery, search your library for a card. Put the card in your hand, discard a card at random, then shuffle. I love Gamble, dude. I love it. I think it's so cool, especially if we're playing a combo deck. Like, All right. Imagine this, chat. We get past the possibility storm and nobody wants gamble. We pick gamble. We gamble for possibility storm and then that's the deck. That's the deck. Hell yeah, baby. Let's go. Yeah, I love it. I love it. Hell yeah, dude. I love it. Whoever chose the cards for the set, you are awesome. You're amazing. Yeah, then it gets discarded and then I'll rage for sure. But yeah, that's the idea at least. All right. Anyways, standalone for this card, probably a D. Probably D- as well. Probably a D- for this. All right. I think it's cool though. I love it. I love it. D-, very classic Magic the Gathering card. I don't even know where this is from actually. Is this like Vintage Masters or something? Vintage Eternal Masters. I don't even know. Anyways, awesome. Okay, moving on to the green cards, Not to the Bone. Oh, I love this card as well. It's a card that has fond memories for me as well. 3 mana instant, gain 2 life for each creature card in your graveyard. Awesome. Flashback, you do it again for 3 mana. Not to the Bone. How good is it in this format? This is originally an Innistrad. In this format, we do care about life gain for some decks, right? Some decks, there was a green clue that wants you to gain 5 life. Outside of that, it's just a way to stay alive, I guess. But they have to be creature cards in your graveyard. So, I mean, I could splash this from time to time. It's a cool card, but in general, I don't think it's particularly good. I think I'm going to give this card a D- as well. I think I'm going to give this card a D-. It's pretty close to F. Am I going to play in my combo decks? Yes. Is this useful in general? No. I don't think so. Okay, next card here. Crosan Tusker. Nice. 7 mana, 6/5, cycling 3. This guy's back. When he cycles Tusker, you may search your library for a basic land card, reveal that card, put it in your hand, then shuffle your library. All right. So I've played this a lot on Magic Online Cube in the past. Cycling, 3 mana. We cycle it, search your library for a basic land card, reveal a card, put it in your hand, then shuffle your library. I like it. It's a super clean card. It's good for collecting evidence as well. Is it only green that has cycling in the set? I think it is, right? Only green has cycling? There was another card with basic land cycling or something. I think it was also green, but I can't remember. Anyways, this card is pretty cool. I like it. I'm gonna give it a what? C plus B minus. C plus B minus. C plus, probably C plus. I like C plus for it. I mean, it's still 3 mana to cycle this thing, so I think C plus makes sense. C plus makes sense. I like this guy, but you know he's not broken. It's just a clean card. Yes, you both draw and tutor for a land. Yes, you cycle it, you draw a card, and then you also get a land. No, you get both. Yeah. It's a green land cycler. Yes. Okay. Thank you. Next card here, Laid to Rest. So this was in Innistrad, Crimson Vow. But this card was not good in that format, in my opinion. Like, we played some really cool humans decks, but this card was never good. Like, very, very rarely good. Enchantment, whenever human you control dies, draw a card. Well, all of the detective clues, all of the detective tokens, I mean, are humans, right? They're human detectives. Whenever creature you control with a +1 counter and it dies, you gain 2 life. I like the card, but I don't have a lot of faith in it. I'm going to give it a D+. Laid to Rest. I don't think this is what we want. I don't think so. There are other small humans as well. Like, who cares? Honestly, I think this card's whatever. Next card here, Evolutionary Leap. Okay, this is a rare. 2 mana enchantment. 1 mana, sacrifice a creature. Reveal cards from top of your library until you reveal a creature card. Put the card into your hand and the rest in the bottom of your library in a random order. Okay. So, instant speed allows you to sacrifice something and then get another creature back. It's a cool combo card. Really hard to use, though. It is a Deathsie card. I will play this a lot. In general, how good is it? Not that good, right? Sure, if you can play it in your token decks and you can sack your tokens to get bigger stuff, It's pretty cool, but it costs you a card as well. In general, I don't really like it. I'm gonna give it a D+, I think, for Evolutionary Leap. Cool card, but yeah, whatever. Next card here, Crashing Footballs. A sorcery. Suspend! This is for Modern Horizons. Oh my gosh, so long. Suspend 4. Okay, so you pay 1 mana, and then you can suspend this card, and then 4 turns later... beginning of your upkeep, remove a time counter. So 4 turns after the current turn. 4 turns after the current turn. You can play this for free or whatever, or like you get it. Create 2 4/4 green rhino creature tokens to trample. That's interesting. So it has no casting cost. You have to suspend it. If you get a turn 1, it's broken. Any other way to play this, by the way? Any other way to play this? Wait. There are ways? Are there ways to cloak this? Are there ways to cloak this and flip it up? Are there ways to cloak this and flip it up? Yeah, you can also do Possibility Storm with this. You can Possibility Storm into this for sure. I mean, okay, so the problem is, chat, is that it's not an S for sure because you draw it late and it's really slow. Like, yeah, it's good on turn 1. Kylox is hitting this. Kylox is hitting this. Is it? I mean, on turn 1, absolutely broken. Okay. Later turns, pretty good still. End of the game, really bad. Flipping won't cast it. But what I'm saying is that there are some cards that you can flip it, and then it will cast it for free. So there are some potentials for that, but it's not common. What else can you do with this? Nothing much, right? Nothing much, I think. Nothing much. Still pretty good. What do we rate this, chat? A-? A-. I am thinking A-. What do you guys think? Thoughts, chat? Thoughts on this? Let me grab some water. What do you guys like? Open hand, instant win, mid game still good, late game questionable, yeah. A+ for you would mulligan more often if it's in my deck. That's true. It gives you incentive to mulligan. All right. How about we settle on just a flat A? Just a flat A. I think I'm settling on a flat A for Crashing Footfalls. Sounds good. I mean, people who play Modern Horizons probably know better than I do. Like, I didn't play this. Modern Horizons. Did I play Modern Horizons? No, I played Modern Masters. That's the only one I played. I think A is okay. I think A is okay for this. I'm just gonna give it A. Next card here, Tireless Tracker is back. All right, that's cool art for it. 3 mana, 3/2. Human Scout Landfall. When a land enters the battlefield under your control, investigate. Create a clue token. It's an artifact with. Okay, so you make clue. Whenever you sacrifice a clue, put a counter on Tireless Tracker. This card seems giga busted in this format. A+? Is it like this? This honestly could just be an S as well, dude. I honestly think Tireless Tracker could just be an S in this format, isn't it? Like, yes, it's not a game-breaking bomb or anything, but like it asks so little and it gives you way too much, doesn't it? Doesn't it ask way too little and give you way too much? I think this card is just like giga busto. Yeah, and you get a clue when whenever you play a land. I think it's just giga busto, dude. I think it's just too busto in this format particularly. Like, normally, is this an S? Absolutely not. In this format, I think so. I think it's a game-breaking bomb. I honestly think it's game-breaking bomb in this format. Like, this does so much for so many of my decks. It makes life so good. I want to give this an S, honestly. Amaz is going to be pissed off, I think. All right. Just give it the S. I'm going to give Tireless Tracker the S. A+ or S. All right. Next card here. World Spine Worm. Oh my god. This is something to show and tell, I guess. Show and tell in a World Spine Worm. I love it. You know, one of the things that I feel about in more modern sets is that you just don't have these giant monsters. Like, I miss giant monsters, you know? Like, dude, just give me 100/100. Like, I don't even care. Like, if my opponent demolishes me with 100/100, that's awesome as well, you know? Yeah, so World Spine Worm, anyways. 11 mana, trample. When it dies, put 3/5/5 worm tokens to trample on the battlefield, okay? When a Worldspine Worm is put into a graveyard from anywhere, shuffle it into his owner's library. So you cannot reanimate it. Unless you can reanimate at instant speed, which there is a way, right? There is a way to reanimate at instant speed in this format, isn't there? There is. There's a 5 mana red card, I think, that reanimates instant speed. Because this is a trigger, right? So say you surveil this, and then trigger in the stack, you can reanimate it, right? What was the instant speed reanimator card, chat? Was it black? It might have been black, not red. 5 mana. I think it was a 5 mana instant. It doesn't add up. All right. I think it's this one. I think we got it. This one. All right. Oh my god. 5 mana instant. Return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield. Suspect it. Okay. So you can, as menace, it can't block. All right. So you can technically, okay, in Magical Fairy Christmas Magic the Gathering land, you can surveil this into the bin. This trigger on the stack, right? This is not a state-based action, right? This is a trigger. Then you can, bam! It doesn't add up. Get it back. Yoink. That is hilarious. That would be hilarious, though. That is too funny. All right. Well, that's a pipe dream, but, you know, it's always good to have pipe dreams, in my opinion, right? Like, what? Otherwise, what's the point of life? So, this is 11 mana. And then, otherwise, what are we doing? I could play this with Possibility Storm, for sure. I can Possibility Storm into my Worldspine Worm. Oh, yeah. Hell yeah. That's good. What else can we do? What else can we do with the Worldspine? I mean, we can just cast it. The green decks will just have big mana, honestly. I think green decks will just have a lot of mana. There are some cards that just have so much that will just grant you so much mana. So one of the cards I'm thinking about here is a green card. This card here, green card, 2 mana green uncommon. I think it's this one. Oh, all right. Let me talk about this card here. Aftermath Analyst, okay? 2 mana, 1/3. When enters the battlefield, you mill 3 cards. Then 4 mana, sacrifice Analyst. Return all land cards from your graveyard to battlefield tapped. Right? So there are ways just to get a ton of mana. If you're lucky. Okay? Worldspine Worm, I like it, dude. I like it. Now for a rating, I think it actually fits in more decks than expected. I mean, these are all niche decks that I'm talking about. Anyways, though, really combo type card. I'm going to give it an A-. 11 mana. Can I give an 11 mana card an A-, chat? Is that illegal, or do I give it a B+? B+, A-. B+, A-, chat. What do we like for this card? B+, A- is my tier list. B+, A-. B+, I think A- looks better. A- looks better. I think it conveys my thoughts better. A-. Sounds illegal. Let's do it. All right. Okay. I think A- sounds good. All right. Now we're moving on to multicolor cards. Putrid Warrior. 2 mana, 2/2. When Warrior deals damage, choose 1. Each player loses a life or each player gains a life. That's interesting. It's a soldier zombie. Do we care about this, chat? Whenever it deals damage, so that's any damage. So it's any damage. It's any damage. Wasn't there an artifact that made a creature deal damage to a player, chat? Is there a combo with this? Otherwise, I mean, I feel like I don't care. I really don't care, do I? D? Oh, it's from Apocalypse. You own 2 full sets. That's insane. I think it's just a D. I think it's just a D, dude. It's a D, and then we just move on with our life. Just give it the D. Okay. Okay. Next card here. Combine Chrysalis. This is from, actually, didn't we see this card recently? Wait, did we see this card in March of Machine, chat? Did we see this card in March of Machine or not? Wait, where do we see this card? Was it from March of the Machine Aftermath? Where's it from? It might have been from March of the Machine Aftermath, right? Combined Chrysalis, 2 mana artifact, creature tokens have flying. Okay, so there is a token. There is a like a 5-color green token deck, which is cool. So they all have flying. 4 mana tap, sacrifice a token, create a 4/4 green beast creature token. Activate on the sorcery. It's a pretty cool card. Master set roughly 2 years. Modern Horizons 2. I felt like it was in March of the Machine Aftermath, wasn't it, or something, or a flashback set? Didn't I play with this, chat? I literally played with this, right, on Magic Arena. So it wasn't from March of the Machine. Where is it from? Anyways, I don't know. But yeah. Oh, you can also sacrifice the clues. It doesn't even have to be a creature token. That's true. To make 5. Oh, I think it's pretty good. It sounds good, honestly. In a format that is somewhat slow, right? Because we're throwing down face downs, 3 mana 2/2s. And this seems to be besting that as well. Sounds really good. I'm going to give this an A. Combined Chrysalis, just give it an A. March of the Machine Commander. March of the Machine Commander. What does that mean? March of the Machine Commander. Was that March of the Machine Commander? Is that the Aftermath or whatever? Anyways, okay. Next card here. Ooh, one of our favorites from Ravnica Legion is High Alert. Oh my gosh. There's High Alert in this set. Wow. That means that this guy here, you guys remember this guy? You guys remember this guy? Oh my gosh, the Pride of Hulklade. You have High Alert in this deck. Oh my gosh. Oh yeah, let's do that. Okay, Pride of Hulklade, High Alert. There are also some defenders in the set as well. Each creature you control assigns combat damage equal to its toughness rather than its power. Creatures you control can attack as though they didn't have defender. Okay. 4 mana, untap target creature. Great. So this is a build around. Ooh, I love that there are build arounds here. That's awesome. So High Alerts. That is really cool. What do we do with this? So, oh my gosh. I mean, it's kind of a pack one, pick one card, right? Like, I cannot really see me like drafting a deck and then in the middle of the draft grabbing High Alert and then building a High Alert deck. Like, you basically need to get High Alert early, right? You need to get High Alert early and then you build around it. But that's pretty cool. That being said, what rating do we give it? Our rating system kind of doesn't do build arounds that well. I think I should give this like D plus C minus. D plus C minus. I think C minus sounds fine. Okay. I think C minus is fine. It's like you want multiple deck, but don't want to draw 2. I mean, that's true, but you just have to live with it, right? It's fine. There are ways to discard cards and stuff. Ooh, your boy Nyx Weaver. Journey into Nyx. Wow, that is a flashback, dude. I forgot that I played this set. Nyx Weaver, 3 mana, 2/3 reach. At the beginning of your upkeep, put the top 2 cards of your library into your graveyard. Put the top 2 cards of your library into your graveyard. All right, so you are milling 2. 3 mana, exile Nyx Weaver. Return target card from graveyard to your hand. Awesome card. I love it. So you're putting cards in the graveyard for collecting evidence, fodder. It's well statted and has reach. And you can exile this from the board to get a creature back from the hand at instant speed. I like it. I like it. What do we give this? B+. I think B+ sounds good for this. Nyx Weaver. Pretty cool. And it's an enchantment for all intents and purposes. Okay. Oh my gosh, dude. They really hit the nostalgia for me with the set, okay? Stromkirk Captain. This, ladies and gentlemen, is one of the first Magic the Gathering decks. Actually, no, this is the first Magic the Gathering deck I ever built in my life. Okay? It was Black-Red Vampires around Innistrad time. And it was black-red vampires with Falcon Wrath Aristocrat. And you had the Vampire Interlopers, the 2-mana 2/1 flyer that can't block. And then you have 4 copies of Stromkirk Captain. 3-mana 2/2 Vampire Soldier, first strike. Other vampire creatures you control get +1/+1 and have first strike. Damn. Alright. Other vampire creatures you control get +1/+1 and have first strike. So vampires in this set are in black and what? Black and red, I guess? Black and red. There are a decent amount of vampires. I didn't keep track of the vampire subtype as much as I did with the detective subtype. But yeah, this guy's pretty cool, dude. I like it. I like it. That being said, like, how powerful is it? It's a fine card. Plus a vampires, pretty decent. I think B- is fine for Stromkirk Captain. B- maybe. Like, I feel like it is hard to be a vampire tribal deck, though, is what I'm saying, is what I'm getting at. Yeah. All right. B-. Next card here, Maverick Thopterist. This guy's back. This is from which set is it? Aether Revolt, Kaladesh, Aether Revolt, Kaladesh, something, blah blah blah, like around there. All right, Maverick Thopterist, 5-mana 2/2 improvise. Your artifacts can help you cast a spell. That's pretty good in this format too, though. A lot of clue tokens and random artifacts laying around. You have random equipment. You also have some Thopters sometimes. And then when it enters the battlefield, you make 2 Thopters as well. Pretty good. Pretty good. I want to give this a B-. I think. A B-. Sounds pretty good, but like, once again, how often are we that deck? Probably not that often. Can I play this in 5 color? Probably. I can probably play this for, who knows? I don't know. I think B-, C+ sounds good, right? B- or C+, chat? B- or C+? B- or C+ for this one, chat? What do you think? C+? C+? Yeah, like B- feels a bit high, right? I think C+ is fine. It's obviously great in the right deck, but overall, it's not that flexible. I think, like, it doesn't fit in a lot of decks. But yeah, it fits in so few decks. Like, I can play this in 5 color. I can play this in my 5 color green token deck, which is going to be good, I think, because that deck will likely have both clues and also tokens. But outside of that, like, not that many. I think C+ is fine for this. All right. Oh my goodness. It's your boy, Kentorius. I love this guy. One of my favorite characters in all of Magic the Gathering, Kentorius. 5-mana 2/4. Legendary Elfic Cleric. Spirits you control get +1/+0. Whenever one of our cards leave your graveyard, make a 3/2 red and white spirit creature. Oh my gosh. So, how do we get cards to leave the graveyard? We have a Soul Salvage type card. We have reanimation stuff. We have collecting evidence. We have just cards that straight exile, right? Like cards that just exile cards from graveyards. Then you get a 3/2. It does cost 5 mana though. It's kind of a clunky guy, but I love it. I love this guy, man. I think I'm gonna give him a B-. I'm gonna give him a B-. I do love this guy. I do think it's overcosted though. Like, there are a ton of times where I play this guy and then either it dies or I die, you know? Like, it happens quite often, but... And I don't assume that to be very different in this set. But, you know, when he goes off, he goes off. Evidence is a big one, yeah. Enlisted Worm, 6 mana, 5/5, Cascade. Okay, when you cast a spell, exile cards are at the top of your library and exile a non-land card that costs less. You may cast it without paying its mana cost, all right? Awesome. I love Enlisted Worm. I love it. A big Cascade card. I love it. I honestly, I don't know. Cascade versus Discover. Cascade just feels better for some reason. I actually don't know why. I like the feeling of Cascade more than Discover. I don't know why. Cascade. I'm not sure. Anyways, pretty cool card. What do we want to give Enlisted Worm? Enlisted Worm, 6 mana, 5/5 Cascade. What do we think about this one? Yeah, like B minus C plus. B minus C plus is what I'm thinking. B minus C plus. B minus C plus. B minus C plus. I think C plus is okay. I mean, it's pretty great, but at the same time, like, it's whatever. B minus C plus. B minus C plus. B minus C plus. I think C plus. B minus. B minus C plus. B minus C plus. Enlisted Worm. Huh. Super hard to say. It's all another card that costs less. So the best you can get is a 5-drop. It is unreliable, yeah. It is unreliable is the thing. I think C plus is okay. I think C plus is okay. Okay. I'm just leaving C plus. Next card here. All right. Consigned to Oblivion. Oh my gosh. It trips me up the way that they always do the split cards differently, right? Okay. So this is not a fuse card, is it? It's not a fuse card, no. Consigned to Oblivion. Wait, there's a backside of it. Oh, no. There's no backside. It's a rotate button. Okay. Consigned to Oblivion. 2 mana instant. Return target non-land permanent to his hand, so you bounce something. And then Oblivion is Aftermath. Cast this spell only from your graveyard. Then exile it. Okay. Target opponent discards 2 cards. Oh. It's this one. Okay, so it's a bounce spell, and then it's the Mind Rot for 5 mana. Bounce spell, and then Mind Rot for 5 mana from the graveyard. And this is good for collecting evidence, right? This is good for collecting evidence because it's 7 CMC all together. I feel like bounce spells are pretty good in the set, especially if there's something tacked on behind it. I actually like it a lot. I like it a lot. Maybe just a flat B. I think just a flat B sounds good for Consigned to Oblivion. I think I like it. A flat B. I think I'm often always playing this. Yeah. Yeah, and you also get free value if you mill it. Yeah, you get free value if you mill it. The Aftermath exiles, right? The Aftermath exiles it. Okay. So if you use the Mind Rot, you cannot use it for collecting evidence, but you can choose either or. You can choose to collect evidence or Mind Rot. I think it's pretty good. I think B sounds good. B minus. I think B is okay. B sounds good for Consigned to Oblivion. All right. Next card here. Treacherous Terrain. 8 mana. Where is this from? Oh my god. What is this? 8 mana sorcery. Treacherous Terrain deals damage to each opponent equal to the number of lands that player controls. Deals damage to each opponent equal to the number of lands that player controls. All right. Well, this looks like a Deathsie card to me, dude. Okay. Deals damage to each opponent equal to the number of lands that player controls. Okay, great. Basic land cycling 2. And then you can land cycle it for 2 mana and then get any basic. Then this goes in your graveyard. Then you can collect evidence with this card as well. Treacherous Terrain deals damage to each opponent equal to the number of lands that player controls. So if they have 8 mana, then this is 8 mana deal 8. Something like that. Okay, so for me, I'm always playing this, by the way. I'm always playing this. I love this card. I'm always going to put it in my deck. I'm always going to be playing it. I'm always going to kill my opponents with it, and they're dead. And that's GG. But for the mortals out there, what do we rate this, chat? What do we rate this for the mortals? Because the thing is that normally people are not going to be basic land cycling for 2 mana as a card, right? Like if that the bottom part alone was a card, people are not playing that really, right? Like C minus, or what? C minus, something like that, right? C minus. Okay, so I think C minus for this makes sense. I think C minus for this makes sense. Yeah, I think C minus for this makes sense. C minus. It's a big card. You can play it in your rampy decks anyways, but like, how often do you cast it? There aren't really ways to get instant sorceries back in this format. I think this is a C minus for me. I think C minus. Just, I mean, it's a flashy card. Yeah, most people can't really use it. I think C minus. All right, we're missing a card here. Oh my gosh, no. Everything's fine, chat. All right, I'm missing this card. Drown in the Lock. Okay, Drown in the Lock. 2 mana instant, choose one. Counter target spell with mana value less than or equal to the number of cards in controller's graveyard. So this is from Eldraine, right? Counter target spell with mana value less than or equal to the number of cards in his controller's graveyard. Okay. So, and then the other one is destroy target creature with mana value less than or equal to the number of cards in its controller's graveyard. Okay, so graveyards are going to be big in the set, right? It's a big graveyard set. How do you feel about it? Drown in the Lock. It's a big graveyard set. Are we sure that these cards are the normal boosters on Arena? I believe so. Can anybody confirm? I believe so. Yes. They better be. Like, I mean, we have gotten burned in the past when certain things are on Arena and certain things are not, but like, these ones should be, right? Like, how can they not be? Is this too different of a set? Right? It's too different of a set if it's not on Arena. It has to be. Has to be on Arena, I think. So this is better than it was in Eldraine, I think. Eldraine had mill, but the thing is that in this format, people are filling up their graveyards on their own, right? So it is better in this format, I think, than in Eldraine. So how about in this set? Choose one to counter target spell. Destroy target creature. It's a fine card. What do we give it? A C plus? C plus, B minus? C plus, B minus. I think C plus is fine. Drown and Lock, C plus. C plus even. C plus. C plus. I think C plus is fine. Let's give it a plus rating. C plus. Okay. Now we will move into the artifacts. We have 4 artifacts here. Shard of Broken Glass. 1 mana artifact equipment. This is from Shadows over Innistrad. Equipped creature gets +1/+0. Whenever equipped creature attacks, you may put the top 2 cards of your library into your graveyard. Whenever equipped creature attacks, you may put the top 2 cards of your library into your graveyard. Okay. Okay, so it's a short dagger. It's not even a short sword, right? 1 mana to equip 1 for +1/+0. And then the creature attacks, you can bin cards. I mean, it's cheap. It's as cheap as it gets, basically, right? It's as cheap as it gets. And then you're just binning cards for a small bonus of +1/+0. I'm not sure. It's just so wimpy. It's so wimpy. Doesn't grant toughness. I don't know how I feel about it. Will I play this card in a lot of my decks? Probably. I'll probably play it from time to time. I think I'm gonna give it a D rating to start off with. D rating, and we'll have to come back to this card later. Yeah, like the thing is that it's like you really want the mill, but then you're also attacking. Like, do all of our mill decks want to be attacking? I don't know. So I'm just gonna give this a D. Next card here, Metal Spinner's Puzzle Knot. 2-mana artifact. When Metal Spinner's Puzzle enters the battlefield, you draw a card and you lose a life. You draw a card and you lose a life. Okay? Enters the battlefield, you draw a card and you lose a life. Alright. When Metal Spinner's Puzzle enters the battlefield, you draw a card and you lose a life. 3 mana, sacrifice, Puzzle Knot. You draw a card and you lose a life. So it's a weird divination. It's a black divination split up. It's 5 mana altogether. It's an artifact, and we do care about artifacts, and we can get some I guess some collecting clues fodder in the graveyard. But all in all, I kind of don't care. Losing 2 life for this sounds bad. I really don't care. I'm gonna give this a D as well. I think D or D minus. D or D minus. D or D minus. I think it's just D minus. Like, isn't there just better stuff you can do? I think it's just D minus. It was in this is from Kaladesh. I see. It was quite good in Kaladesh, you mean? It was quite good in Kaladesh, was it? I don't even know. Enter the battlefield, draw a card, and you lose life, sacrifice your life. I don't think I care about it. I'm gonna give it a D minus. Oh, Millstone. All right, that's an interesting one. Millstone. Millstone is here. I kind of like it. Milling it. I mean, obviously it costs mana, but Millstone, we can both mill our opponent as a win con and mill ourselves for a surveil. But the thing is that how often are you going to mill your opponent? In this format, not that often, right? Not that often. If we mill ourselves, it's pretty good. I think in general, Millstone is kind of not what we want. Probably. For my level of uncertainty, I really don't know. I'm just going to give this a C minus. I'll probably give Millstone a C minus. I can see some case uses for it, but like, am I putting this in my deck? I think there are better ways to do it. There's just better ways to do it. Has Millstone ever been playable? Yeah, it's been playable. It's been playable. I mean, I've had some decks where Millstone's my win con. They weren't great decks or whatever, but yeah, it was a deck. But yeah, I think C minus, D plus, maybe even a D plus. You know what? I feel more comfortable giving this a D plus. Yeah, it's a mill set, blah blah blah, but I don't think that's what you want to be doing. Is it? Maybe you do. Maybe it's better than a D plus. Because if I play this in my super controlling deck and I just self mill, C minus. All right. Excuse me. C minus. Hello, Daniel. How's it going? All right, let's give this a C minus. All right, moving on to the very last artifact here. Smuggler's Copter. 2 mana, 3/3 flying. I didn't play when this was standard legal, by the way. I heard people talking about Smuggler's Copter a lot. 2 mana, flying. 3/3 vehicle. Whenever Smuggler's Copter attacks or blocks, you may draw a card if you do discard a card. All right. And it's a crew 1. Broken. Giga busted broken. It's huge. The copter is huge. It's huge, and it's flying, and it's only crew 1. And it loots every time, right? On attack or block. It's huge. Alright, chat. So for people who actually played a Smuggler's Copter, is it an S or an A plus, chat? S or an A plus? S, it goes in every deck. It goes in every deck. It's well statted. It has a great ability, very small cost, and has flying. You guys want to give it the S? I doubt there's a card you take over it and you always play it. That's a really good way to put it as well. All right, S for Copter. Was this also S in Kaladesh as well? Chat. All right, closing out the set review, ladies and gentlemen. We have 4 cards left here for the list. We are moving on to the lands now. Okay. Dusk Mantle, House of Shadow. Land. Tap, add a colorless to your mana pool. This is what I'm... Okay, so... This is what I'm familiar with, by the way. This colorless symbol here, you see here, right? this color symbol is more normal than whatever the weird colorless like diamond that we have these days. It's so confusing to me. Anyways, tap, add 1 to your mana pool. Black and blue, target player puts the top card of his or her library into her graveyard. Oh, that's Manor House of Shadow. So target player puts the top card of his or her library into your graveyard. So that's interesting. So it's not a God. What was the blue black mill land from Innistrad chat? From Innistrad times. Nephalia Drownyard. It's not a Nephalia Drownyard. It's not a Nephalia Drownyard, but Dust Mantle House of Shadow. How do we feel about this? It's just 1 at a time. 1/1/1. 2 mana tap. I mean, I will play it for sure, but like, how good is it? I feel like it's not that good, right? It's not that good. What is it, like a D? It's like a D, right? It's like a D these days. I don't think this is anything interesting, is it? I'm gonna give this a D minus. Is it playable? Yes. Will I play it? Yes. Is it good? No. I don't think so. D minus. Okay. Ghost Quarter is back. This is from Innistrad. Okay, Ghost Quarter. All right. So tap, add a colorless. Tap, sacrifice to destroy target land. As a controller, may search his or her library for a basic land card, put it in the battlefield, then shuffle his or her library. Okay. So, okay. So, Ghost Quarter, strip mine, blah, 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 destroy land, and then you don't get your land back. Do we care about destroying lands in this format, chat? Actually, Ghost Quarter is actually really interesting with the land enchantment card. Oh my gosh. So, multicolored. Right, so where is it? So, in multicolored, we have a 4 mana green and white enchantment. 4 mana green and white enchantments. 4 mana green and white enchantments. So where is it? Dude, I can't find anything. 4 mana green and white enchantments. Does anybody know the name of the card, chat? 4 mana green and white enchantments. It's a Selesnya card, right? 4 mana. God, where is it? 4 mana. Oh, here we go. I found it. Buried in the Garden. Buried in the Garden. Okay. So this card here, chat. Buried in the Garden, enchant land. When Buried in the Garden enters the battlefield, exile target. So it's basically enchant land, and then it's an Oblivion Ring, right? And then this, whenever it's tapped, it adds extra mana. So I will be playing this a lot. So Ghost Quarter actually messes me up here. This actually messes me up. Ghost Quarter actually does mess me up. It doesn't mess me up in other ways. So it can blow up one of my dual lands, and then I will be just getting it basic. That's fine. Anything else that we care about? I think it's still just a sideboard card, right? It's just a sideboard card. Like, you don't play this. I'm gonna give this a D minus, probably. Just give it a D minus. It's certainly not unplayable. We've cited some use cases for it, right? D minus. Okay. Next card here, Mist Veil Plains. What? What is this? This is from Shadowmoor. Okay. Tap at a white, enters the battlefield tapped. Okay. Has that ability? 1 white and a tap. Put target card from your graveyard on the bottom of your library. Put target card from the bottom of your from your graveyard on the bottom of your library. Oh. Activate this ability only if you control 2 or more white permanents. Damn. Wait, I don't like that last line. I don't like that last line. Wait. Oh man, it's still planes though. That is awesome. This is cool how they did this, by the way. And this was so long ago. Mistfall Plains, I love it. That's awesome. That's amazing. That is really, really cool. That is really, really cool. That is really cool. Oh my gosh. No, this is not a basic land. This is not a basic land, but it can be fetched with things that fetch a plane type. So you cannot Evolving Wilds this, or whatever the new Evolving Wilds in this set is, to grab this. No. But it can be grabbed with some other cards that do similar things. It's basically a plains. Yeah, it's basically a tap plains most of the time is the thing. Activate this ability only if you control 2 or more white permanents. Oh my gosh. I can't imagine my decks having that many white permanents. Though, I will have to say, okay, one saving grace is that the tokens, the detective tokens, are actually blue and white. Are blue and white human detectives, right? They're blue and white human detectives. So they're blue-white human detectives, yes. So it actually does help this out. But all that to put cards on the bottom of our library for our possibility storm stuff, I don't see it. I honestly don't see it. I don't see it. I want to give this card an F, probably. What do we think, guys? Put target card from your graveyard on the bottom of your library. I think it's an F. It's an anti-mill planes thing. So niche. I don't think it's gonna happen. Very, very rarely. I think it's just an F. I think it's actually just an F, chat. It works with Contorious. It works with Contorious. It does work with Contorious, but there are other ways to make Contorious work anyways, though, right? Like, this is basically like, if you got it for free, you might put it in your deck. That sounds like an F to me, right? That sounds like F to me. If you got it for free, you might put it in your deck. You won't even certainly put it in your deck if you got it for free. Like, you might put it in your deck. I think it's an F. All right. And for the very last card, Field of the Dead. 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 Field of the Dead enters the battlefield tapped. Add a colorless. Whenever Field of the Dead or another land enters the battlefield under your control, if you control 7 or more lands with different names, create a 2/2 black zombie. Yes! Oh my god. All right. Okay. Oh yeah. Oh baby. Oh my god. I am the rare drafter. I'm the land collector. I am the person who's playing Field of the Dead in 5 colors anyways. Hey. All right. The very, very last card of the list of the set review, Field of the Dead. I'm going to give it the S. I'm going to give it the S. Let's go. I love it, dude. Field of the Deathsie. Field of the Deathsie. I love it. That's me, dude. That's me. That is me. I always pick this. I always will play this. I'm never playing 2-color deck in this format. I'm never playing a 2-color deck in this format. This is an S. This is an S. S for zombies. Yes. S for zombies. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Oh my god. Field of the Dead. Oh my gosh. What is the other field, chat? What is the other field? Field of the Dead. Wait, is this the only field? Anyways. Amazing. I love it. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Field of Ruin, Field of Ruin. No, yeah, Field of the Dead, Field of the Dead. Yeah, it's just Field of the Dead. This art is incredible, by the way, for Field of the Dead. It just makes me think of it as a different card. Yeah, no, and never mind chat. I'm just thinking of Field of the Dead as well. But Field of the Dead like this looks way different to me than Field of the Dead that looks like this, actually. Surprising, right? This Field of the Dead is a different Field of the Dead than the other Field of the Dead. You know what I mean? Anyways, I don't think anybody knows what I'm on about. All right. So, that is the set review. Ladies and gentlemen, the set looks incredible. You can find a tier list at Deathsie.com or !tier list in my chat. The early tier list will be up for the Patreon members, and then the public tier list will be up later for everybody else. It will be before the pre-release, and also, last but not least, the updates for the tier list as we play into the set will be available to the Patreon members first, and not the public tier list. Okay, so that's how we're gonna do it. You can find the links down below. Much love, everybody, and enjoy the new set. Oh my gosh, Murders at Karlov Manor. Much love, everybody. See you later.